Hello, dear friends. Welcome to the International Forum, Global Crisis, There is a Way Out. Before we start today's forum, I would like to remind you what the previous one was about. It is very important, and you will see why later.
International Online Forum, Global Crisis, There is a Way Out.
Can't express my feelings to you.
Those balconies are piled up on top of each other in such a terrible way, trapping babies inside.
Much of what we have forecasted is already happening. Since our climate report with a mathematical model was presented at the Global Crisis, our survival is in unity form. 5 months and 10 days have passed. Unfortunately, the events that have occurred during this time have only confirmed what was said at the previous forum. The climate Cerberus will help us recall what we talked about last time. Earthquakes.
The ascent of magma has resulted in unprecedented increase in a number of earthquakes. Seismic activity is increasing both on the ocean floor and on the land. Earthquakes are emerging even in regions where they have never seen before.
But the most absurd thing is that seismic agencies, international seismic databases, are now trying to conceal the fact that the number and magnitude of earthquakes is increasing. In reality, there are much stronger earthquakes taking place now than we're told.
You can clearly see the exponential growth, an uncontrolled exponential increase in the number of earthquakes. The more earthquakes occur, the more their magnitude will increase. As you can see, the rate of increase in seismic activity is shocking. At each successive stage, the number of earthquakes increases 3 times as much.
Since the last forum, over 161 days, 686 powerful earthquakes with a magnitude of 5 or higher have occurred around the world. Moreover, 10 of them were earthquakes of a devastating magnitude 7. Some regions experienced seismic events of such magnitude for the first time. On November 29, 2022, several strong earthquakes occurred in Canada, one of which reached a magnitude of 5.8, which was for the first time in the region's history. Powerful earthquakes in different parts of the planet have led to the loss of life. On November 21st, 2022, a shallow earthquake with a magnitude of 5.6 in Indonesia claimed the lives of 318 people and injured over 7,500. Note that previously, such destruction and human casualties were caused by very powerful earthquakes with a magnitude of at least 6 or even higher. But now, seismic events 1 magnitude lower can already be fatal. The world was shaken by 2 catastrophic earthquakes with magnitudes of 7.8 and 7.5 in Turkey and Syria. Aftershocks continued even a month later, and by early March, there had already been more than 11,000 of them, with 2,500 having a high magnitude. In just a few minutes, earthquakes killed more than 50,000 people, and this is only according to official data. On the eve of this event, on February 5th, a series of deep focus earthquakes occurred in the region of the Fiji Islands and the Mariana Trench at a depth of over 500 kilometers. It was precisely the deep focus earthquake in the Mariana Trench that could have triggered the catastrophe in Turkey. Deep focus focus earthquakes.
Earthquakes usually occur at the depths of 5 to 80 kilometers, where the crust is more brittle and has crack. But the last decade have seen an increase in the number of earthquakes at the depth where the earthquakes had been previously considered impossible. These are the depths of more than 700 kilometers, where the earthquakes are not supposed to occur because the rocks in the inner mantle are plastic, like a molding clay, and they are enabled to crack. Over recent 7 years, the number of deep focus earthquake has increased by a factor of 10.
As it rises, the pressure in the magma drops, causing it to boil like blood during cavitation. And here is the answer to what deep focus earthquakes in liquid magma are. This is exactly the boiling of magma and cavitation explosions. Think about it. Explosions equivalent to thousands of nuclear bombs in power have started to occur in the interior of our planet.
Remember, we have mentioned the Mariana Trench. There, the oceanic crust is the thinnest, only 5 kilometers, and where the most of deep focus earthquakes take place. In other words, the largest amount of cavitation blasts of magma occurs.
Since the previous forum up to March 31st, 2023, 429 deep focus earthquakes have occurred around the world at depths of 400 kilometers or more with a magnitude of 4 or higher, according to USGS. 5 years ago, during the same period, there were 308 earthquakes. In the current year, 2 earthquakes occurred in the Mariana Trench area. One on January 3rd with a magnitude of 4.3 at a depth of 566 kilometers, and the other on February 5th with a magnitude of 4.3 at a depth of 533 kilometers. According to EMSC, there were 5 deepest earthquakes between 700 and 750 kilometers deep. 4 of them were in the region of Indonesia, and 1 was in the area of Argentina. Last year, during the same period, there were only 2. Unfortunately, our forecast of an increase in depth, magnitude, and number of earthquakes is being confirmed 100%.
Magnetic field anomalies.
After analyzing the geologic data for the past 100,000 years, we have noticed that abrupt magnetic pole shifts occurred with a certain periodicity. According to the geological evidence, during these periods there was also a weakening of the magnetic field by 8-10 times.
What has been happening on the planet since 1995? The magnetic North Pole has started drifting rapidly at a rate 4 times the normal rate. At the same time, the magnetic field has weakened 10 times faster than before.
Recently, an enormous amount of anomalous polar lights have been observed on the planet. Previously, they were only seen by residents of cities located beyond the polar circle. Yet, in the past 6 months, this phenomenon has been seen over Central Europe, the middle belt of Russia, the southern United States, Australia, and New Zealand. Typically, polar lights are dominated by green color, but now the sky is increasingly flashing with shades of red, and this is a troubling signal, as red light indicates the glow of oxygen in the lower atmosphere. Such auroras indicate that the magnetic field continues to weaken, allowing more and more solar and other more dangerous types of radiation to penetrate into Earth from outer space. Now, we are witnessing the appearance and growth of other magnetic anomalies. Magnetic hooks and cracks, coronal glow, and Stevies, light pillars rising from the ground, as well as other phenomena. This is the black mark of the climate Cerberus, and this is frightening because the abnormal growth of these magnetic anomalies also confirms the critical processes increasing in the core, which we mentioned in the report. Volcanic activity.
According to studies of ice cores, every 12,000 years there was an abnormal increase in volcanic activity. We already know that this is caused by the ascent of magma closer to the Earth's crust. Take note of the big red circles. They indicate that every 24,000 years volcanic eruptions are more catastrophic. Such supervolcano eruptions wiped out almost all life on the planet.
In less than 2 months since the forum was held, more than 50 volcanic eruptions eruptions have occurred. Moreover, from mid-November, 11 powerful volcanoes started to become active, one after the other. Literally every day, many of them woke up in pairs. On March 11, 2023, the eruption of Mount Merapi began on the island of Java in Indonesia. Only a few know that humanity was on the brink of extinction at that time. Another sign of the growing activity of the planet's interior is the synchronization of seismic and volcanic activity. On March 18, 2023, a powerful earthquake with a magnitude of 6.8 occurred in the Pacific Ocean, off the coast of Ecuador, at a depth of 66 kilometers, and 3 nearby stratovolcanoes simultaneously increased their activity. It is also frightening that this interaction manifests itself over long distances. The earthquake in Ecuador also affected Yellowstone. The caldera reacted with earthquakes. Volcanic eruption in the Mariana Trench.
More terrifying than Yellowstone explosion is the focus of magnitude 10 earthquakes near the Mariana Trench. Such a powerful earthquake never happened within the memory of our civilization. This means that magma will easily tear through the 5-kilometer crust.
The area of the Mariana Trench is a subduction zone, meaning the area where the plate is crawling under another plate. But the reason we have depicted the 3D model of the Mariana Trench in this way is because the lower plate is already being dissolved by magma right now. Many plates are now being eroded from the bottom. They're being dissolved by molten magma, which is rising from the core mantle boundary.
Just 2 days after the form, on November 14, 2022, the United States Geological Survey announced that the underwater volcano Aji, which is part of the volcanic arc in the north of the Mariana Islands, had started erupting in mid-October. Along with this, seismic activity in the Mariana Trench has intensified. Over the period of almost 5 months from the date of the form, 33 earthquakes with a magnitude greater than 5 occurred in the vicinity of the Mariana Trench, while there were only 19 for the same period a year ago. Only a month and a half passed since the form, and on January 16, not far from Japan, along the same tectonic zone with the Mariana Arc, a powerful earthquake with a magnitude of 6.3 occurred, with the hypocenter at a depth of 409 kilometers. And on the same day, the Nishonashima volcano was activated further down the fault. If this earthquake had occurred a little lower in the Mariana Trench itself, we would not have survived to this point. Currently, the increase in seismic and volcanic activity is occurring north of the Mariana Trench, but the activation will shift southward, meaning closer to the Mariana Trench. All of these are very alarming signs, indicating that the processes are developing even faster than we expected. Unfortunately, we talked about in the report at the forum, global crisis, our survival is in unity, is coming true. Here is another forecast we are making based on our mathematical model. Hydraulic impact.
We have calculated different variants of events development and came to the conclusion that in any, even the mildest variant of the current cycle, all humanity will die. And according to our mathematical model, this will happen no later than 2036.
Further development of these events leads to the internal cracking of the Earth's crust. There will be microfractures in the crust in some places, which will increase magmatic activity. And it will keep increasing even more until it provokes a large-scale rupture in the thinnest part of the crust, which is in the ocean. This is inevitable. There is a 99.9% probability that this rupture will occur in the area of the Mariana Trench. A gigantic volume of magma from the magma plume will rip the Mariana Trench in an instant, and billions of cubic meters of water will meet billions of cubic meters of magma. There will be a huge explosion. This explosion will be equivalent to thousands of times of the entire stockpile of nuclear weapons available on Earth. Under extreme pressure, the ocean won't just boil, it will explode. This will raise a huge column of steam mixed with dust. Under tremendous pressure, this gigantic column of steam will rush so high up that it will tear through our atmosphere. The atmosphere will curl up like a blanket and be blown away by the solar wind, meaning our atmosphere will literally be swept away along with the entire water cover. Also, at the same time, this gigantic explosion will cause a powerful hydraulic impact directed inside our planet. There will be a very powerful blast wave directed into the center of the planet, into magma, which will spread tangentially, and this will provoke additional cavitation processes. This will lead to an abrupt expansion of magma in all directions by a factor of 10. That is, there will be 10 times more magma. This will literally tear the planet from the inside. With such an impact, magma will behave like a gaseous substance. All volcanoes, cracks, fractures, all boundaries of lithospheric plates will burst and erupt simultaneously. The Earth will be flooded with lava flows, just as it happened on Mars. Naturally, due to the impact, the inner core will bounce away and the motion of the outer core will stop. Our planet will die. This process will take only a few minutes. Due to the stopping of the core, the electromagnetic field of our planet will disappear and the gravitational field will be almost completely gone. Therefore, all the satellites will fall from the near-Earth orbit, including the Moon. But we, humans, will no longer be threatened by this, because as a consequence of these events, we, as humanity, will already cease to exist completely. Before your eyes, you see a timer that counts down to the time when the planet, as a living planet inhabited by life, will no longer be able to exist. This is the fact that we have been living with for more than 10 years, and as of today, you will also have to live with it.
All the forecasts voiced at our previous forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, are being confirmed, and you have just witnessed it firsthand. Indeed, the climate report presented at the previous forum changes life into the before and after, forcing a complete rethinking of values. And yet, the last report only introduced a part of the massive information that has been the subject of research by the international scientific community of the Creative Society Project for decades. And at today's forum, Global Crisis, there is a way out. You will hear the second part of this climate report from our respected speakers. Believe us, this report is worth being listening to by the whole world. And we are especially pleased to note that this vital information will be heard in 150 languages. Right now, thanks to our volunteers translators located in different parts of the planet, simultaneously translating this forum for their fellow citizens.
Why is today's forum called There is a Way Out? Because the second part of the forum will examine in detail the main and only way out for humanity from all existing crises. And this way out guarantees us the absence of wars, the elimination of the climate threat, and a safe, high-quality life for everyone. Moreover, it includes the possibility of extending our lifespan beyond the species limit and revealing new perspectives for the development of all humanity. You will learn about all of this today at the Global Crisis, There is a Way Out forum. To begin with, dear viewers, I want to draw your attention to the fact that all information at the online forum Global Crisis, There is a Way Out is presented for non-commercial purposes for the benefit of the entire society. Unrestricted use, reproduction, and distribution of this forum by any means, in part or whole, is permitted, provided that the information is not distorted and the forum is cited as the source. We also invite you to watch this broadcast on our new channel on the Rumble platform. You can find a link to this channel and all our other social media accounts in the description below the broadcast. We urge you to actively share this broadcast. Go live on social media right now and invite people to watch it together. Your actions at this moment determine whether there will be a future for our humanity or not.
It is a great honor for us to present to you the second part of the climate report and introduce our esteemed speakers. Yelizaveta Kromova, a geologist and geophysicist. She received her master's degree in geology at Lomonosov Moscow State University. Yelizaveta is the head of the Information and Analytical Department of Global Climate Change of the Creative Society. She leads the direction of the global monitoring of natural disaster occurring on our planet, analysis of seismic and volcanic activity, as well as the comprehensive study of changes in the Earth's geodynamics and geophysics. John Ahn, PhD in chemistry engineering with an MBA, is an expert in the development and commercialization of new technologies in the field of energy, chemical processes, and natural sciences. John Ahn received his MBA from the INSEAD Research Institute, his doctorate in chemical engineering from the Technical University of Munich, and his master's degree from the University of California, Berkeley. Anastasia Pashigrieva is a specialist in the development of new technologies and a candidate of chemical sciences. Anastasia collaborates with scientists within the independent international platform Scientific Community of the Creative Society Project. She has conducted dozens of interviews with specialists from various fields. Anastasia coordinates the direction of studying functional and chemical changes in the atmosphere. Anastasia is the part of a team of analysts who collect data and study the increase in seismic activities on the planet.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники форума.
Greetings, dear participants and viewers of the forum. On November 12, 2022, we brought to your attention the decades-long research that has been carried out since 1996 by hundreds of scientists and thousands of volunteers of the Creative Society Project. Our report was dedicated to a comprehensive interdisciplinary study of the causes of climate change and the geodynamic disasters occurring on our planet. Today, we will present to you the continuation of that report. We will deepen and reveal new facts about the threat that is now looming over every inhabitant of the planet. And we will also tell you how to counteract it. At the previous forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, we presented a mathematical model based on the comprehensive interdisciplinary study and drew the following key conclusions. Every 12,000 years, a flux of external cosmic impact penetrates the entire solar system and affects the course of all planets, moons, and even the Sun. Naturally, the same impact affects the Earth's core. Every 24,000 years, this flux is stronger, and we're now exactly at this particular point. Because of the cosmic impact on our planet's core, in 1995, a growth of geodynamic changes on the planet began. Seismic and magmatic activity started growing. Pronounced changes in the magnetic field of the planet began. The speed of the planet's rotation sharply increased, and its axis began to shift with acceleration. In 1998, a bounce of the core was recorded. Due to its destabilization and heating, as well as the increase in centrifugal forces as a result of the planet's acceleration, a rise of molten magma began from the boundary between the core and the mantle. The rise of magma triggered the activation of magma chambers under Western Antarctica and Greenland, which caused a growth of melting glaciers in 1995. In the same year, heating of bottom waters of the world ocean began to increase. The number of thermal anomalies on the water surface started to rise, and the humidity of the atmosphere began to grow. The growth of all these geodynamic processes has led to an increase in the number of natural disasters, such as fires, floods, abnormal precipitation, storms, hurricanes, droughts, abnormal temperature changes, and many others. The mathematical model has shown that now geodynamic and climatic cataclysms are growing exponentially, which will make life on the planet unbearable already in 6-7 years. And the world economy will not be able to withstand losses from natural disasters. The model has also shown that we are entering the 24,000-year cycle of catastrophes with a weak immunity of the planet. Therefore, catastrophes are already stronger than they were in previous cycles. Thus, already in 2036, a giant magma breakthrough may occur on our planet in the Mariana Trench, which will turn our planet into Mars within a few minutes. But humanity might not live to that point if we continue to live in the consumerist format of society. In today's report, we will explain in detail why humanity might not live until 2036 and what dangers await us in the near future related to destabilization of the planet's core, rise of magma, and the growth of deep focus earthquakes. We will reveal to you why the external impact coming to our planet from outer space once every 12,000 years affects only the core, and what is the peculiarity of the structure of our planet's core. In this report, for the first time, we will voice information about how Mars actually perished and why Earth may have the same fate. Also, we will voice for the first time why we, humans, played the key role in the fact that this cycle of cataclysms may be the last for our Earth. How our activities have disabled the main defense mechanisms of our planet. Later, you will find out what kind of mechanism it is. Why do we believe that everyone must know this information? Because it concerns the life of each and every one of us, yours and ours. Only when we as humanity begin to understand what really happens to our climate on our planet, we will begin to look for a way out in the right direction. A way out of the catastrophe that we're already rapidly approaching, since our mathematical model indicates that, taking into account the current dynamics of events, this catastrophe is almost irreversible in the consumerist format of society. We're deeply saddened to state that our mathematical model has been proven accurate. And for many people, an obvious example of this was the disastrous earthquakes in Turkey and Syria on February 6, which caused a terrible global-scale tragedy. A little later, we will discuss why these earthquakes occurred. And now, we offer you to watch a documentary about those events which was prepared by our volunteers, including those who are now in Turkey. Words cannot convey all the horror that took place there. And now you will see everything for yourself.
On the night of February 6th, there was a devastating earthquake of magnitude 7.8 in Turkey and Syria. In the afternoon, there was another one with a magnitude of 7.5. We are in Turkey. We talked to people who survived this tragedy. Everyone was living a normal life, making plans for tomorrow, getting the kids ready for school. None of them expected that, and in 2 minutes, everything was over. Total zero. You have to start your life all over again, and thank God if you're still alive. But for many people, life was over in an instant.
I woke up my family. As we were going down the stairs, the concrete already began to fall.
I opened the window and said, "There is smoke everywhere." I thought we would die. I couldn't see because there was smoke, crack, crack, crack. Windows were bursting.
The houses, they fell right before our eyes. And there was so much dust, as if a bomb exploded somewhere nearby.
Communication with these people made a strong impression, and we must pay tribute to them. It was impossible to listen to it. I mean, it was very hard psychologically to listen to it, yet they survived it.
The buildings collapsed. Everyone outside was in such a hell. People who had left their parents inside and were unable to get their children out during this time were crying for help.
One man who we interviewed lived on the 5th floor. He said, the house just collapsed. When the earthquake started, I ran out onto the balcony, and 2 minutes later, I just stepped on the ground.
The apartment building next to me completely flattened to the ground. 7 floors of apartments flattened to the ground. There was a woman and a man. The woman was lying on the ground crying, "Give me my baby back." There was a girl. The girl was on the concrete on top of the ruins. I picked her up, but she was not alive.
I heard people screaming. People kept on screaming under the rubble of the apartment building. Those balconies are piled up on top of each other, intertwined. I mean, they were piled up in such a terrible way, trapping babies inside. They remained in those collapsed houses forever.
Not a single building remained. Hatay was ruined. Hatay was destroyed. We had been searching everywhere for 2 days. There was no residents in any of the buildings.
I've never seen such an earthquake in my life.
I don't think there was a single person we talked to who didn't mention that someone in their family. One guy whom we interviewed said he deleted 200 contacts from his phone book after the earthquake. 200. Officially, they claim that 50,000 people died there. 20,000 buildings fell to the ground, and 180,000 buildings were substantially damaged. Let's take these 20,000 buildings, let's say 5-floor buildings. Every building had 5 floors, right? There were 3 apartments on each floor. In total, there are 375,000 apartments, and people lived in each of them. Moreover, the Turks traditionally live in large families. Also, eyewitnesses told us that in the first days after the earthquake, they could hear a lot of screaming. They could hear a lot of cries of people who were left under the rubble. And with each day, these cries became fewer, and fewer. There was a picture all over the internet. I am sure it was not the only case, where a father was sitting and holding his child's hand. His little daughter, who was under the rubble, he was interviewed later and said, "I could feel her hand getting cold." So he was literally sitting there, holding his daughter's hand and could feel her dying. Imagine this, a mother, a woman who is saving her children, driving down the road, trying to get out while buildings are collapsing around her.
I put the kids in my car, but this time the roads were blocked. Things, stones and rubble were falling from the roofs, but we didn't even pay attention to them. I mean, my only goal was to clear the road as soon as possible and leave with my children.
And there are many stories of such kind, unfortunately, to my great regret.
Look, my 3 children and my wife are lying on this construction site. This is the 3rd day of the earthquake. My children have already died here from the cold. Isn't it a shame that no one hears our voice?
No one will come to help us. We're helpless. The caller says, "All right, we'll send them." They come. They don't do anything. They just take photos and leave.
When the rescuers arrived, what kind of help did they provide?
I didn't see any rescuers. I left from there on, the 5th day. I didn't see any rescuers.
Many people being under the rubble recorded videos, wrote posts, and posted them on social networks to let their family and friends know about what had happened to them, to give information to rescuers about the specific geolocation, the place where they were. But unfortunately, for unknown reasons, these posts were deleted by social networks.
Can't express my feelings to you. I'm under the rubble, as you can see. And maybe 2 or 3 or 4 more families. Do you hear the screams of our neighbors?
In other words, having the opportunity, having the people, using the technical potential of our society and human resource, we could send people and save thousands and tens of thousands of lives if we were focused on this. But no one does that. They do. I don't want in any way to insult those fellows who sacrificed their personal time, flew in, rushed, helped out, and made every effort. But we talked to them as well. They have a lot of questions too. They're using some kind of prehistoric mechanical tools to save people. Meanwhile, we have everything for killing. people. We have thermal imaging cameras. We have missiles and tanks. We have cutting-edge technology. We can find a sniper 15 kilometers away with the thermal imaging camera, but we can't find a person lying in front of you because we don't have the equipment to do it. Are we normal people after this?
We worked in the cities of Gaziantep and Erdagi. The whole team started to work at once, looking through all the rooms, all the cracks, all the voids. I crawled inside and heard someone wheezing, and I started searching. I kept crawling. I was crawling towards the sound, and this sound turned out to be right in front of me. I started digging, and eventually I found a person. I dug him out, and I just couldn't bear it. Tears started to flow at once. I don't even know how to put these feelings into words. I started shouting to everybody. I found one. Immediately, everyone rushed there, bringing all kinds of equipment. We had to move him a little bit, but when we were moving him, he was screaming, and my heart was breaking from his moaning. He was crushed. His arm was crushed by a huge slab weighing I don't know how many tons. We finally hollowed out that slab, and one of the guys looked inside, and it turned out he was holding another person's hand. Then we looked further, and there was someone else lying there, but he was already dead. A huge amount of work was done. They brought an acoustic device, such a device that listens to sounds, and before it listens, a man with a loudspeaker would shout in Turkish, "Is anyone alive? If there is, respond, knock, scratch. We are going to listen to you now." At that moment, all the equipment, everything that can make sounds, even people should remain still, not even shuffle their feet on the ground. Everything, literally everything, freezes around, and they start listening. If the rescuers hear something, they start digging somewhere in that direction. And it just turned out that there was a person who was deaf-mute. Can you imagine? He just wouldn't even hear it. And some survivors told me, every time we fell asleep, we thought, that's it, we'll probably never wake up again. Just imagine their situation. And they were there for, I don't know, for many days. They were just freezing to death.
One of the eyewitnesses told us that those who survived envied those who were dead. That's a direct quote. Why? Because those people who died immediately, they died. And according to one Turkish seismologist, Ahmet Erkan, 180,000 people were left under the rubble. 180,000 people who were under piles of concrete, with their limbs crushed and broken, their internal organs torn apart. It's painful to even talk about, but they had not been helped for weeks. In some villages, there was no help at all. 20,000 rescuers were sent from 80 countries. That's one person per house. How can one person have to dismantle an entire house to save those who were under the rubble?
We've just passed near one of the houses. There are 200 people still alive under those two buildings. They have been screaming for several days, but rescuers can't get to these people. There's not enough of them because several cities are in ruins.
It took them 2 weeks to assess the needs. Imagine somebody under the rubble is waiting for NGOs and UN agencies to assess their needs. We know what they need now.
What was happening in the towns struck by the earthquake in the days that followed? Well, imagine this. A completely destroyed town. No infrastructure, no working hospitals or clinics, no police, no law and order. There are looters rampaging everywhere. That also happened, unfortunately. There's no water.
We couldn't find any bread. Bakeries were closed. Everyone was on their own.
There was an elderly couple. We helped them the best we could. I asked them, why are you living in the street? Didn't the state give you a tent? He said, no, my son, all tents have already been handed out. No one around us here has given us anything. We're waiting.
They're looters, there are thieves. A person died in Malatya, they took the ring off his finger. Such things also happen. People are in fear for their lives.
Now I'm saying this, and someone is sitting there watching it on TV. Whether it's on TV, on the phone, or on a laptop, it doesn't matter. And for you, it's just an image. It's a movie, but damn it, these are real people. They are just like you. And if there are loved ones, relatives, friends near you, look to the left, look to the right, look them in the eyes. They are the same kind of people, and as long as you watch and think that this is just a YouTube video, just an image, it doesn't sink in. But when you talk to these people, you realize that every story you see on YouTube is a human life just like yours. That was simply abandoned to the mercy of fate.
Abandoned by us. We, the survivors, abandoned them to the mercy of fate. Why? Because we don't build the creative society. Because we support the consumerist format. We don't do a damn thing. We're sitting and thinking that it won't affect us. They also sat and thought the same.
Fires are burning everywhere. People are sitting by the fires. Soldiers are walking around with rifles. They're looters. Houses are destroyed. When the breeze blows, you smell dead bodies, corpses. Someone is having a nervous breakdown. I can't describe to you what's happening here. It's so scary, and Judgment Day will be even scarier.
The situation is complicated, but again, we are to blame for this situation. We are to blame for the consumerist format. We are to blame for the fact that we do not take the necessary, quick, and effective actions to prevent this. And we're throwing people into the clutches of this Cerberus, which is just tearing them apart, and people have nowhere to go.
There is no refuge for us, except that we fulfill our basic role as humans.
They pulled out a baby the other day. 128 hours later, they pulled out a baby out from under the rubble. I saw his innocent face, and it touched me so much. So many people are dying. I wish people would realize this at least a little bit. I wish they would wake up a little and see where the world is heading. I wish they would be united and all this wouldn't be happening. I mean, you know. I'm a bit emotional.
Why are people dying? Why are people dying from climate change? Because we don't know the truth. Because we don't know what affects the climate. And if we don't know what affects it, we don't know how catastrophic it is. And thus we can't oppose it with anything.
Before the quake, I was working with Barry from the Creative Society. And after the quake, the whole scenery reminded me of the videos and all the facts and truths and all the reports that were published by the Creative Society. What we were speaking about, in theory, we lived in practice. And I hope the whole world will not see what we saw that day.
In this earthquake, the Turkish nation lost a great number of people, unfortunately. We are simply obliged to make sure that this does not happen again. And we do have this opportunity. We can save human lives. But this is only possible in the creative society. Any person, if they are a human being, if they have at least an ounce of conscience and honor, they are obliged to join the participants of the Creative Society project and do everything in their power, make maximum efforts, maximum use of their capabilities in order to save the lives of those who are still alive and whom the Cerberus has not reached yet. And we must remember that his clutch is threatening each of us right this second. And where it will strike next time, we do not know.
We extend our condolences to all those affected by this terrible tragedy. It breaks our hearts to see what we just witnessed. It's horrifying to realize that many people were left to die under the rubble. Unfortunately, no one will solve this problem in the consumerist format of society. The horror is that earthquakes and disasters like this will only increase with each passing year. This is the reality of our tomorrow. And the goal of today's forum is to prevent this unwanted reality, to prevent such catastrophes as in Turkey and Syria. Our objective is to save human lives. To do this, firstly, we need to change the format of our society from consumerist to creative. And today we will talk about how to do this. Secondly, we need to understand the true causes of climate change, because only then can we know how to prevent them. These are two tasks that today's forum is dedicated to, and I would like to return the floor to our speaker, Yelizaveta Khromova. На протяжении многих лет мы предупреждали.
For many years, we've been warning that cataclysms, volcanic and tectonic activity will increase due to the 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms, but the world community still disregards this information. It is really scary to see such disasters as those in Turkey and Syria, and it is even more scary to realize that this is only the beginning. We see how after such tragedies that are making the world's news, the interest to topic of climate is rising, but then unfortunately, it subsides again. How many more catastrophes should occur for the issue of the true causes of climate change and the growth of geodynamic activity in the Earth's interior to be the main international agenda? We understand that all of us will die if no one in the world studies the true causes of climate change and looks for ways out. That is why we do it, because someone has to do it. We will do it until the last day. It is our responsibility as people who want to live and study the causes of what is happening in a comprehensive and interdisciplinary manner in order to prevent such tragedies. From our side, we're doing everything we can, but our efforts alone are not enough. For this information to go and reach people, we need all of you. It is important for all people to become familiar with what will be announced today, the true causes of disasters currently occurring on the Earth, and the solution to this problem. People should know this before another terrible tragedy happens, because it will definitely happen if we don't do anything. The mathematical model is being confirmed, and all of us will be responsible for what happens next. Now, let's move on to the question of why the terrible disaster happened in Turkey and Syria. Two powerful earthquakes of magnitude 7.8 and 7.5 on the Anatolian Fault. The cause is the growth of deep focus earthquakes.
Just to remind you, deep focus earthquakes are the earthquakes that occur mantle at a depth of 300 to 700 kilometers. When they were first discovered, researchers were puzzled because the mantle is a ductile medium and there's nothing that could break in it. We discussed in the previous forum, and now we're going to cover this topic in more detail. Why do we study the deep focus earthquakes so thoroughly? Look at the graph increase in the number of deep focus earthquakes. You can see how big the spike in the deep focus earthquake is in the year 1995. This is exactly the year when the sharp drift in the magnetic and geographic poles took place. According to the ISC database, there has been fivefold increase in the number of deep focus earthquakes in the last 28 years, as you can see in the graph. Next graph shows that the number of deep focus earthquakes at a depth greater than 500 kilometers is increasing the most, and they have been increasing since 1995. What is the danger of the exponential growth of deep focus earthquakes? To answer this question, let me draw your attention to the fact that became so extremely shocking to us. Do you know where the majority of all deep focus earthquakes in 2021 occur? Beneath the Middle East, under the territories where Turkey and Syria are located. According to the ISC, there were 190 earthquakes beneath the Middle East in 2021 at a depth of 435 miles, while the rest of the world had only about 70. Moreover, 2021 is a year that drastically stands out due to the increased number of this type of earthquakes in general. Never before have so many simultaneous deep focus earthquakes been recorded. We conclude that the sudden spike in deep focus earthquakes in 2021 was a catalyst for the series of tragic earthquakes that occurred in Turkey and Syria on February 6, 2023. Because the deep focus earthquake caused a plate to start collapsing, which triggered an unprecedented increase in dangerous seismic activities in the Middle East region, which has now subsided to this day. Now, you understand the danger of deep focus earthquakes, but this is only part of the threat.
Тоже с тобой представляю глубокофокусные землетрясения.
So what are deep focus earthquakes? What is their mechanism? Deep focus earthquakes are actually explosions in magma at the depths of more than 186 miles. They're equivalent to the explosion of hundreds of thousands of nuclear bombs in the Earth's interior. If such an explosion were to occur at the depths of 10 kilometers or 6 miles, it would be many times greater than the Yellowstone supervolcano. What could cause such explosions? During the 12,000-year cycle, the core of our planet is affected by external impact from outer space, which transmits additional energy to the core. It is important to know that this energy only interacts with the inner core of our planet due to its abnormal density. This energy causes the inner core to heat up more. Due to the abnormal heating of the inner core, the outer liquid core, which consists of molten iron and constantly moves around the inner core, heats up even more and becomes more fluid. Researchers have noticed that since 2000, this molten liquid iron flux in the outer core has accelerated threefold, and as you can see in the diagram, it is now moving beneath the Pacific Ocean from Canada to Siberia. It is the acceleration of this flux of the outer core that causes the Earth's magnetic poles to drift. What does the anomalous heating of the core lead to? You have to understand that the core generates a magnetic field in the same way as a dynamo, and its heating causes the magnetic dynamo to become unbalanced, thereby weakening the Earth's magnetic field. This includes the expansion of the South Atlantic anomaly, a dent in the magnetic field that has doubled in recent decades. What happens to the liquid outer core as it heats up? The molten substance of the liquid outer core begins to seep into the mantle in a large volume as shown in the diagram. Scientists believe that the molten substance of the outer core can reach not only the mantle but even the Earth's surface, because it was found that the solidified lava of some underwater volcanoes off the coast of Hawaii and the Samoan archipelago contains unusually large amount of heavy iron isotopes that are present only in the inner core. This suggests that there have been periods in the Earth's history when molten substance from the liquid core reached the Earth's surface. How powerful would the internal impulse have to be to push liquid iron from the boundary of the core 1,800 miles upwards? Soon, we're risking to see the same composition of the erupting lava, and you'll find out later why. Just imagine the outer core is leaking into the mantle like a broken egg from its shell, and now it's happening with greater intensity. Hotter, more liquid, and mobile magma flows are forming in the areas of such leakage of the liquid core. At the outer core boundary, there are two main areas where such magma flows are located. If you draw a line, one is under Africa and the other one is under Pacific Ocean. Moreover, each of these two gigantic zones of hot magma flows has the area of size of the continent and is 100 times higher than Mount Everest. As they rise, they branch out like a tree, feeding magma plumes and volcanoes on Earth. In 2020, scientists discovered that the Pacific area of hot magma at the core mantle boundary below Hawaii is even larger than their previous estimates. We can see that these areas of the core are growing. How were these areas discovered? These regions of molten magma have been detected by analyzing thousands of records of seismic waves traveling across the Earth. There are two types of such regions depending on the speed at which the seismic wave travels. These are ultra-low velocity regions of more liquid magma and ultra-low velocity regions of leakage of the liquid core itself. Remember this information, it will be helpful later. Now let's answer the question of what causes explosions in magma, which we register based on deep focus earthquakes. As you may have already understand, there are areas of more liquid and molten magma in our planet's mantle that have begun to grow even more. This is due to the fact that the Earth's core instantly heats up in the part of our planet which is currently receiving external impact from outer space. Because of this, the molten magma becomes more liquid and fluid. In those places of the mantle where such molten magma meets colder, not yet heated magma, there arise whirls and counter-currents, which leads to cavitation explosions. What is a cavitation explosion? It is a very powerful nuclear explosion, a magma blow with the force of millions of nuclear bombs, diverging tangentially in the magma in all directions. It can be compared to an electric discharge of the Yudkin effect. The Yudkin effect, or electrohydraulic effect, is a high-voltage electric discharge in the liquid medium. During this process, electrical energy is converted into mechanical energy and in a very short period of time. And as a result, ultra-high impulse hydraulic impacts with local pressure of more than 100,000 atmospheres occur. Look at the video. You can see how the electric discharge disperses in different directions. The same thing happens in the interior of our planet during the cavitation process. Where will cavitation explosions occur? They occur at the boundaries of hot and cold magma, where the core has not yet heated the magma. They will also occur in the mantle under the ocean, since the ocean performs the function of cooling the lithosphere. But unfortunately today, it loses this function. The ocean used to draw heat off the interior, so there was less energy in the interior of the planet and fewer cavitation explosions. Magma had time to cool down, but now the mechanism is broken, and in vicious cycle, one thing intensifies the other. The more the ocean heats up, the more internal explosions will occur, and next you will learn why the ocean has stopped cooling the lithosphere properly. The same cavitation explosions also hit the core, disbalancing it even more. However, it is important to understand that we do not record these cavitation explosions as such, but we see only their ricochets from certain zones inside the planet. Those very ricochets are the deep focus earthquakes that seismologists record on the surface. And now imagine the power of the cavitation explosions if deep focus earthquakes of magnitude up to 8 are recorded on the surface. The explosion itself in the magma is many times more powerful. Deep focus earthquakes are now recorded in subduction zones where one plate dips beneath the other, forming a loose region in the mantle due to the gap between the plates. In such zones, there are conditions for the formation of a reflected wave. But let's repeat, it is not the area of cavitation explosion itself, but only its ricochet. The shock wave from an explosion propagates the fastest precisely across the liquid magma. Therefore, we can conclude that in those areas where the record of deep focus earthquakes, magma is liquid and is already approaching the surface. All supervolcanoes are connected precisely by the liquid medium. For example, Ira and Yellowstone are connected by liquid molten magma, through which a wave from a cavitation explosion can propagate. Cavitation explosions are also dangerous because their wave, as it travels through the liquid magma, can cause pressure on the boundaries of lithospheric plates and along faults. And this pressure manifests itself in a series of earthquakes. This is what we observed on February 6, when the cavitation explosion, whose ricochet was recorded at the depths of as a deep focus earthquakes under the Mariana Trench, caused pressure at the intersection of these tectonic plates, the Anatolian, Arabian, and African, resulting in two powerful earthquakes. It is important to note that today we're unable to register all deep focus earthquakes. Sometimes we may not even see the source of the explosion itself, but we can observe its consequences, a series of small earthquakes, the so-called swarms, which occur when a cavitation explosion diverges tangentially in liquid magma. We would also like to announce that the team of the Creative Society scientific community has analyzed and prepared a visualization of deep focus earthquakes data on the Creative Society website. You can now see a link how to find this data on the website under Climate Data Analysis. If you wish, you can download this data and conduct your own analysis. To contact us, send us an email at climate@creativesociety.com as indicated on the screen. The analysis of the correlation of the processes occurring in the mantle with the processes occurring in the atmosphere is especially interesting. Now, let's look again at the graph at an increase of deep focus earthquakes we saw at the beginning. Now, after everything you have heard, you understand why this graph is so alarming and why we pay so much attention to studying exactly this type of earthquakes. After all, an increase in deep focus earthquakes directly indicates an increase in cavitation explosions in the planet's interior, which in turn means that the Earth's core is rapidly destabilizing and heating up. And all of this points to the approach of terrible disasters, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. Because, as we already mentioned, cavitation explosions work similarly to the Yudkin effect. A huge release of energy stimulates the release of energy even greater amounts, which causes the next discharge. One cavitation explosion causes a whole cascade of other cavitation explosions in the interior of our planet. If the ocean performed its function of drawing off heat from the lithosphere into the atmosphere, this wouldn't be so terrible. But since this system now is disrupted, all this energy accumulates under our feet, leading to an even greater increase in cavitation explosions. And the fact that today we're witnessing an abnormal growth in synchronization of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions on Earth is directly related to the fact that cavitation explosions are becoming more frequent and the shock waves from them spread all over the planet. Today, the number of disasters is growing at a faster rate than before. And the most terrifying part is that due to the increasing number of cavitation explosions, the threat of volcanic eruptions is approaching us faster and faster. Cavitation explosions can be compared to hitting the bottom of the champagne bottle when the cork simply flies out of the bottle. From one of these blasts, the cork eventually will fly out of the supervolcanoes such as Yellowstone, and then we won't need to fear the coming of 2036.
Such cavitation explosions cause magma in the planet's interior to heat up, expand in the volume, and get closer to the crust and press on it. This leads to the increase in seismic and volcanic activity. The rise of magma is often accompanied by swarms of earthquakes, which have become very frequent recently. Some people believe that these earthquakes are caused by magma rising and break through the crust, but that's not really the case. Magma melts and burns its way through, forming new cavities in the crust. Magma moves not constantly, but in pulses. It circulates, now it rises, and then it descends. And then magma descends, the pressure in the cavity drops. Furthermore, the overlying rocks have enormous pressure, causing them to close over cavity, thereby preventing magma by bursting through the surface. This is what we observe as earthquake swarms. Essentially, this is a compensatory mechanism that prevents magma from erupting completely. If not for this compensatory function of the crust, no eruption would stop and it would continue to erupt until magma chamber is completely empty. Then swarms of the earthquakes are registered closer to the surface. It means that the magma is already approaching this area. Therefore, the volcano is already preparing for eruption. And unfortunately, recently we have observed a huge number of such earthquake swarms in various parts of the world. For example, in Japan, on Mount Bandai on December 2022, a record earthquake swarm was registered, was a 786 tremor in just one day. This indicates that an eruption of this volcano is approaching as magma is already burning its way through. It's noteworthy that the last time this powerful volcano erupted about 2 12,000-year cycles ago. It's been 28 years since 1995, when the drastic changes in the planet's core began, pushing molten magma to the surface. How many years do you think it takes for magma to rise to the surface and for catastrophic eruption to begin? In scientific papers, you can read that the rise of magma plumes usually occurs at the rate of about 1 inch per year. However, in fact, during the cycle of cataclysms, magma can rise in a few days. Let's consider a few examples of that. For example, in 2014, Volcano Bargahraum erupted, and it took only 10 days for magma to rise from a depth of 24 kilometers to the surface. But that is an example where the magma channel has already been worked out. And now, 8 years later, we see examples where magma does not even need the old channel. It directly bursts through the Earth crust in different locations of the planet. In May 2019, the birth of the new volcano was recorded on the coast of Mayotte near the island Reunion in the Madagascar region. A year before this, anomalous seismic activity was detected in the base of the lithosphere at a depth of 50 miles or 80 kilometers in this area. And in just 1 year, magma traveled this distance of 80 kilometers or 50 miles. And in May 2019, a volcano appeared on the surface. It's important to note that this happened just above the zone of African anomaly, where the hot, liquid magma at the core mantle boundary. To say that this is abnormally rapid rise of magma is to say nothing. Previously, such processes took millions of years, but now this happened in a matter of few months. Such a velocity of magma ascent shocks volcanologists because they are used to observing volcanic eruptions not during the 12,000-year cycle.
Now, everything has changed. Such rapid magma ascent is due to the abnormal heating coming from the planet's core, which is affected by the external cosmic impact. Magma that rises from the depth is much hotter and has different chemical composition. Such examples have been found at the Fagradalsfjall volcano in Iceland and at Coimbra Vieja volcano on the island of La Palma in Spain in 2021, among many others. And most importantly, lava Coimbra Vieja was superfluid of the lowest viscosity among historical basaltic eruptions. If we compare all cases of abnormally rapid magma ascent and the emergence of lavas of different composition, we find that many of the volcanic anomalies recorded recently occur over zones of magma flows at the boundary between the core and the mantle. As you remember, we discussed that there are two types of areas of hot liquid magma in the Earth's bowels. Here, we mean the areas that have the properties of ultra-low velocity of acoustic waves. These are areas where liquid core leaks into magma. Many of these areas feed magmatic chambers under hotspots, stationary and magmatic plumes. In other words, right now, the first area which reacted to magma ascent was a hotspot because they directly received a magnetic impulse from the Earth's core. By the way, the Yellowstone supervolcano is one of such hotspots. In the near future, volcanic activity will increase in other places too, not only in the areas of hotspots. All the examples you have heard today once again confirms our mathematical model we presented at the forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, on November 12, 2022. Now we see that it is not just individual volcanoes or even pairs that are activated, but the entire volcanic provinces. And to our great regret, we will observe only ever stronger volcanic activity from now on, including supervolcanoes, one of which has been preparing to erupt for many years. This is a Yellowstone supervolcano.
Can you imagine what will happen if the Yellowstone supervolcano explodes? Avalanches of red-hot ash would sweep in all directions from the volcano, destroying everything in their path. The ash clouds will reach speeds of up to 200 miles per hour. The ash will be very hot, up to 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit, which is twice as hot as a pizza oven. I would not want to be near the volcano at the time of its eruption. All life would be destroyed within a radius of 750 miles. America would turn into Pompeii. It will be a disaster for the entire planet. The ash is very sharp and toxic. It will remain suspended in the air for years, and it will be very dangerous to inhale it. The resulting acid rains will start to fall. But worst of all, the volcano's ash emissions will block the sun's rays from warming the Earth's surface and will plunge the entire planet into a volcanic winter and night. The average atmospheric temperatures will drop by 27 degrees Fahrenheit, within a matter of months, an ice age will literally be upon us. The explosion of Yellowstone will also cause the detonation of other supervolcanoes. A series of magnitude 10 earthquakes will sweep across the planet. It will be an instant death for billions of people and the end of our technogenic civilization. It is believed that the frequency of Yellowstone eruptions is about once every 500 to 800,000 years. The last eruption of this magnitude happened more than 630,000 years ago. Could it be that there are still tens of thousands of years to go before the eruption? We have begun to look into this issue, given that it's not only a national but a supranational threat to all of humanity. In December of 2022, Olga Schmidt, president of the Creative Society USA nonprofit corporation, published a post on her Twitter page that the Yellowstone caldera would keep the whole world in fear in the near future. To which the USGS, that is the U.S. Geological Survey, published an official response that Yellowstone is not showing any signs of unrest and is at normal levels of activity. Now, we're going to tell you about the results of our independent investigation, which served as a basis for the Twitter post. Is Yellowstone as good as the USGS assures us it is? Let's start with the official statements from the USGS article. How can we tell when a volcano will erupt? Which lists notable precursors to an eruption. Let's go through each point regarding the Yellowstone caldera over the last decades. Point 1. An increase in the frequency and intensity of felt earthquakes. We built a graph of earthquakes in the Yellowstone caldera area, according to the USGS data, and we're shocked by the severity of the situation. The graph showing the number of earthquakes has an increasing trend. A reasonable question arises. Maybe the number of sensors is increasing. The answer is no. We found out that for many years, the location of seismic sensors in the Yellowstone caldera allows us to record all earthquakes with very small magnitudes, even just above zero. It turns out that the very first point of the USGS article on the precursors to an eruption, namely an increase in the frequency of earthquakes, is already happening. We have also noticed that in recent years, the number of earthquakes of magnitudes 4 and below has been increasing in leaps. This is exactly an increase in the intensity of earthquakes. The leaps occur because magma enters the chamber in pulses, in portions under pressure from deep within the mantle. Then, we decided to see if there is a behavioral dynamics by depth of earthquakes and found that in 2010, the greatest number of earthquakes was registered at a depth of 11 kilometers, while in 2022, it was already at a depth of 5 kilometers. In other words, the change in earthquake depths tells us that Yellowstone's underground activity is approaching the surface. As magma ascends, protective mechanisms are being formed. Rocks collapse above the zones of magma intrusion and earthquakes occur. The fact that earthquakes now occur at a depth of 5 kilometers means that magma at this depth has already eaten away the Earth's crust. Pure mathematics. Over 12 years, magma has passed 6 kilometers, which is more than half of the way. And how long will it take for magma to travel the rest of the path? Many times faster, because the events develop exponentially. So right now, we are observing an increase in the number and intensity of earthquakes in correspondence with the first point. Isn't it interesting that the USGS doesn't see any threat on the basis of its own data? Point 2. Noticeable steaming or fumarolic activity. Geysers act as a cooling mechanism for volcanoes. They function through the release of superheated water vapor. There are more than 10,000 active thermal features across the territory of the Yellowstone volcano. Geysers are common for this area, but Yellowstone has seen anomalies in recent years. The Steamboat Geyser in the Norris Valley, which is the tallest and the most powerful geyser in the world, used to erupt but once a year. But between 2018 and 2020, it erupted 48 times a year. This indicates an increase in subsurface heating precisely in that area, which in turn raises the risk of a Yellowstone eruption by 50 times within such a short time frame. This is a catastrophic situation. Geyser activity is controlled by the rise of magma. It can be tracked by earthquakes.
We've collated the data and saw that most geysers in the Norris Valley become active after strong quake swarms. This suggests that new surges of magma cause earthquakes, which in turn cause the activation of geysers, including the steamboat. Right now, the most active area for earthquakes and geysers in all of Yellowstone is the Norris Valley. It is known that the last super eruption of Yellowstone 640,000 years ago began in the Norris Valley. And this is precisely where the number of earthquakes and geyser activity are increasing. And this is alarming. What about geyser activity in other parts of the park, you may ask? We found that in 2018, there was a synchronization of geyser activity, when most of the geysers of the entire caldera simultaneously began to erupt many times more often. This means the geysers began to release more heat. Geyser activity still remains high. The sudden change in geyser activity in recent years is an alarming signal. Geysers are already synchronizing across and around the caldera. The second point is confirmed. Point 3. Subtle swelling of the ground surface. Under normal circumstances, the rate of surface uplift or lowering at the Yellowstone is between 2 to 4 centimeters per year. However, in 2013-2014, there was a sudden 5-fold increase in the uplift rate, reaching up to 15 centimeters per year in the Norris Valley area. During the same period, there were occurrences of earthquake swarms, anomalous behavior among bison, and instances of melting asphalt. It was around this time that the Yellowstone volcano was very close to eruption. This caused great concern in the society. It was after this that most of the monitoring data on Yellowstone began to be withheld from the public. We became interested in the issue of surface uplift and learned that the catastrophic eruption of Mount St. Helens in 1980 began just 1 month after the uplift. As early as in 2013, there occurred a sharp uplift in Yellowstone. And this can happen again at any moment, and no one knows how it will end. The third point remains a matter of debate. Point 4. Small changes in heat flow. It turns out that Yellowstone radiates 30% more heat than the rest of the continent. It's like a blast furnace of North America, and coal is constantly being thrown into its combustor. Since the 2000s, the emergence of new thermal areas has been observed. Here are some examples of anomalous overheating of the Earth's surface. 2003, new region in the Norris area. Ground temperature increased to 94 degrees Celsius, 200 degrees Fahrenheit. The vegetation immediately died. Some geysers boiled away and dried up. 2018, in the area of Lake Tern, over 3 hectares of forest died. Trees were charred. The surface temperature was 60 to 80 degrees Celsius or 140 to 176 degrees Fahrenheit. In 2014, there was a peak in the melting of asphalt roads. In recent years, eyewitnesses note that in winter, the snow melted in some areas due to overheating of the soil. Instead of a small change in heat flow, we observe extreme heating of the soil. Point 4 confirmed. Point 5. Changes in the composition or relative abundances of fumarolic gases. There has been a lot of media hype around helium-4, that there is a lot of it in the Yellowstone area. However, it turned out that another indicator is important for the prediction of the eruption: the isotopic ratio of helium-3 to helium-4. It is strange that little attention is carelessly paid to it, although this particular indicator rises sharply before an eruption. Based on scientific works published in various years, we have built a graph displaying the ratio of helium-3 to helium-4. It grew from 15.8 in 1985 to 17 in 2003, with areas of abnormally high values located in the Norris Valley and in the active part of the caldera. Apparently, the same value of 17 was found in mineral inclusions from the past Yellowstone super eruption. It turns out that the current ratio of helium-3 to helium-4 has reached a critical level that could trigger an eruption. Why is the USGS silent about this? We have found this information in scientific articles. Don't they know that? Just before the eruption, there is a sharp release of volcanic gases, a few weeks, days, or hours before the event. This is an accurate, short-term indication of the beginning of an eruption. Therefore, now it is necessary to carefully monitor the emissions of all other gases besides helium. We know for sure that there are sensors in the Yellowstone area that measure gas emissions. However, Now, their readings are not available to all people. Why has the USGS shut down online gas monitoring, and it is not available to everyone now? However, even according to the data we have found, indeed, there has been a change in the composition of gases. The 0.5 is confirmed. Interim conclusion. We went through the entire list of precursors to an eruption outlined in the USGS article, and were shocked at the results. All of these signs are being observed in Yellowstone. However, the article has a postscript. Precursors can continue for weeks, months, or even years before eruptive activity begins, or they can subside at any time and not be followed by an eruption. All these signs are consequences of the activation of the volcano. So there is such a postscript. Yes, the volcano has been dormant for thousands of years, but now it is preparing to erupt. And for the last 20 years, it has been happening with alarming intensity. Then what is the trigger for the eruption of the Yellowstone volcano, you may ask? Experts agree that the amount of melt fraction in a chamber is a critical parameter. Scientific models suggest that the critical melt fraction at which the volcano is likely to erupt is between 35 and 50%. How much critical melt fraction is there now? According to some 2022 estimates, it's about 20%. However, according to estimates from 2010, it's 32% melt. The numbers differ quite significantly. The estimation of the amount of melt is provided indirectly and depends on the method of calculation, since it cannot be measured directly. Assuming the 2010 estimates are accurate, then the current melt fraction in the chamber must be already enough for an eruption. How can we know that the volcano is already preparing for an eruption? Maybe there are some other signs of activation. 0.6, which is not in the USGS list. After analyzing data from recent volcanic activity at the Yellowstone caldera, we've found another important sign of an impending eruption. Recently, there has been a reaction to deep focus earthquakes in remote regions. This is what independent Yellowstone researcher Mary Greeley brings to our attention. In January 2023, Yellowstone experienced tremors as a result of earthquakes at a depth of over 600 kilometers in Argentina. Then, in February 2023, a series of devastating earthquakes in Turkey triggered a chain reaction in Yellowstone. Now, the impact is no longer being transmitted through the Earth's crust. Instead, it is transmitted directly through the magma, and that affects Yellowstone. If now there is a direct impact of distant events through the magma, consequently, the magma pressure in the volcano is high enough to react, which means it is ready to erupt. 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms and its impact on the volcano. There has never been such a reaction to distant events before. So why did it appear? Supervolcanoes erupt every 12,000 years during the cycle of cataclysms.
12,000 years ago, Campi Flagre. 24,000 years ago, Topo.
Each time, these are catastrophic events for the inhabitants of the Earth. And recently, we have entered a cycle of such devastating cataclysms. The cycle occurs because of changes in the planet's core, and as a consequence, because of the rise of magma. In 95 and 2014, there were peaks of seismic activity for those areas that are directly related to deep magma sources. These are regions of the mid-ocean ridges, areas near the Antarctic plate boundaries, and hotspots. In these areas, deep magma acts as a link between the core and the Earth's crust. When magma ascends from the core, these very regions will be the first to react. This is exactly what we observed with the upsurge in seismic activity in 95 and 2014. Yellowstone is also connected with a hotspot, a deep magma chamber. As a result, we see a similar reaction in an increase of seismic activity during the same period. So we can already see that along with the main signs of volcano activation mentioned earlier, Yellowstone is also reacting to the current 12,000-year cycle. Let's go back to the beginning, when we also said that it has a period between super eruptions. This is the period of preparation of the magma chamber. Now, the current cycle of cataclysms aligns with the time when the magma chamber of Yellowstone is already ready to erupt. If the process is not stopped, Yellowstone is sure to explode in this cycle. And the USGS knows this, but they keep silent and hide the data. So all signs point to the fact that the supervolcano is preparing to erupt. According to geological data, the volcano has been preparing for hundreds of thousands of years, while the activation and transition to eruption happens very quickly. The magma chamber had been in a state of preparation for 640,000 years. Within the last 20 years, we have been observing signs of activation, and there are very few years left before disastrous cataclysms of the 12,000-year cycle begin. You may ask, what can trigger an eruption ahead of time? A strong earthquake, including a deep focus earthquake, can be a trigger to an eruption. We know that the number of earthquakes is currently increasing. Consequently, the risk of eruption is increasing as well. As of today, the threat of nuclear weapons use is high. It is well known that a nuclear explosion is equivalent to an earthquake of magnitude ranging from 5 to 8.5. This will serve as the same trigger for the Yellowstone to erupt. Yellowstone has a connection with China and Italy. According to mathematical calculations, if a magnitude of 7 earthquake or a nuclear explosion of comparable magnitude occurs in a particular province of China or Italy, then, depending on when and where exactly it occurs, it can cause Yellowstone to explode. Point 7, the indicator of 100% probability eruption. Another critical factor that is highly likely to trigger an eruption is the slowing down of the planet's rotation. Currently, the rotation of the planet is accelerating. This happens due to cosmic influences on the planet's core that occur every 12,000 years. The acceleration of the planet's rotation is only the first stage. Then the second stage will follow, a subsequent slowing down of the planet's rotation. During this stage, enormous excess energy will accumulate inside the planet, leading to uncontrolled heating of magma and, as a consequence, a sharp increase in pressure. And this will inevitably cause the supervolcano explosion at a critical moment. If Yellowstone explodes, then there's almost 100% probability that Japan's supervolcano Aira will explode as well. In that case, humanity will cease to exist long before 2036. Conclusions. Based on the trends of the planet's rotation, the process of slowing down is about to begin. And in the next 2 years, the Yellowstone caldera will really cause widespread fear around the world. All this was mentioned in the video published on the Creative Society platform, which was discussed by Olga Schmidt in her post on Twitter. Let's go back to the USGS response. They write the following: Yellowstone is not showing any signs of unrest and is at normal levels of activity. There is no indication of any trend towards any sort of eruption. This conclusion is shared by volcanologists worldwide who study Yellowstone and other caldera systems around the globe. After analyzing the data, we realized the gravity of the situation. But why does the USGS insist that everything is all right with the volcano? Do we have a reason to trust the scientists who reassure us? After all, the issue is extremely serious and our lives depend on it. Every month, they publish reports on Yellowstone activity. We've noticed that data on gases is not publicly available. If you go to the website with the temperature sensors, it turns out that most of the sensors don't work and don't display the temperature. According to an independent researcher, Mary Greeley, there are many more earthquakes registered on the seismograms than what is shown on the USGS website. Moreover, at the forum Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, a group of analysts of the Creative Society Project presented evidence that the main seismic services, including the USGS, manipulate data. Can we trust the USGS in the matter of the catastrophic eruption of Yellowstone? Right now, the volcano is not erupting yet, as is stated by USGS, but we can see that it has been preparing for an eruption for the past 20 years. We understand that the data we have analyzed is incomplete, but even based on them, we can clearly see that the volcano will inevitably erupt, since Yellowstone is about ready for a super eruption, for which it has been preparing for 640,000 years. And this moment coincides with the 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms that we have entered. In the coming years, the Yellowstone supervolcano will cause much fear to people on Earth with its activity. So why are the world's reputable volcanologists, in accordance with the USGS's Twitter response, jeopardizing their reputation by hiding the truth. Everything is very simple. An eruption of such a scale would result in the death of billions of people worldwide. It is already high time to raise the alarm. But who will take the responsibility to do this? Why are scientists silent? The answer is simple. If a volcano does erupt, everyone will die. And then scientists will not have to be accountable. And if the eruption doesn't occur, it means they were right all along. In the consumerist format, there is no way out of this situation. We won't be able to do anything about the Yellowstone eruption and save humanity. Only in the creative format of society will we be able to do everything to know about the eruption of any volcano in advance, and even be able to reliably use caldera depressurization technologies to prevent an eruption, instead of activating the volcano. But the most important thing is that we'll be able to save the lives of billions of people. We are telling the truth about the high probability of Yellowstone's eruption in the next few years, because we are not financially interested and do not risk losing our careers. We speak out because we want to live, and we offer a way out. The only viable measures at this point that each person can take is to learn more about the Creative Society Project and support it by actively spreading information about it. Only in this way can we prevent catastrophic eruptions of supervolcanoes on the planet. Join us, and you will be sure for your future and the future of your loved ones.
The risk of explosion of the Yellowstone supervolcano is enormous. In fact, we're sitting on a powder keg. Such an explosion would mean the death of all humankind. How many of us really know that? Now, you know that vital information is being hidden from you. And not only hidden, but all leaks of this data and all information about it is being blocked. Why do you think politicians do this? It's very simple, because they don't see a solution. I would like to draw your attention to the following fact. We do not blame politicians. We can understand them. They keep quiet so as not to cause panic because they do not see a way out. Believe me, we would be silent too if we didn't know that there is a real way out. But we, the participants of the Creative Society Project, tell the truth openly because we know the solution. It really exists. There is a way out. It is a creative society. And later at today's forum, you will learn in detail what the format of the Creative Society is and how we, all humanity, can build it together.
One might think that these disasters happening today are not really a cycle, but just random events. Unfortunately, no. As all changes on our planet are currently taking place according to a strict pattern, exactly as they occurred in the past cycles of disasters each 12,000 years. Let's recall based on what it was concluded that disasters of planetary scale occur every 12,000 years, while every 24,000 years they're even stronger.
Changes similar to what we now see occurred before the peak of the crushing disaster just about 12,000 years ago. Those events are called the Alared Oscillation and the Younger Dryas glaciation that followed. 12,800 years ago, global temperatures rose as much as 15 degrees Celsius within just a few years. Most of the ice sheet suddenly melted, and the Earth emerged from a full ice age. At that time, there were extreme floods and other natural disasters, along with an intense sea level rise. The Gulf Stream stopped at that time, just as it is happening nowadays. Scientists from the University of Kansas have proven that about 12,800 years ago, there was a giant fire on Earth that covered 1/10 of the entire planet's surface. Other researchers have also found that large fires raged in Siberia 12,000 years ago. Similarly, nowadays there are more and more large-scale fires that cannot be extinguished. Based on an analysis of satellite images, scientists have discovered that 10 to 13,000 years ago, the largest known dunes formed in the Sahara Desert and other regions, indicating the enormous strength of winds during the Younger Dryas. A short-term intensification of winds during that period has also been documented from Greenland ice cores data and research in Alaska. Nowadays, the same phenomena are happening on Earth as during the Younger Dryas. We see winds, hurricanes, typhoons, and tornadoes intensifying and destroying entire cities, razing them to the ground. Right at the cycle change 12,000 years ago, there was a very intensive seismic activity. This is indicated by radiocarbon data as well as paleographic reconstructions of the Younger Dryas. During the same time period, more than 12,000 years ago, as well as now, there was a drastic weakening of the magnetic field and a pole shift, which was called the Gothenburg excursion. The reason for all these abrupt changes was an abnormal magmatic activity caused by changes in the core. This was expressed in large-scale volcanic eruptions that scientists recorded in the Younger Dryas by dust and traces of acid rains and glacial cores. Analysis of sediments found in Hall's Cave points to volcanic eruptions that caused a volcanic winter about 13,000 years ago and glaciation across the globe. After the sudden warming in the Younger Dryas, an equally abrupt cooling occurred. This event caused a mass extinction of megafauna. Thousands of frozen mammoths and other mammals were found in the ice on the northern slopes of Siberia. There happened a drastic decline in the human population, including extinction of the Cro-Magnon. All of those catastrophic events occurred within just a few decades. The same catastrophic events occurred on the planet not only 12,000 years ago, but also earlier. Taking into account errors in dating, this cycle is very well traced in the geological data. Catastrophists among scientists wrote about it independently of each other in their books and works. Vladimir Bubnenkov, Vitaly Bushyev, Alexander Baturin, Igor Kopolov, Nikolai Petrov, Maynard White, Douglas Vogt, and many other scientists have come to understand the cyclicity of global cataclysms on Earth with a period of approximately 12,000 years. In geology, paleontology, and archaeology, there is numerous evidence of past disasters of this cycle. Each of these catastrophic events was characterized not only by abrupt changes in the climate situation, but also by complete geodynamic restructuring, weakening and excursion of the magnetic field, widespread disastrous volcanic eruptions, tectonic restructuring, atmospheric temperature variations by 10 to 15 degrees, and changes in the world's ocean levels by 20 to 50 meters, followed by large-scale glaciations. Since every cycle is accompanied by a change in the magnetic field and powerful volcanic eruptions, it clearly indicates that the cycle is associated with changes in the planet's core, just as it is happening now. We are entering the active phase of the cataclysmic cycle.
So, the conclusion that there is a cycle of 12,000 years was based on an extensive interdisciplinary research of traces of disasters from ice cores, riverbed sediments, flood traces, ash layers from eruptions and megafires, paleomagnetic events, tectonic restructuring, archaeological data, and many other facts. What is important to understand is that these cyclical disasters occur almost instantaneously on a geological timescale. In the previous disaster cycle, only a few decades passed between the abrupt warming and subsequent cooling of the Younger Dryas. Because of the abruptness of these changes, non-specialists and journalists interpreted them as a result of meteorite crash. So abruptly and unexpectedly they happened. However, those who have studied the Younger Dryas event comprehensively are convinced that it was volcanic eruptions that caused the abrupt warming and subsequent cooling. Moreover, at the same time, there was drifting of the poles on the planet, which can in no way be connected with the falling of meteorites. Those who watched the previous forum already know what catastrophic volcanic eruptions and abrupt changes in the magnetic field have in common. What they have in common is the cause, the destabilization of the core of our planet due to external impact from outer space, which affects the planets of the solar system every 12,000 years.
During each 12,000-year cycle of catastrophe, there is a drift of the magnetic poles, which we are observing now. The pole shift from 12,000 years ago is called Gutenberg excursion, 24, Lake Mungo, 36, Mono Lake, 48, Lachamp, and so on. In past cycles, the magnetic field also weakened. For example, according to the paleomagnetic research and dendrochronology, during the Lachamp event, the planet's magnetosphere shrank to about 3.8 times the Earth's radius. One hypothesis claims that the extinction of Neanderthals occurred due to the increased ultraviolet radiations, since the weakened magnetic field allowed greater flow of radiation to the Earth's surface. According to scientists' model, at that time, auroras were observed even near the equator. These changes of the magnetic field are already gaining momentum now. You may think that this is not a very important parameter since you cannot feel it by yourself. But in fact, this is a catastrophic phenomenon threatening all life on the planet, and soon you will see this for yourself. Let's look at the changes of the magnetic field in the current 12,000-year cycle. What anomalies on the planet they cause, and what threats these possess to us. Again, that in 1995, as a result of the changes in the Earth magnetic field and in the Earth core, the North Magnetic Pole, previously moving at a speed of about 10 miles a year, drastically accelerated by 3.5 times. This is the result of heating of the outer core and acceleration of the flow of molten iron inside of it. Today, South Atlantic magnetic anomaly is growing due to the magnetic field weakening. Over last century, the intensity of the Earth magnetic field has dropped by more than 10%. This means that a more powerful flow of cosmic radiation, such as ultraviolet, X-ray, gamma, and their derivative, is threatening us. This also means that an even greater flux of the external cosmic impact is penetrating towards the core. There is another sign of the changes in the Earth magnetic field, which indicates the stabilization of the core and is probably unexpected for you. These are atypical auroras. You probably noticed that this year there are particularly many abnormally bright and frequent auroras in various non-typical places of the planet. People have posted numerous photos and videos on social networks admiring this phenomena. However, unfortunately, there isn't anything to admire, and now we will explain why. What is an aurora? This is the interaction of the solar wind with the Earth magnetic field and the atmosphere. In simple terms, the solar wind particles interact with oxygen and nitrogen, causing them to emit light, which we observe as an aurora. Depending on how deeply charged particles can penetrate the atmosphere, what energy they have, the auroras with different colors we will observe. Each altitude has its own color, which is determined by the composition and density of the atmosphere. On Earth, we used to see green auroras, mainly on the poles. Green auroras occurs at the height of 60 to 130 kilometers above the Earth. Then solar wind particles with a medium energy interact with atomic oxygen. However, the auroras also can be red. It occurs due to the interaction of high-energy solar wind particles with atomic oxygen. Usually,
It appears at the heights above 130 miles because such high energy particles were prevented by the magnetic field from penetrating below this altitude. Red auroras were rare. They occurred only during the intense magnetic storms. Now we observe an extremely alarming anomaly. Not only red auroras become more frequent, they already been observed at the altitude lower than 55 miles. What does it mean? First of all, this means that the magnetic field is weakening, and those active high-energy particles of solar wind, which were supposed to be reflected by the magnetic field, and they are freely penetrating deeper into the atmosphere and beginning to interact with atomic oxygen closer to the Earth. This is important to note that there is a penetration of larger, more highly charged particles that act more destructively. The fact that the red auroras occur in lower layers of the atmosphere means that there are no longer protection above. The second reason why the auroras are behaving abnormally is the descent of the upper layer and middle layers of the atmosphere. The atmosphere is contracting, it is sinking, and the density of its upper and middle layers is decreasing. Moreover, its chemical composition is changing. Satellite data has revealed a decrease in the concentration of oxygen by 2 to 4 times at the altitudes of 80 miles. And the rate of the oxygen loss is significantly exceed all predictive model, indicating some pathological process leading to a decrease in oxygen in the atmosphere. Scientists also record the destruction of ozone by solar wind at the altitudes of 50 miles, and soon we will see the ozone layer being destroyed in the stratosphere at the altitudes of 30 miles. This means that we will lose our protection from UV radiation. Red auroras are already appearing in mid-latitude. Many of these were observed in February and March 2023. On January 5th, 2023, the sky over Germany was colored red. This was an example of anomalous static red aurora. In addition to anomalous red aurora, blue, teal, white, and even pink auroras have also been observed, which also indicate the penetration of solar wind closer to the surface of Earth and cracks in the magnetic field. During the solar flares, auroras are increasingly moving towards the equator. For example, during the strong magnetic storm on March 24, 2023, which scientists could not predict in advance and did not expect its arrival, the auroras was observed in the United States, even in southern regions, such as Virginia, North Carolina, Oklahoma, and in Arizona. Polar auroras started reaching southern latitudes in Europe, such as Czech Republic, Ukraine, and southern Russia. Unusual bright and frequent auroras, which now occur far from the polar region, cannot be explained by activity of the sun, as the sun is currently in a prolonged minimum of its activity, meaning that the fewer particles from solar wind will reach the Earth. The only explanation for the aurora's anomalies is that the magnetic field is critically weakening, the atmosphere is contracting, and the solar wind is descending closer and closer to the surface. This is scary because it shows a large disturbance in the magnetic field, and it is a sign that the Earth's core is no longer working properly. We are horrified by the fact that people are now just admiring this phenomenon without realizing that this is the black mark of Cerberus. Admiring the northern lights with their rare colors is like admiring the cleanliness and sharpness of a blade when you are lying on a guillotine. Unfortunately, the scientific community does not consider the problem comprehensively as they should. These processes will only intensify further, and there will be more and more harsh radiation coming from space.
Few people know that there is another anomalous phenomenon that has become more frequent in the last few years. It is a logical manifestation of an atypical behavior of the magnetic field, which looks like light pillars. Previously, similar phenomena were observed only during the auroras, but now they start to occur even without them. Currently, these phenomena are mainly observed in cold regions at night when there's a light from street lamps. You can read that such light pillars appear because hexagonal or column-shaped ice crystals are suspended in the air, one above another, and are illuminated by a light source. But recall night-winter photos from 10 to 20 years ago. Did you see light pillars on them as often as you see them now? After all, there were street lights, but there were no pillars. What is now keeping the ice crystals in suspended state? This is not just an optical effect. Nowadays, there are more and more cases when light pillars appear in groups. They are brightly colored in the color of the streetlights illuminating them. But the intensity of the pillar glows does not correspond to the brightness of the light source. And what is more abnormal is that light pillars with a red tint or color appeared, independent of the light source. What are these light pillars? This is an atypical manifestation of the magnetic field properties, which cannot be detected by our instruments. It indicates a local weakening of the magnetic field. During such phenomena, cosmic radiation penetrates to the surface of the Earth along the magnetic field lines, interacts with the molecules in the air. This is what colors the pillars in different shades, similar to auroras. Ice crystals hang in suspended state along the power lines of the magnetic field. Today, you will learn what causes the local weakening of the magnetic field. Just as in the auroras, the red color in the light pillars indicate molecular oxygen, which we breathe, is being destroyed by harsh cosmic radiation. Molecular oxygen turns into atomic oxygen, which emits a reddish color, reddish light. This in turn indicates that anomalous zones in the magnetic field are becoming more frequent and more extensive, and the power lines of magnetic field are distorted. As a consequence, our atmosphere is subjected to even more severe attacks from cosmic radiation. Now, you understand why such phenomena as light pillars are not at all fascinating, but rather is frightening. Our protective magnetic field is weakening severely. Harsh cosmic radiation is penetrating deeper and deeper into the Earth's surface, and oxygen in the atmosphere is depleting. All this is progressing extremely rapidly. And we, being intelligent and educated people, do not see that. We admire the anomalous polar light pillars, and say, how beautiful. What can be beautiful about impending death? Atypical anomalies in the magnetic field are terrifying and alarming phenomena, which is related to the destabilization of the core of our planet due to cosmic impact, which affects our planet once every 12,000 years. The climate Cerberus has literally given us, all of humanity, a black mark, and we admire and marvel at it. This is a Cerberus that dictates a sentence to all of humanity.
So we understand that the Earth's magnetic field is weakening due to external cosmic impact on the core. Then you may ask, if the cosmic impact affects the entire solar system and goes to the cores of all planets, does it mean that on other planets similar anomalies should be registered? And that would be quite a valid question. Today we can study changes in the magnetospheres of other planets using direct measurements by satellites or by analyzing indirect signs. For example, the Voyager probe went to explore other planets 46 years ago. And for that time, we have gathered enough statistics to record changes. Let's find out what is happening to the magnetic fields of other planets in the solar system now.
Additional energy comes from outer space during the 12,000-year cycle to the cores of all planets in the solar system. It is the cores that generate the magnetic fields of the planets, due to the influence of cosmic impact on the Earth's core. Since 1995, there have been changes in the magnetic field of our planet. They are manifested in the form of atypical polar light, growth of the South Atlantic anomaly, and pole drift. The outer impact also affects other planets and their satellites. Let's consider what signs of changing magnetic fields we can see on other planets of the solar system. Venus. On Venus, a magnetic field was detected for the first time in 2006, although there had been no signs of it before. As a consequence, Aurora Borealis is now observed on Venus. They appear in the form of light-moving spots of varying shape and intensity. Sometimes they spread over the entire planet. All this suggests that since 2006 there have been big changes in the core of Venus because the magnetic field cannot appear by itself. Mars. Now, Mars does not have a global magnetic field as a result of a catastrophe that occurred on the planet and affected the function of its core. Only magnetized rocks on the surface of the red planet have magnetic properties. Usually, the magnetization of rocks is so weak that it cannot be a condition for the occurrence of Aurora Borealis. However, in recent decades, Aurora Borealis has suddenly appeared even in local zones of magnetization. In the southern hemisphere of Mars on August 11, 2004, the Martian Aurora Borealis was observed for the first time. It corresponded to a special type of Aurora Borealis never seen before in the solar system. Between 2004 and 2014, a total of 19 Aurora Borealis were detected, all of them located in the zone of anomalies of the magnetic rocks of Mars. In April 2022, a giant sinuous discrete aurora was detected on Mars. It was in the form of a luminous twisted band of ultraviolet light and covered half the planet. The appearance of all these Aurora Borealis on Mars indicates a dramatic change in the properties of even the non-functioning core of Mars. After all, it also receives additional energy during the cycle, and therefore can change its magnetic characteristics. Jupiter. On Jupiter, the magnetic field is 20,000 times stronger than the Earth's, and the Aurora Borealis occurs in the X-ray range and is 1,000 times stronger than on Earth. In 2017, data from the Juno satellite showed that Jupiter's magnetic field has undergone global changes in recent decades. This became evident when compared with data from the Voyager probe, which explored Jupiter in the 1980s. The largest changes in the magnetic field occurred in the powerful magnetic region near Jupiter's equator, known as the Great Blue Spot. This transformation cannot be explained by external influences on the magnetic field, which means that the change in the Great Blue Spot is associated precisely with changes in the characteristics of the core of the gas giant. This phenomenon can be compared with the South Atlantic magnetic anomaly on Earth, which is now rapidly expanding. The largest satellites of Jupiter also have polar lights. However, it is interesting that on Callisto, northern lights were detected for the first time only in 2021. This indicates that changes in the magnetic properties of the cores during the cycle of 12,000 years occurred not only on the gas giants, but also on their satellites, as they also have cores. Saturn. Compared to Earth, Saturn has a much larger magnetosphere. On Earth, polar lights are usually caused by the solar wind, while on Saturn, the solar wind has much less influence on the dynamics of polar lights. On Saturn, polar lights shimmer in the infrared and ultraviolet ranges, that is, invisible to the human eye. Despite the fact that the solar wind could not affect the intensification of polar lights on Saturn, in 2017, a new type of northern lights began to be observed on Saturn, along with the classical one. It was caused by ultra-fast winds in the upper atmosphere above the North Pole. We can see how the parameters of magnetic fields on different planets of the solar system have changed in recent years, compared with the previous observations. These changes occur both on terrestrial planets such as Earth, Mars, and Venus, as well as on the gas giants such as Jupiter and Saturn, and even on their satellites. Changes in the magnetic fields of the planets are caused by changes in their cores. And the simultaneity of these processes points to a single external factor, the cosmic impact, which affects the cores of all planets of the solar system in the cycle of 12,000 years.
Let us draw some brief conclusions. As we've seen, magnetic field anomalies on other planets occur in the same way as they do on Earth. This again indicates that today the entire solar system is influenced by cosmic impact on the planet's course. And later today you will learn why exactly the planet's cores react to the external impact and what exactly happens in the interior of other planets due to the imbalance of their cores. Now we've considered how physical phenomena react to failures in functioning of the core, and this can be seen both on Earth and in the outer space. But there is another indicator on Earth which other planets don't have, by which we can track anomalies in the magnetic field. That indicator is living organisms. On Earth, everything living, from humans to fungi, insects and bacteria, depends on the magnetic field. So any abnormal changes in the magnetic field will affect their vital functions. And today you will find out how disastrously they are affected. According to experiments, the biological effects of changes in magnetic fields on living organisms can be so serious that they can be considered as dangerous as radiation. There are studies on mutation and cancer in living organisms from exposure to magnetic fields. Magnetic fields affect electrical conductivity and fluid media in an organism. The more complex an organism is, the more adaptive compensatory mechanisms are provided by nature in the form of nervous and immune systems and fluid media. The smaller and simpler the organism is, the less ability it has to survive changes in the Earth's magnetic field. The impact on the Earth's magnetic field on a mosquito and on an elephant will be different since their systems of organisms are different. So insects are more vulnerable to changes in the magnetic field, and this explains why half of all extinct species today are insects. The rate of extinction of insects is 8 times higher than that of mammals, birds, and reptiles. During the last 25 to 30 years, when after 1995 critical changes in the Earth's magnetic field began, the number of insects decreased by 2.5% a year. Magnetic storms also affect insects. Nowadays, during the 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms due to changes in the planet's cores, areas of atypical magnetic anomalies which are not detected by our devices also start appearing on the Earth's surface. These areas are the first ones to which living organisms react. As soon as the magnetic field in these areas weakens, the population of species decreases. As soon as the tension increases, the population of species grows. Under such temporary fluctuations, animals have a chance to survive, adapt, and maintain the population. But with a global problem, such as sudden weakening of the planetary magnetic field, mass extinction of flora and fauna ensues. That's exactly what is happening today. About 1 million species of animals, plants and fungi are now threatened with extinction. Some might say it's not due to climate change, habitat change, or environmental pollution. Yes, that's true, but not only that. The effect of changes in the Earth's magnetic field on living organisms is critically understudied, although it's already deadly. Let's watch a video about the scope of species extinction today due to changes in the magnetic field.
We are now on the verge of a 6th mass extinction of species, and many creatures are disappearing at an alarming rate. Even more disturbing is the fact that this was triggered not only by human activity, but also by magnetic field anomalies that have occurred over the past 3 decades. First of all, the smallest, simple species of the animal world get extinct because they cannot adapt to the sharp change in the magnetic field. But unfortunately, this is just the beginning. Insects. In 2019, the Biological Conservation Journal published a study on the decline of 41% of insect species, with 1/3 of them already being endangered. In recent decades, 46% of bee species have become extinct. Bees use geomagnetic information to synchronize their biological clock, navigate in space, build honeycombs, queen cells, and so on. Scientists are sounding the alarm. The number of bees is decreasing, even in forests that remain untouched by human activity. This points to the influence of changes in the magnetic field. Many species of butterflies and moths have been significantly affected. In Britain, for example, their numbers fell by 58% between 2000 and 2009. Insect populations in protected areas of Germany have declined by 76% over the last 27 years. Similarly, the tropics of Puerto Rico have seen a decline of 78 to 98% in insect biomass over a period of 36 years. The decline in the number of insects has led to the extinction of birds, frogs, and lizards that fed on them. The mass extinction of insects will lead to an environmental disaster. The disappearance of even seemingly insignificant species like the mosquito will lead to a domino effect, ultimately leading to the gradual collapse of the entire complex system of the animal world, frogs and amphibians. Over the past 20 to 40 years, due to changes in the global magnetic field, there has been a sharp decline in the number of populations of many species of amphibians around the world on an unprecedented scale. This phenomenon itself has attracted increased attention from scientists and caused great public concern, especially in North America. These disruptions lead not only to population declines, but also to mutations, hermaphroditic individuals, and other pathologies. In the chemical analysis of water, all the parameters were within normal limits, indicating precisely the effect of changes in the magnetic field. In the large forest area of Bunderbos in the Netherlands, the population of salamanders has been steadily declining since 2008 for unknown reasons. By 2013, only 4% of their previous quantity remain. Changes in the magnetic field are also affecting freshwater crustaceans. According to studies, the weakening of the Earth's magnetic field leads to a decrease in the size of Daphnia zooplankton and slows down their reproduction. During migration, birds navigate using magnetic fields. A study of 2 million captures of 152 land bird species in North America revealed a mass phenomenon of avian vagrancy, when birds lost their sense of direction and deviated from their path due to geomagnetic disturbances. Anomalous zones, not detectable by measuring devices. Recently, there have been cases where various species of migratory birds did not fly to their wintering grounds due to occurrences of magnetic anomalies, which are not detected by modern devices. Such anomalies are characterized by rarefied air, unnatural for bird flight. In 2020, hundreds of thousands of dead migratory birds were found in the southwestern United States. The birds were in good physical condition, except for extreme exhaustion. It was as if they got into a trap where some power was forcing them to fly until they died. In recent decades, cases of whole flocks of birds falling dead for reasons unknown to ornithologists have been recorded all over the world. Frightening facts of further consequences of local magnetic field anomalies that are not detected by modern measuring devices are observed worldwide. These include sudden strandings of whales, dolphins, harbor seals, and crocodiles. Cases of wild roe, deer, goats, and sheep going berserk without any registered source of disease have also been documented. Animals are dying, and scientists don't know why. Our Earth is gradually dying. Our flora and fauna are dying due to the cycle that causes all these changes. The smallest species are the first to die, then it will affect larger species. In the coming years, the number of undetectable magnetic anomalies associated with changes in the Earth's core will only increase. Right now, we have nothing to oppose these magnetic anomalies.
У вас может возникнуть вопрос.
You may have a question. Earlier in our report, we discussed climate change on other planets, deep focus earthquakes, and destructive processes in the Earth's interior. Why do we suddenly start talking about the extinction of insects and animals? The problem is that scientists today don't look at climate change holistically. Well, everything is interconnected, and careful observation of the behavior of insects and animals can help us better understand where zones of geomagnetic anomalies occur and what their nature is. What we cannot capture with devices today can be detected indirectly by various signs. That is why we use the multidisciplinary approach, because we realize that the more holistically we look at the climate change picture, the better we can investigate the issue and the faster we can find a solution. We as humanity are now approaching a very dangerous frontier, because these magnetic anomalies are already destroying not only fauna, but also the lives of millions of people. Already now, none of us is immune. We invite all experts to pay attention to the information that we'll now voice.
As we have mentioned earlier, as today, the Earth's magnetic field has weakened by 10%, and this trend is clearly increasing. As a result, we humans are becoming more vulnerable to the radiation. Therefore, we are currently observing a rapid growth of oncological, viral, and other types of diseases. This is an established fact that during the magnetic storms, there is a number of heart attacks and strokes, including fatal increases 2 to 3 times. This is because the charge of the magnetic field reduces the external charge of erythrocytes, which leads to their clumping. Blood coagulation increases by 2.5 times, which significantly increases the risk of thrombosis. Let's look at the slides showing the rate of cardiovascular diseases, psychiatric disorders, and cancer, which are steadily increasing, and they are caused, among other reasons, by the changes in the magnetic field. These numbers are shocking. But I would like to point to another extremely disturbing fact related to our health, which official science cannot explain. Many countries sounded the alarm. Young, healthy people have suddenly and prematurely started dying. Autopsy doesn't reveal any organic damage, no aneurysms, heart scars, blood clots, or ruptures of vessel. That was as if heart was simply switched off. This phenomenon was called sudden adult death syndrome. Doctors cannot find explanation for this phenomena and are discouraged by the number of cases occurring. There are several theories about how that could be caused, and you can see them on the screen now. But despite the funding and research in this area, the number of sudden deaths in the world continues to rise rapidly. And all these tell us that the cause lies in the processes that we are still don't know, and they are not known to official science. Especially, we are witnessing another type of atypical anomalies in the magnetic field, which arise from the changes in the core. These are drastic local increase in the magnetic field intensity that migrates across the surface of Earth. The human body, then exposed to such an area, simply shuts down. Its resuscitation, if it's not performed within 2 to 3 minutes, death will occur. Today, due to the increasing instability of the planet's core, this type of atypical anomaly is occurring more and more frequently in the various parts of the planet, which means that the amount of sudden deaths will continue to rise. This is impossible to shield against this phenomenon. In the coming years, this will become the new pandemic. The question arises, how to save your life? Today, human life is not valued. So if the consumerist format persists, this issue will never be solved. It is necessary to change the format of society from consumerist to a creative one, so that human life comes first, and scientists receive unlimited funding for research on how to eliminate the cause of these anomalies, that is, to stabilize the core. This will become possible when a way to counteract external cosmic impact is found. This is the only way to save human life.
Anomalies in the Earth's magnetic field are now leading to another type of atmospheric phenomena that is extremely dangerous and is already causing the death of people. These phenomena are not yet being linked to disruption in the Earth's magnetic field. Specialists try to explain them in traditional ways. We will now give you several examples to illustrate this type of anomalies. Among the number of climate disasters that have been attacking the people of Saudi Arabia for the past 6 months, there was one circumstance that no one paid attention to. On December 29th, 2022,
the temperature dropped abruptly in Mecca. However, it did not get cold around it. An area of coldness appeared locally and suddenly out of nowhere. This led to formation of powerful cloud system. Look how suddenly it appeared there and brought heavy rain and hail with it. After a while, the temperature returned to normal, so no one paid attention to this. These abnormal, sudden, and localized temperature drops are attempted to be explained, for example, by Arctic cyclones bringing the cold. But why didn't cyclone manifest itself along the way? Because when cyclone moves, it leaves a trail of cold behind it along this entire trajectory. An Arctic cyclone cannot suddenly fall from above, make a cold snap in a local region, and disappear without a trace. Similar instantaneous localized drops in temperature have also been noticed in other parts of the world. For example, on December 21st, Colorado, USA, the temperature dropped by a record-breaking 40 degrees Fahrenheit in just half an hour. And in the state of Wyoming, a weather station recorded an unprecedented drop of temperature of 20 degrees Fahrenheit in just 2 minutes. On February 3rd, in the United States, near the observatory of Mount Washington, the air temperature dropped sharply to minus 47 degrees Fahrenheit. Mount Washington is known for the world's worst weather, but February 3rd, the temperature drop was record-breaking. The combination of freezing temperature with hurricane winds gust up to 127 miles an hour felt like minus 108 degrees Fahrenheit. The temperature drop was so sudden that trees and soil exploded and cracked from the freezing water. If people on the mountain at that moment would have gotten frostbites within 2 minutes. Simultaneously with the temperature drop, there was a sharp drop in pressure. Meteorologists explain these extreme conditions by the partial drop of the stratosphere into the lower atmosphere. You can see the animation on the screen. Such sharp localized temperature drops are associated with another type of atypical magnetic anomalies, which have not yet been detected by our instruments. These anomalies appear as a result of disruption in ionization of atmosphere and molecules. Ionization, it is important to understand that the charges of air molecules in the atmosphere are affected by the magnetic field. And in zones of atypical magnetic anomalies, the ionization of molecules in the atmosphere changes, and as a result, the connection between molecules weakens. Because of this, the air becomes less dense, and cold air from the upper layers of the atmosphere quickly descends to the Earth's surface, while the warm air rises into the stratosphere. This phenomenon can be called atmospheric contraction or overturns, which occur very quickly and have local character. This phenomenon can be detected by measuring the qualitative changes of molecules in the upper layers of the atmosphere. Probes can be placed in different parts of the planet to perform continuous measurements of the electrical charge on the air molecules, its intensity and strength. Then we will be able to study these overturn zones to comprehensively observe changes in the magnetic field and the processes occurring in the Earth's core.
Another manifestation of such decompressed zones in the atmosphere has been the increasing occurrence of clear air turbulence, where air pockets form without any apparent reason. This phenomenon is not predicted and not detected by radars. On March 2, 2023, a Lufthansa crew encountered severe turbulence at an altitude of around 6.8 miles. The plane literally plumped more than 1,000 feet downwards. 7 people were seriously injured and taken to the hospital. On December 18, 2022, a United Airlines plane during takeoff climbed to 2,200 feet, 670 meters above the ocean. Suddenly, it began losing altitude rapidly. Fortunately, the crew was able to regain control over the plane only 775 feet or 200 meters above the water. On March 21, 2022, a China Eastern Airlines plane took off from Kunming Airport in China. After 2 hours of normal flight, the airliner suddenly began to fall. In just 2 minutes, the plane plumped 4.4 miles, 7 kilometers downwards. The captain tried to avoid the crash and gain altitude, but in a split second, the plane turned 90 degrees and crashed vertically into the ground. We have given, and right now you can see this on the screen, the simulation. We have given only a few examples. In all of those cases, without any apparent external conditions, there was a dramatic drop of altitude. Planes literally fall into air pockets, which leads to serious disasters and loss of lives. Such phenomena of air decompression, as well as atmospheric overturns, are associated with areas of atypical magnetic anomalies. The Bermuda Triangle is one of these pathological zones. Planes and ships disappear there from time to time. Due to the disruption of the magnetic field in such areas, the adhesion between air molecules decreases, leading to the formation of air pockets. Air simply ceases to support the plane. Moreover, water molecules in these areas behave in a similar way. The bonds between them weaken and the water becomes so fluid that the ships literally fall to the bottom, sinking without any mechanical damage. But if previously, as in the case of Bermuda Triangle, we knew where the atypical magnetic anomaly could occur, nowadays such Bermuda Triangles are appearing more frequently and almost everywhere. There will be more turbulent pockets in the atmosphere, especially at altitudes of 26,000 feet, 8 kilometers, and higher, where most airplanes fly. These pockets are already breaking through to the ground, and the time will come when there will be so many such pockets that flying and sailing will be impossible. If you take off, it's not certain that we will land safely. It will be very, very risky. It's scary to say that, but we have to talk about it, because we're obliged to warn people. Unfortunately, in the consumerist formative society where human life worth nothing, such anomalies are not properly studied, and moreover, they will be hushed up to the last moment so that not to cause panic and not to lose profit. How many airlines do you think will want to make a statement that flying is now dangerous? Well, you know the answer yourself. Let's summarize. Due to the malfunction in the Earth's core caused by the external cosmic impact, the magnetic field of our planet undergoes catastrophic changes. Anomalous auroras, light pillars, atmospheric voids, turbulence anomalies, zones of air and water decompaction are appearing, where overturns are formed, areas of magnetic anomalies. Living organisms and people are dying, and if the overall destabilization of the magnetic field is related to the disruption of the core in general, then local migrating zones of magnetic anomalies have an even more detailed explanation. These anomalies are formed by sudden bursts of electromagnetic energy from the planet's interior, and these bursts occur as a result of cavitation explosions in magma in the interior of our planet. We have described this mechanism earlier in the forum when we talked about deep-focus earthquakes, including those that caused the tragedy in Turkey and Syria. With such a cavitation explosion in magma, the wave propagates tangentially, as in the Yudkin effect, and leads to the appearance of the zones of atypical magnetic fields anomalies on the plane's surface. Due to the destabilization of the core, such explosions occur more and more frequently, which means that soon we will observe not only intensification of such above-mentioned anomalies, but also a huge amount of lightning striking from the Earth's interior and the increase in the number of ball lightning. All the facts you have heard today about the changes in the electromagnetic field indicate that our core is already extremely unstable, and that means that our planet is currently following the worst scenario of the cycle of climate catastrophes. Later in the forum, you will learn why humanity will face its end even earlier than 2036. Another confirmation of this is the intensification of climate anomalies and disasters on the planet as a whole. We carefully study everything that is happening to our planet, all the habits of the climate servers, because we realize that if no one does that, then humanity is simply doomed. And now we want to present to your attention a video containing terrifying facts about the growing power of the climate Cerberus, which unfortunately we cannot counteract today.
disasters of such magnitude and force have never been witnessed by our humanity before. It is like a Cerberus that burst out of the Earth's interior. We have been watching the climate Cerberus when it was just beginning to grow. We're thousands of volunteers of the climate monitoring team of the Creative Society from all over the world, who work 24/7 to collect and analyze huge amounts of data, studying the habits of the climate Cerberus. Even several research institutes can't process that much data. But it can be done by people united by one goal. Watching the Cerberus, we have realized that it has now grown and broken free. It is already tearing apart our planet, destroying our homes, and taking people's lives. And yet, most people are not aware of this threat at all and do not understand what is happening to the climate. But we realize that the climate Cerberus will not stop on its own. To stop it, we must study all its habits. The cost of each of them is the lives of many people. The Cerberus is now many steps ahead of us, and we're only following its trail. We will tell you about the habits we have managed to identify. After watching this video, you won't be able to say that no one has warned you. The Cerberus attacks suddenly and lightning fast when you least expect it.
There was almost no time to react.
Nothing. We couldn't take anything out because the fire was coming and it was terrible.
There was no access to get out.
We had to jump out of the window.
And it was like a movie where the house slides down behind you and you're running for your life. But we have lost home. But we're okay.
On March 28th, people were peacefully walking on the city streets in Georgia. Moments later, they found themselves under the rubble of street structures.
The structure was shaking so much in the wind, I thought it was an earthquake.
Look here, the wind completely tore off the roof of the market, from one end to the other.
In March, the city of Miyakojima, Japan, received more than a month's worth of rainfall within just 1 hour. While you're seeking shelter from the rain, a record amount of water falls on you, and it turns into a flood.
Within 3 to 4 minutes, the water level rose by 2 meters.
It just happened that quickly. Water everywhere.
Within 10 minutes, the whole backyard was a river. It's like two big, huge tsunamis coming through. There was one, and then there was a second one, and it just came through just so quickly and fast.
The Cerberus does not obey rules. The tactics of its attacks are unpredictable. It swaps the 4 seasons. In February 2023, when it was summer in the southern hemisphere, temperature dropped below 0 and the snow fell in Australia and Argentina. While in Europe, summer has arrived in the middle of winter. In Germany alone, 982 heat breakers were broken in just 3 winter days. A few days later, the European heat wave was replaced by an anomalous cold snap. This is happening all over the world. Abnormal heat and cold alternate at a catastrophically fast pace. And that is also the terrifying signature of the Cerberus. It brings chaos to your everyday life. In Africa, in southern Morocco, snow is a rarity. But in February 2023, the inhabitants of several communities were cut off from the outside world after a heavy snowfall. Emergency aid had to be delivered by air. The climate Cerberus is sophisticated and inventive in its attacks. Tropical Cyclone Freddy formed in the Indian Ocean in February 2023. Lasting 35 days, the cyclone traveled an enormous distance of 10,000 kilometers, becoming the most powerful cyclone in the southern hemisphere and the longest lived in world history. On its way, Freddy intensified 7 times, which has never happened before, and its trajectory was anything but a normal cyclone track. It turned around several times and continued its way. Cyclone Freddy left catastrophic devastation and claimed more than 600 human lives in 6 countries. The climate Cerberus never sleeps. It attacks when you're most vulnerable and defenseless. Residents of São Paulo in Brazil went to the bed to the familiar sound of heavy rain. At dawn, a flash flood and multiple landslides buried about 50 houses with sleeping people. The Cerberus knows no mercy. Now, it's already making some really terrible strikes. But this is only the beginning. On the early morning of February 6, 2023, a magnitude 7.8 earthquake destroyed the peaceful sleeping cities in Syria and Turkey. The deadly quake was only the beginning of a terrible catastrophe, followed by the second powerful earthquake of magnitude 7.5 and thousands of aftershocks. It became a tragedy of a global scale that claimed more than 50,000 human lives according to official figures alone.
Don't be scared, sweetheart. Don't be scared.
Friends, we are buried because of the tremor. Mother, are you okay? Mom.
Granny, are you all right?
Is there really no one there? We're completely buried.
After the earthquakes, the affected regions experienced a sharp cold snap and a snowfall, followed by a severe flooding. The Cerberus is becoming more aggressive, and catastrophes of such magnitude as in Syria and Turkey will occur more and more frequently. The Cerberus appetites are constantly growing. It is devouring more and more territory and taking away our homes. Fires are spreading, millions of hectares are burning, and they're very difficult to extinguish. Floods are covering larger and larger areas. Across Europe, since 2000, there has been a more than 30-fold increase in abnormal rainfall. The Cerberus was weaker before, but now its blows have become more fierce. This year, in Japan and the USA, people died after being trapped in snow in homes and vehicles. Now, even snowfalls have become a deadly threat. Periods of attack last longer. Droughts have become a continuous process that intensifies year by year.
It's March now, and with the snow melting, the water should have been higher than me. But instead, the riverbed is completely dry.
Because there has been a drought here for the whole year. It's not just 3 months, it's a whole year without rain.
If this is happening now, it will be even worse in the summer.
The drought this year was extreme, and given that the previous 2 years also had a drought that dried out the soil, this year, all the soil has dried out.
The waves of merciless heat are becoming longer and arriving sooner. Record-breaking temperatures of 104 Fahrenheit hit India and Pakistan already in February. This has happened in Asia for the first time in history. The Cerberus has many heads, and they are all insatiable. It attacks multiple territories at once, and disasters occur simultaneously. Late February 2023, Tropical Cyclone Freddy is raging in Madagascar and Mozambique. At the same time, there is a major winter storm and a historic tornado outbreak in the USA and major fires in Australia and Chile. Extreme rains and floods hit Indonesia, Brazil, and 17 other countries, while landslides and mudslides occur in the Philippines, India, and Peru. During this time, the world experienced 5 major earthquakes with magnitudes above 6. And this is not even all of the events. The cataclysms are synchronizing, thereby reinforcing each other. This has never happened before, but now it's happening all the time. The climate service grasping onto one territory does not let go of it. In November 2022, the city of Jeddah in Saudi Arabia was hit by a record rainfall. In 6 hours, more rain fell than in 3 years. The next 5 months brought a whole cascade of natural disasters. Giant hail and snow, sandstorms, storms and tornadoes, torrential rains and floods. For more than 3 months in a row, California, USA, has been hit by bomb cyclones, atmospheric rivers, a powerful earthquake, hundreds of floods and landslides. This is the first time the residents of the states have encountered anything like this. Climate disasters occur in cascades over one area, and each new wave of disasters brings even more destruction and suffering to people. The service does not distinguish between the rich and the poor. It does not care about nationality or skin color, and there are no countries, nations, or borders for it. It comes to everyone. The worst part is that the more it eats, the bigger it gets. And the more it is going to devour.
The video we just watched once again shows that the climate Cerberus is a disturbing reality of our present day. Indeed, it doesn't care about your social status, gender, or race. Everyone is equal in the face of this destructive and deadly threat. Can we oppose it now? Yes, we can. And everyone has something to offer. It's the voice of truth. The faster people around the world learn about the real causes of climate change, the faster steps will be taken to eliminate them. So, I want to call once again on everyone who sees and hears us now. Share this forum, this broadcast. Go live right now and record your invitations. Let's do everything we can do to make the world know the truth. You and I can see now how catastrophic the escalation of disasters around the world is, how much destruction, tragedy, and grief they bring. It is impossible to keep silent about it anymore. Each of us understands this. That is why we are holding this forum, and all our activities are aimed at conveying the truth about the real scale, the increase in disasters on Earth, and the real causes of this. And every volunteer of the Creative Society Project conveys this truth as best as they can, using their talents and abilities. Some speak about this through music, dance, or song. Now we present to you this music video aimed at drawing the attention of the world community to the real causes of climate change and the only way out, the Creative Society.
there's a way to tame what is underground. You need to make your voice sound, 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 sound. Knocking on closed doors of empty room has no sense. Better reach your hearts and your voices. No point to break through the walls and defense. Better break through veil of their ignorance. There is a way out if you start to act right now. Be of good courage, for there is no fear in love. Love for humanity is way with no doubt. Creative society is our way out. Say there's a way, there's a way out of dark today to wash your lies away. Say there's a way, there's a way out of false to true. If one who acts now is you, 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 you.
Thank you. There is a line in this song that says, to tame what is underground, you need to make your voice sound, which says that the problem today is underground, in the core of our planet. Even last time, people still had many questions why it is the core in the 12,000-year cycle that is causing the cataclysms occurring on Earth. And so now I pass the floor back to our scientific team.
Да, ядро на данный момент является...
Yes, the core is currently the main conductor of all cataclysms. It is precisely the displacement and heating up of the core that determine all the processes that occur on the surface. We do not have the means to directly reach and study the core. Therefore, we need to study the effects of its destabilization to understand what is happening with the core. It is also necessary to study other planets because understanding the processes on all planets will allow us to better understand the causes and consequences of changes in the core of our own planet. Because our main and key task during the cycle is to stabilize the core and stop the influx of additional energy from external cosmic impact to it, in order to prevent the extinction of humanity. And later in the forum, you will hear how it can be done. During the 12,000-year cycle, external impact comes to the cores of all planets in the solar system. What are the signs that tell us about this? It has been established that when there was a displacement of the Earth's core in 1998, there was a simultaneous displacement on other planets as well. How was this established? The first to speak about this was Yuri Vladimirovich Barkin, PhD in physics and mathematics, professor at Schmidt Institute of Physics of the Earth of the Russian Academy of Sciences. The displacement was measured on the Earth as well as on the Moon, whereas displacement on other objects were registered indirectly. During lunar missions, laser reflectors were installed on the Moon. In 1997 and 1998, abrupt changes in the coordinates of all 4 reflectors were detected simultaneously in the same direction. Barkin's calculations showed that the centers of mass of all planets have shifted relative to their geographical positions, which indirectly indicates that displacements of all the cores. Look at these numbers on the screen. For example, on the screens, the Earth's center of mass is displaced to its geometric center by 1 kilometer, 0.6 miles. The Moon's by 2 kilometers, 1.2 miles. the Marses by 3 kilometers, 1.9 miles, while that the Sun over 300 kilometers, 186 miles. What did the destabilization of the Earth's core and the increase in energy from external space actually lead to? It led to an increase in seismic and volcanic activity as well as heating of the Earth's crust. However, the Earth's crust is heating up unevenly. There are 3 zones of Earth that are abnormally heating. Thin oceanic crust is the first to heat up, which causes heating of the water at the bottom of the ocean. The second type of zone are areas of activation of magma chambers beneath West Antarctica and Greenland, where magma and mantle plumes are rising. It is precisely because of this that these glaciers are melting from the bottom up, and we talked about this in detail during the previous forum. And the third zone is the areas of continental crust that are heating up as magma rises. Moreover, the coldest parts of the plates are the first to start heating up. For example, we can see that in Siberian Arctic is heating up 3 times faster than the rest of the world. Canada is being heated up as well. This is a compensatory mechanism. These areas bear the brunt first. When these areas of heating begin to grow, it will mean that Earth's crust can no longer compensate for the growing heat from the external impact coming to the core. In other words, the uneven heating of the planet's surface, which is a compensatory mechanism, is a clear sign of the core destabilization. We already know that destabilization of the core is taking place on all the planets of the solar system. In this case, the question arises, do we observe the same signs on other planets, such as uneven surface heating and geodynamic anomalies? Let's find out in this video.
During the 12,000-year cycle, an external cosmic impact reaches the cores of all planets in the solar system. On Earth, this leads to abnormal heating of magma and its rise, resulting in increased volcanic and seismic activity, abnormal heating of the Earth's crust, as well as glaciers and permafrost melting from below. Is it currently possible to detect any increase in internal heat and tectonic activity on other planets, provided external cosmic impact is spreading to all planets? Mercury. Satellite data from the MESSENGER probe has shown that 19 tectonic-related terrain changes formed on Mercury between 2011 and 2015. The planet's core is responsible for internal activity. Previously, Mercury's core was believed to be inactive. The new tectonic changes are concentrated predominantly in the northern hemisphere. What's notable is that the core of Mercury has now shifted in the same direction, according to scientists' assumptions. So where's the extra energy that intensifies tectonic activity on the planet coming from now? Venus. Recently, there has been an increase in volcanic activity on Venus, similar to what is currently observed on Earth, Mars, and Jupiter's moon Io. 37 volcanic structures have been discovered on the planet's surface, with plumes observed within them. Their activity was detected in 2020. The researchers draw an analogy with Earth's mantle plumes that form chains of volcanic islands like Hawaii or the Canaries. As it can be seen on the map of Venus, these volcanic structures are mainly concentrated in the southern hemisphere of the planet, indicating an asymmetrical rise of magma in the planet's interior. The increased volcanic activity on the planet is also confirmed by numerous other independent studies. What has caused the recent rise of magma and plume activity on Venus? Why is this happening in sync with the increase in volcanic activity on other planets? There is also a sign of internal heating on Venus, manifested through accelerating winds. Data from the Venus Express orbiter showed that wind speeds on Venus have increased from 186 miles per hour to 249 miles per hour between 2006 and 2012. These days, similar dramatic signs of warming atmospheres are being observed on many other planets in the solar system. Mars. In 2018, the south pole of Mars experienced an unprecedented warming event. Areas of liquid water 20 kilometers in diameter were found under the ice cap. In other words, the ice on Mars is now melting from below, just like on Earth. As the geothermal heat from the planet's interior increases, the glaciers on Mars, like those in Antarctica, Greenland, and permafrost on Earth, are also melting from the bottom up. In another part of the planet, the Elysium region, there is a sharp increase in endogenous activity, meaning internal activity. Between 2019 and 2020, the rise of magma triggered 465 Marsquakes in the area, and in 2021, a seismic event was recorded that was 5 times more powerful than any previous one. And in May 2022, a huge mantle plume was detected in this region, causing an even more record-breaking Marsquake. As we can see, seismic activity is now increasing on Mars, much like it is Earth. It is worth noting the similarities between the processes on Mars and Earth. When the Earth's core shifted along its axis of displacement, 2 heating zones initially formed, one in western Siberia and the other in western Antarctica. Similarly, we have observed 2 zones on Mars, one near Elysium and the other at the South Pole. This indicates that Mars' core shifted in the same way as on Earth during the 12,000-year cycle. The recent processes on the terrestrial planets point to an increase in the activity of their interior. Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars are experiencing a simultaneous increase in volcanic and tectonic activity, with a sharp rise of magma creating zones of anomalous heat. Jupiter. On gas planets, the function of a core is performed by a denser accumulation of gas within the planet. The high temperature of Jupiter's atmosphere is mainly provided by its internal heat. In 2001, scientists discovered that since the Voyager probe's exploration in the 1980s, Jupiter's internal heating had increased by 37%. Moreover, this heating is greater than the energy received from the sun. It is known that internal heat fuels storms and turbulence on gas planets, increasing wind speed. Hence, the sharp increase in Jupiter's internal heat has resulted in the intensification of these atmospheric phenomena. When the Hubble was launched in 1990, no cyclones or thunderstorms were detected on Jupiter. But over the last decade, storms have become increasingly active and intensified. We can see them on images of the planet as spots. Red spots are the hottest areas. Since they started appearing, it means that there is more internal heat. Between 2005 and 2006, another massive red spot was formed on Jupiter for the first time. The already existing huge anticyclone, the Great Red Spot in the southern hemisphere, has shrunk and rounded, indicating an increase in wind speed. It has increased by 8% between 2009 and 2020. All of this indicates that additional energy is emerging in the depths of the gas giant that causes powerful internal heating. Where could this energy come from? Planet satellites also react to external space impact with an increase in endogenous activity. On Jupiter's moon Io, in the northern hemisphere, the most powerful volcanic eruptions have been occurring over the past 5 years. On another of Jupiter's moons, Europa, in 2013, scientists discovered that the ocean at the equator was warming from below. Subsequently, the satellite's interior heated up so much that in November 2019, NASA's research group detected water vapor above Europa's surface. It is noteworthy that the moon Europa started heating up on the side that does not receive heat from the sun. Conversely, the coldest area was found on the sunny side. In other words, the appearance of zones of anomalous heating on Europa cannot be attributed to solar energy. They can only be explained by an increase in internal heat. Saturn. Internal heating on Saturn is known to be the main driver of storms, as it is on Jupiter. Between 2007 and 2010, a chain of 23 to 26 dark spots was discovered, which were interpreted as areas with high heat emission. In 2010, the so-called Great White Storm formed abnormally early in the northern latitudes of Saturn. It became the largest and most intense storm observed in the planet's northern latitudes. A record temperature spike of 150 degrees Fahrenheit above normal was registered in the vicinity of this storm. Subsequently, the processes in Saturn's atmosphere became more intense. In 2018, scientists discovered a series of storms of an entirely new type, also near the North Pole. Previously, the storms of such intensity had never been observed on the gas giant before. We see that Saturn's heating from the interior is increasing, which contributes to the intensification of storms on the planet Enceladus. Saturn's moon is covered with an ice shell, beneath which lies an ocean, and directly beneath the ocean is the planet's core. Unexpectedly for specialists, the interior of Enceladus has a very high geothermal heat, much higher than all known sources of heat on the planet. When they measured the internal thermal power of Enceladus, it was 15.8 gigawatts, which is an order of magnitude greater than all known sources of heat on the planet. This is 2.6 times the power of all the hot springs in Yellowstone. In 2005, near the south pole of Enceladus, where the sun does not shine, a spacecraft detected a new thermal anomaly, which had not previously been observed. In this area, jets of steam composed of methane, propane, and molecular nitrogen were found to be escaping. In this steam, composition indicates the increasing hydrothermal activity which has emerged at the core ocean boundary. In other words, Enceladus is also heating up from the inside. Where did the additional energy for heating Enceladus come from? Uranus. It is believed that Uranus is warmed by solar energy only, which determines the planet's weather patterns. However, in 2014, when Uranus began to move away from the sun, solar energy was almost non-existent in its northern hemisphere, and extreme storm activity was detected in that region. This means this activity on Uranus must have been triggered by recent internal warming processes. Neptune. Neptune is experiencing dramatic temperature anomalies. Although it has been summer on Neptune since 2005, data showed that most of the planet had been gradually cooling into 2018. However, between 2018 and 2020, stratospheric temperatures at the South Pole have risen sharply by 11 degrees. Such a rapid pole warming vortex surprised astronomers since it had never been seen before. They could not determine the cause of these fluctuations. However, it is apparent that additional energy appeared in the system which may have caused such temperature anomalies. Pluto. Pluto and its moon Charon are the smallest and farthest objects from the sun. They have been considered inactive as they cannot store internal heat due to their size. In 2015, a 1,000 kilometers long, that is 620 miles long, field of large cryovolcanoes was discovered on Pluto, spewing ice and ammonia. Planetary scientists were astonished by this discovery, as cryovolcanism requires a mechanism of the planet's internal heating. Heating from the sun is excluded due to Pluto's distance from it. Researchers were unable to explain the activity observed on the planet with the help of traditional heat loss models. We are clearly seeing internal activity on the surface of Pluto and Charon. Something is ripping apart their ice crust. That is, we can see that the planet and its moon have recently begun to heat up from the inside. What could be adding energy to this heating of the interior of Pluto and Charon? Conclusion. So what is currently affecting the interiors of all the planets in the solar system? It is an external source of additional energy that enters the cores of the planets every 12,000 years. This excess energy in the core is converted into heat. Magma heats up, producing zones of increased heating. There's growth of seismic and volcanic activity, strengthening storms and other anomalies. Moreover, they are often localized in certain areas of the planet and do not depend on solar energy. What you have seen now is but a small part of all the facts that indicate that the heating in the interiors is synchronously increasing both on the terrestrial planets and gas giants and their moons. All these anomalies have only appeared in recent decades, when the number and strength of disasters from the Earth's interior began to increase. In just 5 to 7 years, we will see all these processes on other planets increasing tenfold, if we ourselves remain to live on our planet.
It Итак, мы видим, что сегодня внутри планет Солнечной системы
To sum up, we see that additional energy is emerging inside the planets of the solar system, the presence of which cannot be explained by any of the known sources of heat such as radiogenic heat, tidal friction, solar radiation, and others. The emergence of additional heat in the planets of the solar system can only be explained by external cosmic impact on their cores, as well as on the core of the Earth. Moreover, similar changes occur even on gas giants, which suggests that they too have cores which are very dense. Otherwise, they would not have gravitational and magnetic fields. When we start studying them more thoroughly, even greater surprises await us.
We now understand that the cause of unprecedented increase in climate disaster and anomalies on Earth is destabilization of the planet's core. Why do we claim that today, as in previous cycles of 12,000 years, the core is destabilized by the external cosmic impact? After all, some believe that nuclear tests, large seismic events, or falling meteorites could have caused such destabilization. But none of these factors can cause destabilization of the core, and now we will explain why. The Earth core sets the tone for everything on the planet. It is not just massive, but it is the center of gravity and practically the center of mass. The core is very stable, and its rotation is precisely that system that makes it impossible to disrupt the planet. What normally ensures such stability of the core? In terms of the structure, the core is divided in an inner core and an outer core. The inner core rotates slightly faster than the outer core, and almost always the entire core rotates faster than the Earth's surface. The inner core sets the rotation of the entire planet. So, in fact, the core acts as a gyroscope, which stabilizes itself because most of the planet's mass is centered in it. Look, when you try to tilt a rotating gyroscope, or that very spinning top, it immediately returns to original position by itself. By the way, if the core were suddenly to reverse the direction of its rotation, then according to the law of conservation of energy, its huge amount of energy during such a reversal would destroy the entire planet. With its gigantic size and rotational speed, the mechanism of the core becomes so robust that it cannot be thrown out of balance by any external mechanical impact. It is because of this that for millions of years, neither the falling of meteorites nor the explosion of giant supervolcanoes or the strongest earthquakes could put the planet out of balance. All of this was dampened by the core. However, today, being in a 24,000-year cycle of cataclysms, we're seeing destabilization of the core and the entire system of its rotation. As we have already understood, this could not be caused by any mechanical impact. This suggests that it is the external impact that is affecting our core. Moreover, we understood that this impact has a very powerful energy. Otherwise, it simply would not be able to destabilize such a robust and stable system as the core of the planet. To understand what external cosmic impact is now affecting the core, we need to understand why it affects only the core without interacting in any way with any other shells of the Earth. The answer is in the structure of the Earth's inner core. Our hypothesis is that the Earth's inner core has an enormous density and is something like a neutron star. That is, the core of the Earth consists of neutrons. This was also stated by PhD of physics and math Igor Mikhailovich Belousarov in his work Nature Through the Eyes of a Physicist. He suggested how the neutron core could have formed inside and described the planet's development. The density of matter in the inner core is 100,000 times greater than the density of the outer core. This is because the outer core consists of atoms, while the inner core consists of neutrons, which are components of atom and are 12 orders of magnitude smaller in volume than the atom itself. Neutrons are electrically neutral particles, so they do not experience repulsion or attraction. This creates the maximum density of their packing. Free neutrons themselves are unstable particles. They have half-life of 16 minutes. However, when they are part of atomic nuclei, or if they're densely packed, as in the neutron star, the neutrons are stable particles. The advantage of the neutron core hypothesis is that it provides an explanation for the origin of neutrinos detected coming out from the center of the Earth, and why there's an increasing flux of them in local areas. This is due to the decay of free neutrons, which occur on the surface of a neutron core due to the external impact. In scientific publications, one can come across assumption that there's a third layer in the Earth core and that the inner core is asymmetrical. All of these observations arise from seismic wave studies. However, all of them are incorrect because they do not take into account the specific features of the inner core. Due to the enormous density, the inner core is incapable of allowing any waves to pass through. In other words, seismic waves do not pass through the inner core, but rather encircle it. Moreover, the inner core may slightly change. For example, if there's a shift of even 300 feet or 100 meters, measurements of seismic waves coming from the same point before and after the displacement of the core will give completely different results. Based on these differences, false conclusions are drawn that the core has a third layer or that it crystallizes asymmetrically. However, if experts take into account the extreme dense structure of the inner neutron core, which does not allow seismic waves to pass through and that the core can move, then we'll easily understand and process seismic wave data. And most importantly, they will understand what is happening in the core right now. We come to the conclusion that since our core is neutronic, which means that it has anomalous high density, this is a reason why the cosmic impact, so far unknown to us, is interacting with it alone. At the same time, this impact passes through much less dense matter from the atmosphere to the mantle without any interaction. So how do we understand what the external cosmic impact is? After all, if we do not understand what it is, we cannot stop it. And therefore, we cannot prevent the destruction of the planet and save all of humanity.
We have said many times that this external cosmic impact is not detected by our devices, and it is a new type of impact that has not been studied by our modern science yet. Why did we come to this conclusion? To begin, let's recall what we know about the external cosmic impact. First, this impact comes into the solar system cyclically every 12,000 years, and every 24,000 years. It is stronger. Second, the impact affects all the planets in the solar system. Third, it affects only the planet's cores, both their magnetic properties and the position of the cores inside the planets. This gives grounds to say that such an impact has enormous energy. Let's see if any other impacts can cause similar changes. Could it be gravitational, electromagnetic, acoustic, cosmic ray, or dark matter impact? Let's start with the gravitational interaction. Let's suppose that the solar system traveling through space has entered a gravitational anomaly caused by other objects. Then the trajectories of the Sun itself, all the planets and their satellites would change, because gravitational impact affects the planets as a whole. That is, it would move the entire planet rather than affect only its core. But this is not happening. Some scientists speculate that neighboring planets or gas giants such as Jupiter, when approaching the Earth, could affect the Earth's core, shifting it with their gravitational field. But it's important to note that the recorded changes in our planet's core did not begin with its displacement, but with the changes in its magnetic properties in 1995. Only after that, in 1998, there was a displacement of the core, so this could not be caused by the gravitational effects of large cosmic objects. Moreover, convergence of the planets in the solar system occurs in cycles of only a few dozens of years, which means they cannot cause catastrophic changes in the core every 12,000 years. Could it be dark matter? Dark matter is matter that does not participate in electromagnetic interactions, but it is involved in the gravitational interaction we discussed above. That means it would have affected the motion of stars and planets as a whole, not just their cores, so it doesn't fit either. What if our solar system was hit by powerful electromagnetic radiation, such as from pulsars? Pulsars emit narrowly focused impulses of different energies. However, there are no pulsars standing in the path of the movement of the solar system and the galaxy, which would have such an unique periodicity with the distance of 12,000 years between them, and every other pulsar would emit even more powerful flux. Maybe then there was a powerful emission of electromagnetic radiation on the sun, or an electromagnetic pulse from a supernova explosion in the depths of space. But let's remember that electromagnetic radiation, such as X-rays and gamma rays, are mostly absorbed by the atmosphere. Only two types of electromagnetic radiation can reach the surface of the Earth, visible and radio waves, but they do not reach the core either. It turns out that no electromagnetic waves from an external source could affect the planet's core, because they simply could not reach it. Another factor affecting the planet from space is cosmic rays. Many of them deviate towards the poles by the Earth's magnetic field, skirting the Earth. The rest of the charged cosmic ray particles scatter in the atmosphere, causing showers of secondary elementary particles. Some of them may reach the Earth's surface, but not the core. Only two types of particles are known to penetrate beneath the Earth's surface: muons and neutrinos. Muons penetrate hundreds of meters deep before deflecting, slowing down, and decaying into an electron and a neutrino. But muons are too few to reach the Earth's core. Neutrinos are the only known particles coming from space that can reach the Earth's core. High-energy neutrinos have a high probability of interacting with the Earth's interior, but their flux is not large enough to transfer a significant amount of energy to the Earth's core, while low-energy neutrinos typically pass through Earth without interacting with matter. Let's summarize. Now we see that none of the known impacts, gravitational, electromagnetic, the cosmic rays, can have a direct effect on the planet's core, causing the cyclical changes that we observe throughout the solar system.
Moreover, today on Earth, we register another anomalous factor which cannot be caused by any of the previously mentioned interactions, but may be the result of yet unexplored external impact. And this factor relates to changes in the quantum world. Since 2010, measurements of charge radius of the proton have begun to record deviation from the previous measured value. And already after 2016, most of the experiments showed a reduced value of the proton charge radius. The new table value adopted in 2021 was 4.4% less. Such changes at the micro level require enormous energy, and this suggests that this impact should be sought at the quantum level, and most likely at the beyond quantum level. A different physics works here, a hypothesis that you will learn about at the end of the forum today. So, we understand that an invisible energy of enormous power is now flowing to the Earth core. We can determine the consequence of its impact by the presence of excess heat in the Earth's interior and by the signs of destabilization of the core. And there's another indirect sign of the external impact, the change in neutrino emissions from the Earth's neutron core. We talked about this phenomenon back in 2014. Although, even earlier, we found that the neutrino emission increases in certain local points of the Earth. Later, our words were confirmed by new scientific research, and in 2016, a paper was published devoted to the detection of neutrinos emitted from the Earth's interior at the Anita Station in Antarctica. There are such zones of neutrino emissions in various parts of the planet, but today, it is difficult for scientists to study the process due to the division of science and lack of funding. We understand that there is an external factor, but there are no conditions for studying it. We can create such conditions only in the creative society, when the scientists will be provided with unlimited funding and all the resources necessary for research. If we delay in studying the nature of cosmic impact destabilizing the Earth's core, it is clear what scenario it will lead to. In that case, the fate of Mars awaits us, and you're about to find out why.
There is actual evidence that the death of living planets can occur in just a few minutes as a result of magma eruption and hydraulic impact. Further, you will be presented with a fundamental study of the catastrophic events that occurred on the red planet, which had life until very recently. Today, the mystery of the red planet will be revealed to all of humanity. We will reveal to you a Mars you have never known. We have a rare chance to study the case of another planet's death from hydraulic impact before it can happen on our own planet. After what you see, you won't be able to say you didn't know about this. The truth about Mars must be known by everyone so that Earth won't repeat the fate of its red brother. Mars and Earth were formed as planets around the same time, 4.6 billion years ago. They had many similarities: a functioning inner core, a strong magnetic field, a dense atmosphere with oxygen, oceans, and plant life. Today, you will discover irrefutable evidence of this based on scientific research. It is widely believed that Mars died 3.5 billion years ago for unknown reasons, and it has been dead for all of those billions of years just as we know it now. Planetary scientists are puzzled by the mystery of where most of the planet's water and atmosphere reserves have gone, what has happened to the magnetic field, and under what circumstances Mars died. However, the truth is that Mars and Earth had a similar life journey as planets, and only recently Mars has fallen behind. The planet died in a cycle of cataclysms, which the entire solar system goes through every 12,000 years. The planet, which existed for billions of years, full of life, perished in a matter of minutes. And this happened quite recently, and our distant ancestors saw Mars burning with their own eyes. Get ready to hear facts about Mars you never knew. Atmosphere of Mars. Currently, Mars has a very thin, dry, and sparse atmosphere, which is 61 times less dense than Earth's. In terms of composition, Mars's atmosphere is now 96% carbon dioxide, with the remaining percentages being argon and nitrogen, and hundredths fractions of a percent is oxygen and water. However, it wasn't always like this. In October 2022, scientists from the University of Arizona published an article in which they proved, based on the analysis of the hydrogen isotopic composition, that for millions of years, the atmosphere of Mars was humid and had a density comparable to that of Earth's atmosphere today. According to official theory, Mars lost its dense atmosphere 3.5 billion years ago. However, the following facts contradict this theory. While studying meteorites found on Mars, researchers noted that some of them fell to the surface through a dense atmosphere. This became clear after studying the trajectory of the fall of these meteorites. Scientists were also surprised by the fact that the meteorites were shiny and looked like they had recently fallen. After all, usually iron rusts very quickly in the presence of water. If, according to scientists, Mars lost its dense atmosphere 3 billion years ago, then isn't it surprising that those iron meteorites show little or no signs of corrosion and are not covered with sediments? This suggests that Mars lost its dense atmosphere only recently. But researchers were afraid to draw such a conclusion. Scientists wonder what the composition of Mars' atmosphere was in the past, as now it consists almost entirely of carbon dioxide. Researchers from Oxford University have come to the conclusion that Mars once had an oxygen atmosphere similar to that on Earth. They made this discovery based on a study of the oxidation of minerals on Mars. Professor Portnov, PhD in geology and mineralogy, has come to the same conclusion. The color of Mars rocks, red, just like human blood, indicates that its atmosphere was once dense and rich in oxygen. The similarity between the color of the planet and human blood is explained by the same reason, the abundance of iron oxide. Red soil is formed as a result of the weathering of rocks, that is, their chemical and physical destruction. These types of soils are also quite common on Earth and are called red weathering crusts. They're formed under conditions of a warm climate, abundance of water, and free atmospheric oxygen due to the oxidation of iron in the rocks. The red rock of Mars was formed under conditions similar to those on Earth. Mars is red because nearly half of the Martian surface consists of rusty soil. Such rust, an oxide film on the planet's surface, is the rarest phenomenon in the solar system. It exists solely on Earth and on Mars. On other planets and numerous large satellites of planets that have water, rocks remain unchanged for virtually billions of years. For instance, the basalts of the Moon are not oxidized and have a gray color because there has never been an oxygen atmosphere. Earth's red weathering crusts originated a long time ago, but only after free oxygen appeared in the atmosphere. It was produced by blue-green algae in the oceans. All the oxygen in Earth's atmosphere, 1,200 trillion tons, is produced by green plants in just 3,700 years. But if Earth's vegetation were to die out, free oxygen in the atmosphere would disappear very quickly. Could that be what happened on Mars? Currently, only 0.1% of Mars' atmosphere is oxygen, but there was a lot of it not so long ago. According to Professor Portnov's calculations, in order for the entire surface of Mars to turn red, the planet's rock would have had to consume 5,000 trillion tons of free oxygen during the weathering process. The amount of free oxygen needed to oxidize the rock of Mars could only have been produced by plant life through photosynthesis. This means that there was definitely life on Mars. You will learn more about other evidence of this later. Another mysterious and unexplained fact is that in some places the red color of Mars is just a thin layer on the surface. Mars rovers have drilled the surface of Martian rocks of various compositions many times, and in the pictures you can see for yourself that inside the rocks turned out to be gray, not red. Isn't that surprising that the red color is just a thin layer on the surface of the gray soil, as if it formed yesterday and over a very short period of time? The surface of Mars could oxidize so quickly and extensively only in the event of a very powerful explosion that engulfed the entire planet. What could cause an explosion of such power? Stay tuned for the answer. Magnetic field of Mars. As we can see from the most obvious facts, Mars had a dense oxygen atmosphere and a hot, humid climate. So why is the atmosphere of Mars so sparse now? NASA blames it on the disappearance of the magnetic field. What proves that Mars previously had a strong magnetic field is the fact that minerals in the Martian crust have patches of strong residual magnetization. However, this magnetization of minerals does not provide protection for the whole planet. By the way, for the same reason, humans will not be able to live on Mars, because life on the planet requires not only protection from cosmic radiation, but also a magnetic field of a certain strength. It is interesting that despite the absence of a global magnetic field on Mars, a giant aurora borealis was reported there in April 2022, which was unlike any previously observed. The appearance of such an aurora might indicate a local change in Mars's magnetic field right now. Isn't it surprising that this is happening now in sync with the anomalous polar auroras on Earth? On Earth, changes in the magnetic field in our days occur due to changes in the core. On Mars, it is happening for the same reasons. There is another mystery about the magnetic field of Mars that NASA scientists cannot unravel. According to their hypotheses, 4 billion years ago, due to changes in the core, Mars' strong magnetic field disappeared, and the atmosphere gradually began to be blown away by the solar wind. But Venus does not have a global magnetic field either, yet its dense atmosphere hasn't been blown away by the solar wind. Despite having different densities, both the atmospheres of Mars and Venus are composed of 96% carbon dioxide. There are suggestions that the atmosphere of Venus is preserved by the ionosphere and the induced or secondary magnetic field. However, the same conditions exist on Mars, but there is no dense atmosphere. Robin Ramstad from the Swedish Institute of Space Physics proved in his research that even now the weak and sparse atmosphere of Mars cannot be blown away by the solar wind due to the protection from the induced magnetic field, as is the case on Venus. How is it possible that Venus's atmosphere remained despite the absence of a strong magnetic field, while on Mars it did not? The atmosphere on Mars is likely to have disappeared not due to the solar wind and not over 4 billion years, as NASA tells us, but under completely different circumstances. Then what happened on Mars? What was the scale of the catastrophe to deprive Mars of a dense oxygen atmosphere? You will find out more about this later. Rivers and lakes on Mars. Currently, Mars is a dry and cold planet with virtually no liquid water. All water found on Mars is in the form of water ice under layers of soil or on polar caps. During Martian spring and summer, seasonal streams of liquid water consisting of thawed salt solutions can be observed. However, in the past, the hydrosphere of Mars was abundant in liquid water that flowed in a warm and humid climate. This is evidenced by numerous well-preserved riverbeds and lake deposits. Indeed, the presence of rivers with liquid water in Mars's past suggests that once its atmosphere must have been much denser and warmer. As evidence of river processes, rovers on Mars have discovered deposits of clay, river gravel, and sandstone with textures of wavy ripple marks that are formed in exactly the same conditions on Earth. By the way, the rhythmic layering of lake sediments suggests that Mars once had a large moon, not like its current moons Phobos and Deimos. Only in the presence of a large moon can tides and ebbs occur, which give a rhythmic alteration of layers on the shores of water bodies. Lakes on Mars were formed in the depressions of the relief in lowlands or, for example, in impact craters, just like many lakes on Earth. Interestingly, lake breaches and floods often occurred on Mars, just as they do now on Earth due to heavy rainfall and river floods during global catastrophes. Take a look at these ancient rivers and lakes of Mars in satellite images. Notice how Martian rivers resemble modern river systems on Earth. One of the longest, now dried-up river systems on Mars was nearly 700 kilometers long, which is roughly half the length of the Colorado River on Earth. And this river, Rule Vallis, left a channel which is 1,500 kilometers long, 7 kilometers wide, and 300 meters deep. Moreover, in 2019, a study by scientists from the University of Chicago analyzed 200 dry rivers on Mars. It was found that in hundreds of areas on Mars, the rivers were wider and deeper than on Earth, and they had existed on the red planet for an incredibly long period of 1 billion years. This makes their disappearance even more mysterious and inexplicable for planetary scientists. Look at the map showing the enormous number of dry lakes and river systems that have been discovered on the surface of Mars during modern explorations. This tells us, first of all, that there used to be abundant rainfalls on Mars, which filled the rivers and lakes with water. This is only possible with a continuous circulation of water in nature, which implies the presence of an ocean. Scientists believe that all these rivers and lakes dried up on Mars 3.5 billion years ago. But is that really so? Don't you find it strange that we can still see such clear outlines and banks of these channels? Over billions of years, weathering processes should have eroded and buried these supposedly ancient canyons and channels. After all, we can see the ancient craters on Mars is eroded, but for some reason the riverbeds haven't suffered from erosion at all. All of this suggests that these rivers were flowing on the surface of Mars quite recently. Mars's ocean. Despite ongoing scientific debates about whether there was a large body of water on the northern plains of Mars, thousands of experts find convincing evidence for the existence of an ocean on Mars. And the simplest and most obvious evidence of the presence of an ocean on Mars is its current landscape. Take a look at a topographical map of Mars. The blue color on the map indicates lowlands, while the red indicates highlands. Some scientists still assume that these blue lowlands on Mars are just a few impacts from large meteorites. Now, take a look at a topographical map of Earth made in the same colors. All of the lowered areas of the Earth's landscape have become the oceans we see today. Can you see the similarities between the blue areas of these two maps? In case you have a question of why there was only one ocean and one continent on Mars, there is a simple answer. 300 million years ago, there was only one continent on Earth too, for example, Pangaea, and this had happened on Earth several times. Curiously, the total area of all Earth's continents is approximately equal to the total surface area of Mars. If Mars were to get any bigger, it would resemble Earth like two peas in a pod. Let's get back to the question of the ocean on Mars. The planet's surface is divided into two parts. The first part is the southern high-standing continent heavily littered with meteorite craters. The second part is the vast northern lowlands called the Vastitas Borealis Formation. The surface of lowlands is practically untouched by meteorites, as if it were protected from impacts. Interestingly, the boundary separating the continent and the lowland runs at the same height, approximately minus 3,900 meters. On Earth, such a line represents the zero level of the world's oceans. Relying on the topography of the landscape, in 1989, the American geologist T. Parker and his colleagues were the first to come to the simple and obvious conclusion that there was an ocean on Mars. Parker and his co-authors put forward a bold hypothesis. The boundary of the Vastitas Formation is a shoreline, and the formation itself is the bottom sediments of the ocean that once filled up the northern lowlands of Mars. The coastline on Mars is just as varied as on Earth. Some places it is a gentle ledge, some other places it is high bluffs and cliffs. However, this evidence was not enough for skeptics. Well, let's see what other facts point to the presence of an ocean on the northern plains of Vastitas. We have already established that thousands of rivers existed on Mars, and they must have flowed down towards the Martian Ocean, just like on Earth. On Earth, rivers carry not only their waters to the ocean, but also various sedimentary materials, such as pebbles, sand, and clay. When rivers meet a sea or an ocean, they form deltas of various shapes, both on land and underwater. For example, Indus, Ganges, Amazon, Mississippi, Nile, Volga, Lena, and many other other rivers on Earth form deltas. Surprisingly, but extensive deltas have also been preserved on Mars to this day. Researchers have discovered on the Red Planet more than 6,500 kilometers of dried-up river deltas or belts of underwater channels flowing into the Martian Ocean. These deltas have left numerous sedimentary deposits on the oceanic coast, at least 900 meters thick. These sediments cover hundreds of thousands of square kilometers along the shores of the former ocean. In February 2021, the Perseverance rover discovered a fan-shaped delta with traces of flash flooding at Jezero crater. At the late stage of the river's life, torrents of water carried boulders weighing several tons for tens of kilometers at tremendous speed. Researchers cannot say what caused such cataclysms in the river. Traces of catastrophic floods have also been found on Mars in the vicinity of the Valles Marineris region. These are giant channels of outflowing water that have no tributaries and start as full-scale channels. These channels are assumed to have been formed by a sudden catastrophic water discharge at a rate of 100 cubic meters per hour. Nothing like this has ever happened on Earth. Researchers say these were some catastrophic events. The next interesting fact indicating the presence of an ocean on the northern plains of Mars is the shape of impact craters from meteorite impacts. The fact is that when meteorites fall into moist soil, they leave a trace of splashing liquid mud around them. In the pictures on the left, you can see a crater from a meteorite impact on dry soil, in the center on moist soil, and on the right on the soil heavily saturated with water. Interestingly, as you move away from the shoreline on the northern plains, the proportion of craters with liquid mud around them increases. This indicates a high residual water content in the soils in the place of the former ocean. On this map, you can see such craters marked in orange. The presence of an ocean on the northern plains in the past is also confirmed by a NASA study based on analysis of hydrogen and deuterium isotopes. According to the analysis, the volume of water on the planet was 6.5 times larger than what remains in the polar ice caps of Mars today. This volume of water was greater than what the Arctic Ocean on Earth contains. However, for some reason, Mars lost 87% of its water. Interestingly, if the Martian Ocean had evaporated gradually, researchers would have seen a gradual change in the level of delta deposits and how shallow water sediments replaced deep water ones. On Earth, geologists are well aware of the sequence of sediments formed by a sea receding from the shore for millions of years. However, nothing similar is observed on Mars. On the contrary, there are traces of catastrophic outflows of water indicating that the ocean has disappeared instantaneously. How is it possible? What was that monstrous catastrophe? Keep this conclusion in mind. We will come back to it later. Life on Mars. As you remember, the oxygen atmosphere on Earth appeared only thanks to the appearance of life on the planet, namely blue-green photosynthetic algae in the ocean. It would be logical to assume that since Mars had an oxygen atmosphere, then it must have been created by plant life, just like on Earth. You must have often heard about the search for life on Mars, but unfortunately, you are unlikely to know that life on Mars has already been found many times. The history of discovering life on Mars begins in 1996, when a group of scientists published an article about finding bacteria-like microscopic fossils in one of the Martian meteorites that was found in Antarctica. Later, the scientists changed their minds and declared that those were just rock formations. Surprisingly, the discovery of a large number of organic molecules found in samples of the Jezero crater by the Perseverance rover in 2022 did not cause much excitement, despite the fact that NASA officially announced it. It turned out that back in 2013, the Curiosity rover found signs of organic matter in rock samples, but this was not recognized as an official discovery of life on Mars either. think about it. If there was a living ocean on Mars, what else besides bacteria could have appeared in the ocean waters? What kind of marine organisms develop in the warm ocean waters on Earth? You'll be shocked to learn what the rovers actually found, but what NASA scientists forgot to mention. For 7 years, starting in 2012, the Curiosity rover has been plowing through Gale Crater, which is located on the coast of the dried-up Martian Ocean. Scientists believe that 3.5 billion years ago, Gale Crater was a lake or a body of water. Similar lakes on the seashore on Earth are often filled with salt water due to the proximity of the ocean and are called lagoons. Interestingly, salt-saturated rocks have also been found in Gale Crater. The Journal of Astrobiology and Space Science Reviews published a collaborative study of 15 different institutes and science centers in 2020, which provided comprehensive evidence for geologists and paleontologists of fossilized organisms found in Gale Crater on Mars. Based on an examination of 3,000 photographs, there were detected and identified specimens resembling terrestrial algae, lichens, microbial mats, stromatolites, and many others. These were exactly the same organisms that now live on Earth. We will provide just a few examples. Those very microorganisms, blue-green algae or cyanobacteria, responsible for Earth's oxygen atmosphere, create structures called stromatolites. Modern stromatolites can be seen on the coast of Western Australia. Take a look at these oval towers built by the current living marine stromatolites in Lake Thetis, Australia, Earth. No geological processes can create such forms, unlike living organisms. And now, look at the exact same structures on Mars. These are Martian stromatolites. Now, take a look at the official NASA images, which show branching filaments of cyanobacteria found in the same region on Mars. Didn't these objects deserve a more detailed study by the scientists who operated the rover? Now, look at the following pictures. These are the fruiting bodies of algae found right there on Mars. And now look at these bizarre forms of Martian plants. Their analogs now live on Earth. You might say, I'm not an algae expert, I know nothing about algae, and I can't tell if these findings are fossilized organisms or just bizarre rocks. However, the authors of this research, 10 of whom are well-known experts on algae, unequivocally identified these specimens as plants. Now, take a look at this photo. You might think this is Earth, but it's still a picture taken by Curiosity in Gale Crater. These are real corals on Mars. They have been frozen in time as if they were alive just yesterday. The same kind of corals can be found today on the Great Barrier Reef in Australia. Note the wavy texture of the sea ripples on the surface of the bottom of the Martian image. It looks exactly like the sand on the seashore after a low tide on Earth. This is stunning evidence of life on Mars. But the most shocking thing to experts about this discovery is how well preserved it is, despite its fragility. These corals have not eroded in any way, as if they were laying at the bottom of a Martian lagoon just yesterday. Doesn't this discovery deserve extensive media coverage? Of course, life on Mars existed not only in Gale Crater. There was also amazing evidence of life found in other regions of the planet that NASA and the media forgot to tell us about. Amazing convex formations branching like tree branches were photographed from satellites in the basin of Antoniadi Crater, which is also located near the former Martian Ocean. Italian scientist Fabio Vittorio de Blasio published an article in 2022 detailing all possible formation mechanisms of such an unusual structure. These could not be rivers or deltas, and the only reasonable explanation was that these were reefs formed by microbial communities. Just think about it. These are entire reef systems visible from satellite images of Mars. Look how similar they are to Earth's modern reef systems. It is important to note that according to satellite studies, carbonate rock composition was found in the same region, and this type of composition is characteristic of reef structures. Yet another unusual sign of Martian life was discovered by the Perseverance rover in 2021. Look at these rocks with holes from Earth. Such holes are made by rock-boring bivalves that drill shelters for themselves. Now, take a look at these numerous rocks captured by the Mars rover in Jezero crater on the shore of the Martian Ocean. According to the authors of the study, these holes in the rocks were also drilled by bivalve mollusks. Some might argue that those could be dozens of meteorites laying in one place, but meteorites tend to have a metallic luster. It cannot be said that these rocks look like porous Martian basalts either, because basalts have a dark color. However, for some reason, the rover did not see anything interesting in these exotic porous rocks and just drove past them. Now, you have seen only a small part of the findings of recent life on Mars, which were discovered by researchers seeking the truth. They are fully consistent with what scientists would expect to find on Mars. There are still a lot of findings left out of the picture. When we first saw this information, we were shocked. Why is NASA silent about this? Why haven't the discoveries of a decade ago been thoroughly studied yet? If it is denied that these are traces of paleontological findings of plants and microorganisms, why have no official refutations been made? How can it be that after almost 50 years of research missions on the surface of Mars, the signs of life have never been officially established despite the huge volume of obvious facts that complement each other? What has been done in 50 years? Billions of dollars have been spent, and what have we learned so far? Information about fossil finds on Mars is deliberately hidden. If we assume that all these findings are traces of active Martian life, then it turns out that Mars passed the same path of evolutionary development as Earth. The observed species have a similar origin and have their analogues among modern inhabitants of Earth, which means that Mars could not have perished 3.5 billion years ago. Otherwise, these species would not have had time to evolve. The fact that the extinction of Martian species occurred very recently is also evidenced by the excellent preservation of the findings, which completely contradicts the accepted dating of the demise of Mars. And to discourage inquisitive people from studying this topic, NASA adopted a tactic of posting on the internet hundreds of thousands of identical, boring photos from rovers in which there is nothing interesting. This is done to disappoint anyone who still had any interest in studying life on Mars and to make them give up hope. Meanwhile, the truth is right in front of everyone. Catastrophic eruptions on Mars. Current magmatic and volcanic activity on Mars is also puzzling researchers, as these processes cannot occur on a planet that has been dead for billions of years. Prior to recent discoveries, most planetary scientists thought Mars was geologically dead. Take a look at this region of Mars. It's called the Tharsis Plateau or Tarshish. This region is a massive volcanic plateau which was formed as a result of the magma ascent from a giant plume. The volcanic rocks of the Tharsis Plateau are not magnetized, which indicates that Mars' magnetic field was absent during these eruptions. The 5 largest volcanoes in the solar system are located on the Tharsis volcanic plateau and are considered to be extinct. According to the official theory, these volcanoes last erupted 150 million years ago and have not been active since then. However, on September 17, 2018, a 900-kilometer-long cloud was observed ejected by Arsia Mons, one of the volcanoes in the region. This suggests that these volcanoes of Mars are not dead. Also, in this part of Mars, there is a giant 11-kilometer deep Valles Marineris, where the giant channels of catastrophic water discharge originated. Theoretical calculations suggest that this valley formed as a result of the uplift of the terrain caused by a magma chamber. The uplift experienced stretching during inflation and broke along the crack, which is what the Mariner Valley represents. At the end of the Mariner Valley, there is a region called the Labyrinth of Night, which is completely flooded with relatively young lava. It appears as if an incredibly powerful, catastrophic explosion occurred in this area. Nothing like this has ever happened on Earth, at least not yet. We'll talk about when and what happened here in just a few minutes. There are large volcanoes on Mars, not only on the Tharsis Plateau, but also on the opposite side of the hemisphere, in the region of Elysium Planitia. In 2018, NASA's InSight Mars lander started to receive information about thousands of Marsquakes in this region, near a fault called the Cerberus fossae. And on May 4th, 2022, a Marsquake of magnitude 5 was recorded in this region of Mars, the strongest ever observed on another planet. Mars does not have plate tectonics, so in 2022, scientists at the University of Arizona concluded that these Marsquakes were not of tectonic origin, but were caused by the rise of a huge mantle plume 4,000 kilometers in diameter. It began to deform an area of Mars roughly equivalent to that of the continental United States. Interestingly, the previous work of the same team of scientists proved that where the magma chamber is currently rising, there was a volcanic explosive eruption between 53,000 and 12,000 years ago. This is the youngest known eruption on Mars. All this suggests that the dynamic processes in the Martian depths have not ceased to this day. If the planet, according to scientists, lost its magnetic field 3.5 billion years ago due to the destruction of the core, then why hasn't this magma hotspot solidified and crystallized over all those billions of years? What provokes its uplift in the depth? Where does the extra energy come from inside the dead Mars to lift the magma? After all, on a planet where the core dies, all internal processes stop, as there is no longer a source of internal heat. However, magmatic activity is now increasing on Mars, and in the coming years, we may even witness large-scale eruptions on the neighboring red planet. Unless, of course, similar events destroy us on our own planet before that. Time of life and death of Mars. You have just seen a lot of facts that contradict the officially accepted dates of the death of Mars. Think of unoxidized meteorites fallen in a dense atmosphere. Think of the thin layer of red soil on the rocks, the river valleys which have not been eroded, and the fragile corals on the seafloor. Academic science claims that Mars turned into a dead planet 3.54 billion years ago. However, all the evidence suggests that there was life, ocean, atmosphere, and magnetic field on Mars quite recently, no more than a few tenths of millennia ago. If the planet had lost its dense atmosphere and ocean 3.5 billion years ago, the processes of wind and chemical erosion would have smoothed out and filled the relief of the rivers long ago. The wind, sand, and dust storms of Mars would have smoothed out any irregularities in the terrain. Yet, we see rivers, rifts, and signs of flooding as if giant channels formed by flowing water in the Mariner Valley area were made just yesterday. Let's figure out how is it possible that NASA scientists were so wrong in their understanding of the geological history of Mars. The age of rocks on other planets is determined by the number of meteorites that fell on them. The older the surface is, the more craters there are. If there are few craters, it means some processes in this area smoothed out the old craters. For example, lava was flowing or the ocean was splashing. Now, take a look at the topographic map of Mars. Once again, notice how few craters there are on the northern plains of Vastitas Formation compared to how many there are in the southern continent. How can this be explained? When there was an ocean on the northern plains, meteorites fell into water, leaving no craters. While on the continent, we see many craters of different kinds and ages. An attentive observer will note that not only are the northern plains almost devoid of impact craters, but so are the volcanic plateau of Tharsis and the Elysium volcanic region. This suggests that these eruptions occurred quite recently, in geological terms. And as mentioned earlier, it has been determined that volcanic eruptions occurred on Elysium only a few tens of thousands of years ago. How can we explain the fact that there are so many craters on the southern continent? It's interesting that if we remove the soil layers on the Earth's continent, we'll also see many craters throughout the Earth's geological history. In planetary science, there is a field of mathematical analysis called crater counting. It calculates the age of the rock surfaces based on statistical patterns. It is these calculations that led scientists to make erroneous dating of the death of Mars of 3.5 billion years. But why were scientists wrong in their calculations? Articles on Mars crater counting indicate the age of certain Martian surfaces as being 3.5, 4, or 2.5 billion years old. In other words, the accuracy of this method is now a billion years, give or take. So what kind of an accurate age estimation can we even talk about? Another important factor that introduced serious errors in crater statistics work was the appearance of a large number of craters on Mars due to its proximity to the asteroid belt. This belt formed as a result of the catastrophic destruction of the planet Phaethon due to the explosion of its core. Therefore, many fresh meteorite craters on Mars may have been caused by the fallen debris of Phaethon. Astrophysicist Rudolf Schultz, a Nobel Prize nominee, and a team of researchers believe that Mars lost its atmosphere and ocean not 3.5 billion years ago, but in the period between 100,000 and 10,000 years ago. Professor Alexander Mikhailovich Portnov asserts that the catastrophe on Mars occurred only a few tens of thousands of years ago. We hypothesize that Mars died 24,000 years ago during a cycle of most powerful cataclysms that affect the entire solar system every 12,000 years. Planetary scientists do not see that Mars died recently because they ignore information about the cycle of cataclysms and do not pay attention to the fact that climate change and the activation of the depths of all planets of the solar system occurs simultaneously. They only focus on the Martian surface and believe that the craters formed in the place of the former ocean are very ancient and have accumulated over 3.5 billion years. The shape of these craters indeed resembles very ancient, partially destroyed formations. We do not blame those scientists because in order to understand what happened on Mars, you need to know well what happens on our own planet during the 12,000-year cycle of catastrophes, which obviously lies beyond the competence of researchers studying other planets. During a cycle of catastrophes, when the impact from outer space delivers additional energy to the cores of the planets, their interiors begin to heat up, causing the cores to get displaced. Destabilization of the core in the planet causes anomalies in the magnetic field and the drift of the center of mass and the speed of rotation of the planet begin to change. Due to the energy entering the planet's interior and changes in the centrifugal force, magma begins to rise from the interior of the planet, just as it is currently happening on Earth, where magma is already breaking through the thinnest parts of the crust. The thinnest part is the oceanic crust, and now, due to the rise of magma, the ocean floor is heating up more than usual. The same thing is happening on Mars, as well as on other planets of the solar system, and even on the Moon. Take a look at the flat, smooth surfaces of the ocean of storms on the Moon. That part of the Moon became so smooth probably because in the 12,000-year cycle, magma from the depths melted the crust in that area from within. The same process takes place on Mars. During the cycle of cataclysms, magma heats up the bottom of the former ocean and melts the ice below the surface, while the craters erode. This is why scientists believe that these are ancient craters that appeared billions of years ago. Numerous traces of crater healing, floods, and even traces of mega tsunamis in the recent past of Mars speak of endogenous heating of the planet's interior, the thawing of water-saturated soils, and the erosion of the former Martian ocean floor. For scientists unfamiliar with the information about 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms, these phenomena remain a mystery. Experts cannot imagine that their mode models and dating are wrong because they cannot answer a simple question: where did the atmosphere and ocean of Mars disappear if it died recently? Now we're going to tell you the most vital information for every Earthling. Are you ready to find out what really happened on Mars and what could happen on Earth in just 13 years? Hydraulic impact on Mars. Mars died suddenly. Recall, we do not see traces of the gradual retreat of the ocean. This means the ocean disappeared instantly. The dense oxygen atmosphere of Mars also disappeared under mysterious circumstances unexplained by NASA models. The oxidized red film over the entire surface of Mars could only have formed in conditions of the burning of the entire atmosphere. This sudden, unexpected cataclysm formed giant traces of water discharge. Only a single scenario of the death of living planets can bring together all these disparate facts into one frightening picture. Let's look at how this catastrophe happened on Mars. It all started just like it does every 12,000 years throughout the solar system. Extra energy from the outside began to enter the cores of the planets. The core of Mars also received this energy, and the interior of Mars began to heat up. The magma chamber beneath the Tharsis Plateau began to rise, just like what's happening now on Earth under the glaciers of Greenland and Antarctica. The humid, warm climate of Mars began to change. The global temperature on the planet rose by several degrees. The ocean began to warm up from the bottom. The number and severity of natural disasters began to increase on the planet. In the Northern Ocean, the number and strength of Martian hurricanes began to grow, destroying the coast. The current coastline of Mars has clearly observed areas of persistent hurricane landfall. Earthquakes began to increase in number and magnitude in the Tharsis and Elysium Plateau areas, just as they are beginning to increase even on dead Mars right now. Abnormally high tsunami waves appeared, traces of which have been discovered by scientists. Then, as a result of the weakening of the Martian magnetic field and the drift of the poles, anomalous auroras began to appear, just like it is happening on Mars and Earth right now. The instability in the planet's interior continued to grow. On two plateaus, Tharsis and Elysium, volcanoes exploded and catastrophic eruptions began, flooding everything around with liquid, unusually hot lava. This is evidenced by a huge area covered by lava flows. The atmosphere was filled with ash, and a sudden ice age began. Hurricane winds carried abrasive particles, bringing everything in their path to dust. Those were the same dust storms that now occur on Mars, only the winds were hundreds of times stronger. Earthquakes increased exponentially until the entire Mars began to shake with magnitude 10 Marsquakes. Magma plume under the Tharsis Plateau continued to uplift the area until at some point the magma met groundwater in the interior. At that point, the uplift burst with a catastrophic roar. This formed the Mariner Valley, into which the cold waters of the Northern Ocean rushed. At that moment, in the central part of the Tharsis Plateau, where the labyrinth of Night Plateau is now located, there was a catastrophic rupture of the plume, and the cold water in the Mariner Valley instantly exploded, breaking through the atmosphere of Mars with a column of steam. This was a hydraulic impact with the force of millions of nuclear bombs. The shockwave from this explosion tangentially traveled inside the planet, expanding the magma in all directions. The impact caused the inner core to bounce back and stop, and the magnetic field of Mars disappeared in an instant. The moon of Mars most likely flew off into the sun. Water from the Mariner Valley rushed back into the ocean, forming catastrophic outflow channels. Mars exploded from eruptions, its atmosphere started burning and flared from electromagnetic discharges. Mars was burning, and our distant ancestors saw it. The blazing planet began to be covered with a red oxide film. At this very moment, literally in a couple of minutes, the torn atmosphere of Mars rolled up like a scroll. And since its integrity was violated, it broke off the blazing planet along with the ocean. The torn atmosphere and ocean of Mars instantly froze in the cold of outer space and turned into comets with a precisely defined momentum of movement in the solar system. Once every few decades, these comets return to their original home. Comets fly past Mars. So, it was due to the hydraulic impact that Mars lost its magnetic field, moon, atmosphere, ocean, and life in just a few minutes. This happened 24,000 years ago. Volcanoes continued to erupt on the planet for several more decades until they exhausted the energy impulse from the interior set by the cycle of cataclysms. The lava from the eruptions solidified after the magnetic field has disappeared, so the rocks did not retain their magnetization. The carbon dioxide released during these eruptions became the new atmosphere of Mars, sparse and cold. Water-saturated sediments froze in the ground. The only inhabitants of Mars that might have survived were molds and bacteria. Mars took on the appearance that we are used to seeing. Over the past 24,000 years, a number of meteorites have fallen on Mars, including ones from the asteroid belt at the location of the planet Phaeton. However, 12,000 years ago, during the previous cycle of cataclysms, the distorted interior of Mars received a new impulse of energy, and the volcanoes began to erupt again, while the floor of the former ocean heated up and melted. It was these processes that caused the craters on the northern plains to take on the appearance of ancient formations, causing scientists to push back the date of Mars's death to an uncertain 3.5 billion years. Why have thousands of scientists been misled and deceived about the true dates of Mars's death? Why has NASA been searching for life on Mars for 50 years and not finding any obvious facts in their own images? We don't believe that only fools work at NASA, but we are certain that they're not telling us the truth. And here is the answer to the question why they're doing this. Those who bought the opinions of scientists are well aware of the cataclysms that happened during the cycle, but they believe people do not need to know this because they hope that things on Earth will not be so bad and they will be able to wait it out in a bunker, but not this time. Nobody survived in a bunker on Mars. Here it is, Mars, dead and cold, evidence and the most vivid example of hydraulic impact, a rare phenomenon on living planets. Mars is a dead monument to a hydraulic impact, a terrible tragedy, and at the same time, this is our chance to understand the reality of the death of planets, the reality of seeing the same scenario on our planet. Now on Earth, we have also entered a cycle of cataclysmic events similar to the one during which Mars died. The date of the repetition of the events of Mars on our planet on Earth is already known. It is the year 2036. The location of the hydraulic impact is identified. It is the Mariana Trench. Isn't it ironic that on Mars it happened in the valley called Mariner? Do you have enough facts now to understand that it's not a joke? If we continue to do nothing, in 2036 the ocean, atmosphere and all life on our planet will disappear. But we and our children will be gone even sooner. We simply will not survive the increased power and number of cataclysms. And now it is up to each of you to decide whether these events will happen or not. People of Earth, I appeal to you. We deserve to live. We must not allow this scenario to happen again. Yes, Mars died, but its terrible example is a warning for us to never allow such a thing to happen on our planet. We can't prevent this catastrophe. The creative format of society opens up for humanity the access to a level of technologies that we cannot even imagine right now. Combining the potential of scientists will allow us to make a discovery about the impact that gives additional energy to the cores of the planets. This will take our science to a completely new level of development. We will be able to stop the energy coming to our core and even use this energy for our benefit. We will be able to control volcanic eruptions and prevent hydraulic impact in the Mariana Trench. But we can do that only together. We need each and every one of you to tell the truth about the threat of Earth's death just as it happened on Mars. To tell all of humanity that there is a way out and it is the creative society. We need each and every one of you. Let's not miss our chance to build the creative society. Let's choose life.
After this film, I want to say only one thing. It's about the survival of the entire humanity and our planet today. This is a matter of global security. The main topic of the entire international agenda today should be the topic of studying the external impact that affects the core of our planet and what we can counteract it with. And a more urgent task is to create the conditions for the scientific world so that this problem can be resolved. And those necessary conditions are the building of the creative society. If we don't want to repeat the fate of Mars, we need to act now.
Now, it's a great honor for me to introduce our next honorary speaker, Dr. Egan Cholokian, a lobbyist of the U.S. Congress and White House, member of CERN Laboratories' Future Circular Collider Project team, and Lawrence Livermore National's Laboratories National Ignition Facility User Team, educator, member at the International Association of Intelligence Educators.
Good day to everyone. My name is Egan Cholokian. I am a retired international tax law professional who is also a qualified particle physicist. For the most part, I reside in Cambridge, Massachusetts, USA, home to both MIT and Harvard University, where I have academic roots. Equipped with a combined legal and physical science background, I developed a professional career within the national security, legislative affairs, and academic communities, commencing very early on. Today, I shall be speaking on the interface between climate change, Earth's geophysical disruption, legislative affairs, and national security. Because the character of my chosen topic requires a cultivated expertise typically obtained only on the job, particularly with respect to legislative affairs and national security, I'm also going to give you a bit of my professional background in these same domains as well. In this regard, very early in my career, I served as a legislative tax analyst attached to the President's Commission on International Trade and Investment Policy, the White House, under President Nixon and President Ford. And while affiliated with the Harvard Legislative Research Bureau, and while serving on the board of editors of the Harvard Journal of Legislation, I simultaneously served as a legislative tax analyst with the Joint Taxation Committee of the Committee on Ways and Means and Finance, U.S. House of Representatives and Senate, 92nd and 93rd sessions of Congress. Thereafter, I worked with the Reagan Kitchen Cabinet and Reagan White House, where I was intimately involved with President Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative project. In total, I have worked with 4 U.S. presidents. While I am, in fact, based in Cambridge, Massachusetts, the lion's share of my current professional activities do in fact take place on Capitol Hill, Washington, D.C., where I have recently commenced a specialized legislative affairs practice centered on climate change and national security-related matters. Incidentally, if you're wondering whether or not I still keep my hand in the physical sciences, well, yes, I do. In fact, I am duly cited in all 4 volumes of CERN Laboratories' Future Circular Collider Conceptual Design Report, and I retain a very active role in the FCC's development. Additionally, I am likewise actively involved in NASA's NISAR mission as well, with a 2024 launch date rapidly approaching. CERN is the preeminent particle physics laboratory worldwide, and the FCC project is deemed to be one of the world's most sophisticated engineering challenges. And with regard to NASA's NISAR mission, which is a partnership between NASA and the Indian Space Research Organization, it is the first satellite mission to collect data in 2 microwave bandwidths, called the L-band and the S-band. In fact, it measures changes of our planet's surface, including movements as small as a centimeter, thus allowing the mission to observe a wide range of Earth processes, from the flow rates of glaciers and ice sheets to the dynamics of earthquakes and volcanoes. The tools provided by NASA's NISAR mission will likely be available to many of you within this audience within the very near future. Now I will turn my attention to the interface between volcanoes, the oceans, human anthropogenic behavior, and legislative affairs and national security. Starting with the oceans and human interaction, The anthropogenic factor has indeed destabilized our ocean's ability to mitigate Earth's ever-increasing volcanic activity. Historically, we as humans could place reliance on Earth's oceans to provide a natural cooling system for the plates and magma beneath Earth's crust, which in turn prevented magma from achieving critical temperatures. By simply cooling the plates and the magma through the release of excess heat into the atmosphere, the oceans routinely prevented the prospect of potentially catastrophic consequences of magma breaching through Earth's crust. Now, unfortunately, it would appear that humans have seen fit to handicap our oceans from performing this vital service. Growing evidence would suggest that the thermal conductivity of ocean water has been decreasing at a molecular level as a direct result of microplastic pollution. Microplastic pollution has decreased the ability of the ocean to release heat into the atmosphere, consequently causing the ocean to heat up and the magma beneath the plates to receive insufficient cooling. As a direct result of this activity, the opportunity for enhanced seismic and volcanic activity has dramatically increased. Routine results reveal that magma flows that are currently being released reflect higher temperatures and significantly different chemical compositions than those observed in the past. And magma that was previously retained at greater depths is now freely evacuating to the surface, further supporting the validity of this statement. Now let's talk about volcanoes. This portion of my presentation will be centered on the cataclysmic volcano activity, both historical and forthcoming, and on the impact likely to be visited upon mankind. Whether viewed through the national security or national disaster lens, the threat warrants immediate global attention. Accordingly, from the introductory presentation, it is hoped that a blueprint to address this issue at hand may ultimately be born, and to the same end, a 12,000-year evolutionary volcanic cycle will be embraced, from which we shall examine the factors which give rise to my assertions. My choice to employ a 12,000-year cyclical barometer was drawn from traditional geological interrogation, which included an empirical examination of ice core data, sedimentary deposits, glacial traces, paleomagnetic research, and archaeological excavation datings. The enhanced frequency of extraordinary geophysical events indicates pronounced instability in the Earth's core. This same instability will consequently manifest itself in the form of intense heat and subsequent magma, as witnessed just a few weeks back. The seismic events unfolding before us today should not be overlooked or discounted. Earthquakes realized in Turkey and Syria, compounded by a succession of volcanic eruptions and subordinated activity, ought to provide ample warning of imminent danger at our doorsteps. Should an earthquake occur in a geospecific region of China or elsewhere on the planet that produces a force magnitude similar to that recently visited upon Turkey, such an extraordinary event could actually trigger volcanic activity as far away as Yellowstone caldera, located in North America. Volcanic networks are indeed incestuous in all respects. If this were to happen, the consequences could be devastating, potentially resulting in a consequential eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano. Moreover, such a catastrophic incident could also activate an interconnected network of volcanoes worldwide. In this lattermost scenario, the fate of mankind would likely be at stake. Volcanoes erupt when mandatory conditions are met. Currently, an increase in magnetic activity is observed on the Earth's interior, and this will ultimately bring about enhanced volcanic activity from both volcanoes and supervolcanoes alike. As magma escapes to the surface, even if external impact on the Earth's core were fully arrested, the presence of inertia would suggest that the eruptions would persist. This inspires the inevitable question as to whether or not volcanic eruptions could be controlled, regulated, or even precluded by man. Can we actually diffuse volcanic eruptions? The eruption of a volcano is instigated by the ascent of magma and the buildup of pressure within the conduit of the volcano. Upon reaching the surface, the magma is discharged as a result of degassing. The process of eruption is also accompanied by a series of small earthquakes that cause the surrounding plates to shift, which can influence the upward movement of the magma. In fact, volcanoes function as a remediating mechanism for our planet, with the goal of stabilizing magmatic outflows. What about earthquakes? Earthquakes are not a mere consequence of plate destruction, but rather a fundamental mechanism of natural remediation, a protective mechanism for our planet. A series of earthquakes within the Earth's crust indicates that the crust of our planet itself compensates for an increase in pressure of magma in the trowel, thereby averting volcanic eruptions. During the eruption, only a portion of the accumulated magma is spent, with the remaining balance falling subject to the natural remediation process. The same process manifests in an integral series of stabilizing earthquakes of varying magnitudes, which further serves to stay magma escape. Such a mechanism of natural compensation does not, however, apply in the case of supervolcanoes. A supervolcano possesses a massive magma chamber embedded in the Earth's crust, where magma can ascend and penetrate through the tectonic plate, resulting in a volcanic eruption. Unlike regular volcanoes, Earth's crust is unable to manipulate and restrain the powerful supervolcano eruption through the movement of its plates. Instead, the tectonic plate succumbs to its elimination through a process of melting, which allows magma to flow less impaired directly from the magma chamber under enormous pressure. In the present moment, we have an unprecedented opportunity to avert such catastrophes. These are not fanciful theories, but rather fundamental principles that are being implemented today. We have acquired the knowledge of how to properly degas and unload volcanoes. By implementing a controlled preemptive degassing strategy, we conceivably could harness the potential of alienating the buildup of pressure in supervolcanoes, thus preventing magma from burning through the Earth's crust, and thereby averting the catastrophic consequences of a supervolcanic eruption. To properly perform degassing measures and activate the compensatory mechanisms already in place, it would be necessary to control both the plates and the pressure of magma in order to regulate closure of the trowel. By carefully controlling the processes, we could release the growing pathological tension in the areas most influencing the lithospheric plates, thereby reducing the frequency of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. In other words, the process of earthquakes can be influenced and possibly regulated. In closing, we can prevent the catastrophic eruptions of a supervolcano. However, this can only be achieved after we stop the external impact on the core, which takes place every 12,000-year cycle. This is an undeniable fact. If we fail to take corrective action or improperly conduct degassing, the excess energy will intensify the cavitation process of magma and lead to a sharp expansion of magma pressure, which the crust would not be able to withstand. In such a case, our planet may well face the same fate as Phaethon, a catastrophic explosion that would transform it into an asteroid belt. The issue at hand is not just a matter of national security, but rather a supranational one that should capture the attention of intelligence agencies and governments worldwide. It is critical that we act with urgency, as the consequences of inaction would be catastrophic. In fact, we should have acted yesterday. And this is the reason that I stand before you today, delivering this message with the utmost seriousness and urgency. The paradox of the current consumerist format lies in the fact that despite our understanding and solution to the problem, we are unable to implement them in practice, because executing the degassing process effectively requires a globally coordinated effort that involves the territories of different countries. However, in a world where everything starting from private enterprises to the states themselves is divided and focused on defending their own interest, such efforts are unfortunately seen as a potential threat to national security. Reaching agreement on these issues at the international level can take decades, and this is concerning, given the urgency, especially when these challenges should have been resolved yesterday. The second factor that hinders progressing towards these goals in the current consumerist society is the lack of financial resources allocated to such activities. Despite claims of enough funding, the reality is that there are insufficient investments in these areas. While funds are directed towards wars and conflicts, no funds are allocated to provide for pressing human needs because the consumerist society places no value on human life. Therefore, I assert with confidence that if we persist in the consumerist model of international relations, we are bound to fail. The terms of the game are such that even if we possess a solution, we are not able to execute it. We people are the root cause of all crises. Nevertheless, regardless of our past mistakes, we can always stop and do things in a different way. However, given the current state of affairs, any small delay in addressing the climate threats will result in irreversible consequences. Soon we will no longer be able to do anything against the climate, and all of us understand this perfectly well. In light of the dire climate situation, I have come before you today to discuss a possible solution. I believe that the only way to overcome our current crisis is to transform our society from a consumerist format of society to a creative society. The model of the creative society instills in us three key conditions that will enable us to combat climate change. First and foremost, in the creative society, human life is considered paramount, and thus its preservation and protection are prioritized above all else. Secondly, the creative society operates as a single economic space that is both open and transparent, which means there are neither wars nor geopolitical conflicts, nor hidden agendas. This will allow us to execute a global degassing strategy. Finally, it is of the utmost importance that the transition to the creative society provides unlimited funding for scientists to quickly solve the climate issue. This will ensure that scientists have unlimited funding and enough resources to expedite the resolution of the climate issue. In the creative society, sufficient resources will be directed towards the control of volcanic eruptions, thereby enabling us to alleviate the pathological load and pressure from the tectonic plates. With such proactive measures in place, we can even prevent the impending eruption of Yellowstone and corresponding earthquakes. This is not far-fetched, this is a realistic goal, and we are actively working towards achieving it. In addition, not only will we be able to forecast powerful earthquakes such as the recent ones in Turkey and in Syria, for example, but also be able to prevent them. Through the implementation on such measures, we could achieve a stabilization on the planet's geodynamic processes. Of course, this will only be possible once we have stopped the external impact. I am confident that we will discover the necessary solution, but it is extremely crucial that we initiate this work in the near future. Please note that control over geodynamic processes will have a nearly instantaneous impact on the atmosphere, culminating in the control of typhoons, floods, anomalous precipitation, and other cataclysms as well. We envision a future where humans can control climate, including natural disasters. Creative society truly opens up an opportunity to create a world in which cataclysms can be prevented and every person's life safeguarded. This prospect has been the subject of my thoughts and aspirations for a very long time. Therefore, when I was in Washington and encountered the presentation on the Creative Society, I immediately realized that it is precisely what we need. I recognize that the Creative Society is our way out, and thankfully we have such a way. This is something that can enable scientists to act without constraint, stop external impact, save our planet, and protect human life. That, to me, is the most significant aspect. I know how to solve this problem. I hold the keys to the future in my hands. But as of now, I lack the opportunity to utilize them. This opportunity can only be provided through creative society. Only through the establishment of a creative society can we actually unlock the true potential to implement the solutions to prevent climate catastrophes and secure the safety and well-being of every individual. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you this day. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
We express our deep gratitude to Professor Chalakian for the unique knowledge he has shared with us today. The importance of what we have just learned cannot be overstated. Professor Chalakian's wise and comprehensive approach to volcanic degassing is indispensable and gives hope for the successful elimination of the global climate threat. Thanks to Professor Chalakian, we can now see that the correct and safe degassing of volcanoes is possible. We have the tools and understanding to do it. So we can prevent supervolcano explosions, keep humankind safe, and save many human lives. But an important point emphasized by Professor Chalakian is that planned large-scale degassing of volcanoes can be carried out only after the external impact of the core of our planet is stopped. It is important to understand that the event after we stop the external impact, residual phenomena such as earthquakes and volcanic eruptions will still occur. Therefore, at this stage, degassing will become an extremely necessary tool. However, its implementation requires certain conditions, such as free access to different locations on the planet and other resources. And as Professor Chalakian accurately noted, the only format that can create the necessary conditions for this is the Creative Society. We will examine in more detail what the Creative Society format is and why we so much need it today.
In the previous climate report, as well as in this one, we mentioned that our planet may not survive this 24,000-year cycle of climate change. In particular, because our planet's immunity, its main compensatory mechanism, has been distorted, destroyed. The time has come to find out how our planet's immunity has been destroyed and what role we, humans, have played in that.
Right now, we are amidst the waters of the world ocean. It's an incredible feeling to observe these endless expanses, to realize their power and boundlessness. On the one hand, it's intimidating, but on the other hand, it lures and mesmerizes with its mystery. But do we realize how important, I would even say how critical, the role of the ocean is in our lives? To understand this, let's consider a simple example. We are in a room with the air conditioning unit of our vessel. Without it, life on this ship would be unbearable. It regulates the climate, temperature, and humidity, and saturates our air with oxygen. The ocean does the same on our planet. It covers 70% of it, creates favorable conditions for life, regulates temperature and humidity, and also provides 80% of the oxygen in our atmosphere. But there's another very important function that it performs. In addition to creating the necessary conditions for life, it also protects it. What exactly does the ocean do, and what does it protect the inhabitants of the planet from? One of the most important functions performed by the ocean is cooling the Earth's interior. Like an enormous air conditioning system, through the atmosphere, it releases into space the internal heat, which is transmitted to the lithospheric plates by the heated mantle and magma chambers. The ocean performs heat exchange and cooling functions, just like the cold water in nuclear reactors. The ocean plays a special role during the peak stress on our planet during the 12,000-year cycle of catastrophes, when additional energy is coming from space to the Earth's core. External impact leads to additional heating of the Earth's interior, which only increases the stress on the ocean. Moreover, every 24,000 years, the impact is several times more intense and the heating is greater. Today, the dynamics of seismic and volcanic activity on Earth already indicate that we are approaching the peak of this 24,000-year cycle. The only difference is that we are approaching it much faster than in all previous cycles. which is very alarming. And this threatens that in our cycle, a catastrophe may occur that has never happened before. A magma rupture in the Mariana Trench, leading to a powerful explosion that would shut down the core and burst the atmosphere. Such a catastrophe will not only lead to the end of humanity as a species, but also to the death of the very planet Earth. Why did our planet go through all previous cycles, but this time it will not? Why was there less heat in the Earth's interior in previous cycles, and the Earth coped with it, but now it cannot? Where has the malfunction occurred? What is the reason? And there is an answer to these questions. The failure occurred in the ocean. We are the reason for that. Currently, the ocean's heat conducting function is disrupted. It can no longer release heat into the atmosphere in the required amount. This happened precisely now because never before in millions of years have microparticles been added to the ocean, which we have done. Oil is hydrocarbons. Hydrocarbons at the molecular level critically reduce the ocean's heat conductivity. It is oil that is the raw material for the production of one of the main pollutants of the ocean, plastics. The fact is that when it gets into the water, it does not decompose, but breaks down into microparticles, so-called micro and nanoplastics. Since plastic is a derivative of hydrocarbons, its particles at the micro level change the chemical composition of the oceanic water and its acidity, reduce the heat capacity of water, and impair heat conductivity. How do plastic nanoparticles end up in the ocean? The only reason for this is us humans. Humanity began mass-producing plastic in the 1950s. And now, almost everything that we have produced during this time is already in the ocean. Entire islands of plastic cover the surface of the ocean. Their total area is practically equal to the territory of the United States and Australia combined. But the worst part is that all the plastic that we see on the surface is only 1%. And 99% of the plastic is in the waters of the ocean. Micro and nanoplastics have already permeated the entire thickness of the ocean. Just imagine how much of it has accumulated there. In fact, today there is no place in the ocean that does not contain microplastics. Even in the deepest point of the ocean, the Mariana Trench, at a depth of 11 kilometers, there is microplastic. What's frightening is that it is precisely in this place where microplastic is most prevalent. Yet, this is the most vulnerable place on our planet, where heat dissipation is most important to prevent a catastrophe. Oil enters the ocean in its primary form as well. Annually, up to 30 million tons of oil enter the ocean as a result of extraction, transportation, and accidents. To understand how much this is, let's do some simple calculations. Assuming that 1 ton of oil covers an area of 12 square kilometers of the ocean's surface, if we poured these 30 million tons of oil into the ocean at once, it would cover 360 million square kilometers of water with an oil film. That being said, the total area of the world's ocean is 361 million square kilometers. That is, this film would cover the entire ocean. Now, you can imagine what enormous volumes these are. Oil enters the ocean continuously. Some of it evaporates, but its largest part, 60%, settles on the ocean floor. Oil also forms a film on the ocean surface. Aerial photography has recorded that nearly 20% of the ocean's surface is already covered by such an oil film. It further blocks the ocean's ability to release heat and overall disrupts its evaporation by more than twice. As a result of pollution by hydrocarbons and plastic, the ocean has lost its capacity to release heat. Instead, it accumulates it inside, causing even more warming from endogenous heat from the planet's interior. Thus, we, humans, through our activities have disrupted the system that had been functioning for millions of years before us, killing its important link, the ocean. As the ocean is currently struggling to cool,
and is dissipating less heat, it is starting to warm up at the bottom. A warming 0.04 of a degree Celsius has been detected at a depth of 4.5 kilometers. It may seem like a small value. In a room, we wouldn't even notice such an increase. But imagine what this means on a planetary scale. What this means in terms of millions of cubic kilometers of ocean. And off the coast of North America, for example, there has been a rise in the ocean bottom temperatures of up to 5 degrees Celsius. As a result of the temperature increase in the bottom waters, huge volumes of heated water rise to the surface, the so-called blobs. The temperature of these zones can rise up to 6 degrees Celsius above the surrounding water. These blobs can reach as big as, for example, the area of Texas in the USA. And there are more and more of such giant blobs appearing. Such anomalies indicate that the ocean is dying, and its temperature regime is seriously disturbed. The increase in ocean bottom temperature leads to catastrophic consequences, as it represents a huge amount of energy that was unable to be released from the Earth's interior. This energy is equivalent to the power of millions of nuclear bombs aimed against us. It accumulates in the depths and leads to even greater heating and expansion of magma. And this inevitably leads the planet to a hydraulic impact in the Mariana Trench. The accumulation of endogenous energy inside the Earth intensifies the instability of the planet's core. Thus, the core is destabilized not only by the external impact from space, but also due to the accumulation of excess energy within the Earth's interior. And the more the core is destabilized, the weaker the electromagnetic field becomes. Our shield, which protects us from all kinds of dangerous cosmic radiation, is disappearing before our eyes. In turn, the weakening of the magnetic field leads to the thinning of the atmosphere. A recent study showed that the thickness of the stratosphere has already decreased by 400 meters since 1980. And this is a critical indicator. The atmosphere is supposed to transport excess heat from the ocean into space and protect our planet from harmful cosmic radiation. But plastic nanoparticles rise with oceanic evaporation from the ocean into the atmosphere and change its chemical composition. Because of this, instead of transferring heat further, the atmosphere accumulates it. As a result, the Earth is now absorbing more energy than it releases into space. This, in turn, increases the greenhouse effect. Because of this, the ocean is warming from both above and below, and is accumulating even more heat. Thus, we see that today the ocean is not coping with its function of cooling the tectonic plates and releasing heat into the atmosphere because it is warming up from both above and below. As a result of the weakening of the electromagnetic field and the disruption of atmospheric functions, cosmic radiation enters our Earth much more actively, causing further destabilization of the core. Thus, we see a vicious circle that leads our planet and ourselves to destruction. This is why we will not go through this cycle and why we are approaching it much faster. Because we have killed the ocean and it no longer performs its initial function. We have been witnessing signs of the death of the ocean for many years now, and this is happening at an extremely rapid pace. This includes the mass extinction of plankton, which is responsible for releasing oxygen into the atmosphere. This also includes the death of the Great Barrier Reef, which existed for 25 million years, but practically died within just 100 years due to the warming and acidification of the ocean. All of these processes are only a consequence of the main tragedy. The ocean has lost its ability to dissipate heat into the atmosphere. We have disrupted the function of our main life-supporting air conditioner. We have clogged its pipes. As a result, more and more heat stays inside the Earth, and magma heats up even more. We ourselves are pouring oil on the fire. Currently, we are witnessing the growth of destructive cataclysms much earlier than they should have started. This includes the melting of the Antarctic, in Greenland glaciers from the bottom up, abnormal heating of Western Siberia, increased seismic and volcanic activity all over the planet, and awakening of stratovolcanoes. This is how we ended up in this situation. The entire human race, along with our planet, has a high probability of not surviving this cycle. And it's all because of our stupidity and mindless consumerism that have killed the ocean. And we did this at the most dangerous moment in time, precisely when we needed its protection the most, during the cycle of climate catastrophes. For millions of years, the ocean protected us and was the only mechanism of defense. And now, we've killed it. And we are left alone and defenseless in the face of a global threat. Do we have a chance to survive all this? Yes, we do. But for this, we need technologies that will protect us from space radiation and help clean the ocean of hydrocarbons. Everyone is stingy with money, and no one will allocate resources for this. Moreover, it is necessary to eliminate the cause, cosmic radiation, and today, no one is solving this problem. As for those who could solve it, brilliant scientists today work for the military-industrial complexes of their countries, and it will always be so in the consumerist format. That is why we need different conditions to solve this problem. We will have such conditions only in the creative society. Building the creative society is our only chance. What will happen if we don't do this? We will perish long before 2036. Recall the millions of nuclear bombs that have already started ticking under our feet, and answer yourself to the question: is life worth a little effort to save it? What will you choose? The death of the planet or the creative society? That's the choice you're making right now.
As we have now seen, the main reason we may not pass the 12,000-year cycle is that we killed the ocean. All the past cycles, the ocean was alive, and it was saving the Earth by drawing pathological heat from the interior of the planet to the atmosphere. Now, because of us, humans, the ocean is dead and failing its primary function. What does this mean? It means that we as humanity are now at the sharp edge. We have no time to be wrong. There is only one path we can take through the cycles of global climatic cataclysms. The first thing we must do is to stop the impact of cosmic radiation on our planet to prevent the imbalance of the core and the release of the energy inside the planet. Once we stop the cosmic radiation, which causes the interior of our planet to heat up more and more, the temperature of the magma will drop. And if the temperature of magma decreases even by 1/100th, it won't heat up the ocean as much. And that means the ocean will begin to cool and come back to life on its own. Moreover, as soon as the core stabilizes, the electromagnetic field will also get stable, which again will be able to protect us from the cosmic radiation, and the whole process will begin to restore itself. At the same time, we will be cleaning the ocean of hydrocarbons in order to give it back to the function, of heat conduction. While going through this period, we will be able to conduct in parallel the process of volcano degazing to relieve the pressure that goes from the interior of the planet to the volcanoes. In this way, we will restore the Earth's holistic system. But to fulfill all these steps, we need conditions which we do not have now in the consumerist format. It is only the creative society format that can ensure these conditions, which implies no any geopolitical conflicts, the existence of the single economic space, and most importantly, and most importantly, they being a common goal for all of humanity. And this goal is the preservation and improvement of life of each human. That's why we need the Creative Society today. And right now, I'm honored to present you to Igor Mikhailovich, our esteemed speaker.
Greetings, dear friends. It's a great honor for me to participate in the forum Global Crisis, There is a Way Out. We've heard a lot of interesting and impressive information today. I would say information that is really frightening and affects many aspects of our lives and life in general. Of course, the information we've just heard is alarming. Many people may ask, where are our scientists? Why aren't they talking about this? Friends, I would like to say that our scientists are here, and many of them know quite a lot. But as of today, the situation has developed in such a way that our science worldwide is divided into different fields. And in fact, funding of modern science is very low. I mean that science which is supposed to save us, as we already understand from what we've previously heard. This is really alarming, I would say. The problem is very serious, and we will have to solve it anyway, or choose not to solve it. In fact, in our modern world, we, as entire humanity, have options. The first option is to do nothing, and as we've already heard, we can repeat the fate of Mars. The second option is for all to unite under a single government. First of all, why am I saying this? Because in order for us to solve the climate problem, to really solve it, we need to bring all our scientists together. Yes, we need theoreticians, but above all, we need practitioners. Those scientists who are currently working for different countries, those whose names we do not hear and do not see. These scientists are not mentioned, but we know what they work on. They develop things which, for the most part, are subsequently directed against our lives. The time has come for these scientists as well to actually serve humanity. Unfortunately, not a single country is going to give up these scientists so easily. It means we should solve the problem globally if we want to survive as humanity. The global solution to this problem will be for us, whether we like it or not, to unite as the entire humanity. We must unite in order to put an end to wars once and for all, because even the slightest threat of war will keep those secret engineering design bureaus secret. And those scientists who are at the forefront of science today, who are really working in practical science, developing new fields and trends, let's say, in new physics, that physics which we are not yet used to, but which already works according to new physical principles, and creates what is later on killing us in wars, in conflicts, and in many other areas of disputes between countries. So in order for us to solve our main crisis, or at least to have a chance of solving it, we need these scientists. But if we gather them around one table, it means that all the wars must be stopped. So whether we like it or not, in our present consumerist format, it means that all the countries should be united by some kind of one force. Let it be a single world government, elected by people or by the countries. Whether this is acceptable or unacceptable is for people to decide. But there is a problem in this case, and I guess I will voice it. Why is a single world government not a solution in the current situation? This is primarily because Any government has an opposition. Some countries will be against the world government elected by the people or by countries. Someone will disagree with something, which means there will be tension. If there is tension, there will be resistance. If there is resistance, it means scientists will still work on new kinds of weapons. And since they will work on new kinds of weapons, it means that many countries will simply not give away their true scientists, those who are currently developing advanced weapons in secret engineering design bureaus. These scientists won't be able to gather at the same table with the rest. But even if they do gather together with the rest, each scientist will have 10 intelligence officers standing behind him to make sure he doesn't say too much, and that he says and thinks the right things. Can you imagine what it is like for scientists to work in such an environment? Will they be able to brainstorm and find a solution? No, they won't. Scientists today should be granted creative freedom and, in fact, the maximum possible resources. In other words, they should not be constrained as they are today. Why to this day does our science continue to believe in erroneous theories? Let me explain. It's only because these erroneous theories about climate change are simpler, and we see in them at least some kind of a solution. It would be great if that were the case, but unfortunately, today we have seen the facts and the evidence. They are irrefutable. You may doubt them. You may not want that to happen, but we have seen for ourselves that it's a fact. It's an irrefutable fact that proves what our immediate future holds for us. And the question is already about the safety of the whole world, of every person on this planet. This problem is already affecting every human, as well as all countries. Of course, if we leave everything as it is today, we will repeat the fate of Mars. If we choose the solution as described in the second scenario, where there will be a single government with its opposition, hence a lack of scientists, and therefore a lack of our capacity to solve this problem, then most likely we will repeat the fate of Phaeton. That's elementary. I'll give a simple example. In order to reduce the danger, even a little bit today, we need to actively conduct degassing. What will that give? I mean, in relation to volcanoes and earthquakes, degassing is something that can at least slightly relieve the tension we have under our feet and can buy us at least a little bit of time. But if we do not stop the external influence on the Earth's core and instability continues to progress, then during degassing, improper degassing, we will further increase the destabilization of our core. This will lead to what happened to Phaeton. While in order for us to overcome the climate, to put a tight collar and a short leash on the climate Cerberus, we need to find a solution in a completely new physics, the one that we presently have no knowledge of yet. What we know is that it exists, and of course, we know at least some principles and have at least some understanding of it. We observe certain processes, but as of today, we are unable to find a solution. In order for us to find a solution, we need all of the intelligent people in the world, and the smartest ones first and foremost. In this case, whether we want to or not, we have to take some measures if we want to survive. There is a way out. In fact, the current forum has a good title. There is a way out. And the way out really exists, friends. It's about changing the format and changing our attitude. If all of us, all the people on this planet, want to live, if we want to save our beautiful planet for our wonderful descendants, it means we must take completely new steps for the entire humankind. We must change this format of our existence and ensure that wars are terminated once and for all, that confrontations between various countries come to an end, so that we can really liberate our scientists and provide them with all the necessary resources. As of today, we spend a lot of money on wars and many other things, on fighting each other, on defense, but we actually spend pennies on science. We must change it all, because all the weapons existing in this world are powerless against the climate Cerberus, and all of us already understand this, but we really have the enemy in our home. Yes, for some people the Cerberus may so far be in the neighboring rooms or even on another floor, but it is merciless, and it will definitely come to our floors and into our rooms. And we do understand that. We understand that it will eventually destroy our home completely. We don't want that. All sensible humanity doesn't want that. So we have to do something. We are now facing a dilemma, friends. We have to change this world in order to save humanity, to save ourselves and our families, and to save our planet. And we'll have to change our habitual consumerist format anyway. But if we are ready to change something, we should change it for the better. In this case, the most acceptable and the best option is the Creative Society. It's a platform where all humanity gathers. It's a format, the format of Creative Society, which guarantees that there will be no wars or confrontations on Earth ever again. It's a format that guarantees a decent and beautiful life for every human being. It's a format where human life is the highest value. And above all, it's a format that will enable scientists to do their job without any restrictions. This is a chance for us, friends. We have now learned about the changes and progressions of disasters in the climate. We have seen the facts and we have seen the evidence. If we are sensible, mature people, the first thing we need to do is to come together, make a decision, and do everything we can to preserve this planet. I am confident that this is the main task for everyone today. And we, people, we can really do a lot. We can even save our planet. But in order to do that, we must create the right conditions. I hope that many people will hear about the Creative Society project and understand its importance and prospects. It has been a great honor for me to be with you, friends, at this forum today. However, to be honest, the information we've heard is alarming. Numerous questions arise. And the most important question is, why do we, adults, behave like children? Why are we waiting for someone to decide something for us someday, when we have little time and only one way out? It's a good question. I hope humanity will answer it. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for your important words, for your support and faith in people. We still hope that modern humankind has enough reasons to choose life, so that we will not repeat neither fate of Mars nor Phaeton. Moreover, today we as humanity stand on the threshold of such scientific discoveries that will fundamentally change our entire existence. A door of colossal opportunities opens before us, but more about it later. And now I would like to say a few more words about a large-scale interdisciplinary research of climate change and geodynamics of the planet, the results of which were presented to you at today's forum as an illustrative report. At today's forum, we all witnessed the huge scale of international research and analytical work that was carried out by the volunteers of the Creative Society project from all over the world. Among them are representatives of academia from a variety of scientific fields with extensive experience and a wide range of professional skills. The numerous complex, comprehensive collection and analysis of data was carried out in the fields of geology, geophysics, volcanology, seismology, climatology, planetary science, astrophysics, quantum physics, biology, medicine, ecology, and many other disciplines. Assessing the scale of the work done by the volunteers and specialists of the Creative Society project, it can be stated that the volume of this work exceeds the total volume of all scientific work in the field of studying modern climate change. And especially outstanding, due to such a unique interdisciplinary and multi-sectoral approach, for the first time it was possible to form a holistic picture of the causes and consequences of climatic, geophysical, and geodynamic changes on Earth and other planets in the solar system, as well as come to well-founded conclusions supported by extensive research experience and international scientific works. The paradox is that in order to save the planet and solve the set of tasks of waste of neutralizing external influence or converting it from destructive energy into useful energy, all the scientific potential and all scientists of the world are needed. It should be noted that despite the progress made in forming a holistic picture, there are still separate unknown islands of knowledge and science, which are a necessary component in solving the issue of leveling the external cosmic impact, especially when humanity is faced with a limited time frame. In the conditions of such tight deadlines, to solve this problem, experience and knowledge are urgently needed in narrow-profile areas which are possessed by specialists in various fields with a professional format of thinking. This will gradually reduce the time of exploring these unknown islands of silence and increase the chances of human survival. To effectively solve the problem of protecting the planet from external influences, it is necessary to collect all available scientific expertise from around the world and improve the multi-sectoral approach. Only in this case it is possible to productively use the scientific potential and experience of each scientist, as well as to have time to solve the tasks set before us in such a short time that we as humanity have. We understand that in the current consumer paradigm, the listed above goals are more than difficult to achieve, and the probability to their This brings us to understanding that we critically need a fundamentally different format of society which would relieve the potential of scientists and create conditions for their effective scientific interaction. And this is the format of the Creative Society. In the Creative Society, there will be a single creative vector of development and a request for solving the global problem of cyclical disasters. This is how the entire scientific world will have unlimited funding in order to find the fastest possible solution to the tasks set aimed at saving people's lives. In the Creative Society, scientific research will be open and accessible to all scientists. Experts from all over the world will have all possibilities to work together on issues that are important to society with unlimited resources. Only by uniting the potential of scientists, thanks to the Creative Society format, will most likely be able to find ways to level and transform the cosmic impact. This is why the key condition to the salvation of our whole civilization is the building of the Creative Society.
If you watched our climate report, then you understand that we're not just one step away from another natural disaster, but from human extinction. The only solution is to protect our planet from external impact, and this problem can be solved only in creative society. But why do we really need creative society to solve this problem? Why can't the most brilliant scientists simply come together and work on this problem if it is so urgent? Well, let's be realistic about our world. Have you heard from anyone regarding the true scale and the progression of natural disasters? Maybe from the media, which barely even covers the local weather changes. Or perhaps from well-known scientists. Unfortunately, only a few understand the whole picture. Many merely notice the temperature increase and blame humans, while others are still in a denial stage, claiming that nothing unusual is happening with the climate. It is just natural variability and that everything is just normal. In this situation, when we do not see the full extent of natural disasters and the true causes of cataclysms are still under debate, how could leaders of a country justify the decisions of letting their top scientists collaborate with competitors and potential enemies? These scientists are the ones that the heads of states count on for developing new weapons and guaranteeing the country's dominance. Solving the problem of external impact within a short period of time requires a significant technological breakthrough. This can be achieved if scientists have a shared goal and can freely work together, share knowledge, and discuss concepts. However, in the current format, even if capable scientists were able to meet and work together, they would still be divided, representing competing sides, and they would not be able to exchange their ideas openly and brainstorm effectively. So we can't expect a positive outcome. It is also questionable how this project will be funded, especially when the global economy is on the verge of collapse. But in the creative society, the chance of finding the solution for natural disasters will be significantly higher because first, everyone would have access to truthful information about the scale and the impact of cataclysms, and the real cause of climate catastrophes will become evident. Consequently, we people will start to focus our efforts and attention in solving the right problem, and everyone will understand the importance of it. Second, the essential scientists who are currently hidden from the public will have freedom to openly collaborate, share ideas, and they will be united by one goal, that is to stop the external radiation and save humanity. In addition, every scientist would fully understand the seriousness of the situation, as it not only affects themselves and their loved ones, but the entire 8 billion people. All this will create conditions for the emergence of new ideas, breakthrough discoveries, and accelerate progress towards finding the solution. You know, I am a scientist and I chose my path and I dreamed of making discoveries that would improve people's lives and change the world. And I know that every scientist has this ambitious dream to develop something big that everybody will remember and read about it in history books. And this task and its solution is something that people will never forget. The names of these people who saved the planet will be remembered by humanity forever. Third, the scientists will not be starting from the scratch. We already have a lot of developments and understanding of how to stop the external impact. We can't do it only by ourselves. We need brainstorming and close collaboration among the best scientists. Given that we only have a couple of years to do this, watch this forum to the end. Today, for the first time, a scientific hypothesis will be presented that will help scientists to understand how to stop the external impact on our planet and therefore save all of humanity. Finally, an important aspect is that all resources belong to humanity in creative society. Thus, enough support and resources will be provided for those scientists to succeed. Why and how this is economically possible, you will learn later today in more detail. But one more thing to note is that whilst the scientists are working on finding the solution, the climate Cerberus will not just wait around until the solution is found, but it will continue to devour and destroy many cities and even countries. In our consumerist world, those who have some understanding of the 12,000-year cycle are trying to predict safe places and sell land or build bunkers. This is available to a few, but we know that these options may extend life only by several years. All will perish anyway, because this time, the whole planet will die like Mars if we leave everything as it is. In creative society, until the natural disasters are fully under control, people will be warned and evacuated in time because human life is of the highest value. Unified Global Emergency Service will be created to guarantee everyone's safety. Scientists will work together to identify safe locations, and we will build appropriate infrastructures, including places to live, grow food, so that all people will be taken care of. Thus, in creative society, we can save the lives of all 8 billion people and find a solution to deal with external impact. Creative society is the only solution for our survival. But there's not much time left, and I'm asking you, a person who cares about the future. We need your help in sharing the information about the true scale of the natural disasters and how to overcome them. Your voice is very much needed right now because people can decide and support this project only if they're informed. Later today, you will learn that creative society is not only about survival, but what we all dreamed of. Please understand that this is our world. Right now, we have a chance to build the future together. And now, it is time to act.
We, all people on the planet, have a little choice. Either we leave things as they are and die together, or we come together and find a solution that will save us and give our civilization a new level of development of life. To find a salvation solution, we need certain conditions in which it will be possible to do so. Thus, we need the creative society. If we decide to build the creative society, we either have to do it seriously or not do it at all. Either we address thoroughly to save our lives and act together until full completion, or we give up and surrender to the climate Cerberus. And if we decide to change the format of society, we need to change it to something reasonably good and beneficial for all people. Let us compare what we are changing it to. Right now, we are making progress at a rapid pace in developing technologies that are aimed at destroying humanity. But why not at saving lives instead? As long as there is a power of the few, they would only care about their own well-being and make laws that only benefit them. If the power was in the hands of all people and decisions were made by society itself, we would live perfectly well. Because people would never pass laws that make their lives worse or threaten them. The modern world is full of inflation and wars, and a single person is nothing and nobody in it. Together, we can change this for the luxurious conditions for a safe and fulfilling existence for everyone. This kind of conditions we must have simply because we are people. Instead of a world where no one means anything and the life of each of us is nothing, we can choose a world where the life of every person is the most precious thing. Today, you will hear a lot about the creative society and the perspectives it will give to you and to every person. Compare your life now with what the creative society can give you and your family, your loved ones, and your friends.
The creative society is a new format of the Society for All of Humanity that will peacefully lead our civilization to a new stage of evolutionary development where human life is the highest priority. In the Creative Society, power will belong to the people and not be concentrated in the hands of one person or a particular group of people, as is the case today, which leads to conflicts, wars, crises, and so on. Later, we will explain in detail how this can be achieved through peaceful and lawful means.
Participants of the Creative Society project are ordinary people, volunteers, united by the shared idea of building a better world for themselves and their children, the Creative Society. We are glad that foundation for the Creative Society has been already laid, as many people around the world are building it already, and many continue to join every day. But this is not enough, because there are 8 billion people on the planet. And our efforts are just not sufficient. We need everyone, because the Creative Society can only be built together. We must do everything possible to make everyone aware of the Creative Society so that we can leave the consumer format behind as soon as possible and start living in a wonderful life in the Creative Society, in a society that is based on the needs and dreams of each of us, in a society where by improving life for entire community, you improve your own life.
The ideology of the Creative Society project is based on the 8 pillars formed as a result of comprehensive analysis of the will of millions of people around the world. Over the past 12 years, volunteers and experts from more than 180 countries have conducted numerous social surveys and the most extensive analytical work in human history. As a result, the 8 pillars of the Creative Society was formed, whose primary goal is to protect and ensure the safety of human life.
Today, we will talk in great detail about how the Creative Society will change each person's life for the better and what prospects it will open up for all of civilization. First, let's look at what benefits the Creative Society guarantees to everyone.
Worldwide survey of the Creative Society project. What kind of society does every person dream of living in? Tens of millions of people surveyed in 180 countries, hundreds of thousands of hours of video footage, terabytes of data, more than 15 million hours of personal time of Creative Society project participants from around the world, all to show how people from around the world want to live. Only in the Creative Society, all people's desires for a comfortable, safe, and happy life will be guaranteed 100%. All of this is laid out in the 8 pillars of the Creative Society, which is the foundation of your happy future. Watch this video and you will understand why the Creative Society is exactly what you want. First pillar, human life. The highest value in the Creative Society will be human life, that is, your life, as well as the life of any other person. All of humanity will become a unified civilization, and this guarantees the absence of wars, various conflicts, and crises. You will finally gain confidence that you are truly protected. Second pillar, human freedom. In the Creative Society, you will be free and protected. No one will be able to violate your rights and freedoms. You are a citizen of the world, and you will be able to travel freely. And if you want, you will be able to easily change your place of residence. The Creative Society is true freedom and equality, In the creative society, there will be no need to fight for the rights of minorities because there will be no one superior or inferior. Everyone will have one highest status, the status of a human being. There can be no one and nothing on earth superior to a human, their freedom and rights. Third pillar, human safety. The creative society guarantees your safety. The economy of the creative society ensures the absence of crises and inflation for every person. You will be protected and have all the comforts of living. During the transition period to the creative society, you will be provided with free housing of a minimum of 60 square meters per person in private ownership, and you will not have to pay for utilities. Every home will be equipped with an FFG fuel-free generator that will provide you and your family with free and unlimited energy. Moreover, in that same transition period, every month you will receive a universal basic income equivalent to $10,000 as of today without having to pay any taxes. You will only need to decide how to spend your money. You might as well start thinking about this now. Do you think you will pay off all your debts first? But they will be written off. Do you think you will spend this money on healthcare or education? You will have the best education and healthcare free of charge, available to you 24/7. In the creative society, your safety will be the top priority, and all technologies will be directed towards improving your quality of life. Each household will be equipped with a matter replicator, providing you with your favorite clothing, food, and other necessary items. Thanks to the health capsule, you will forget about illnesses forever, and you will always be healthy. Isn't this what you've been dreaming of your whole life? But that's not all yet. Fourth pillar, transparency and openness of information for all. In the creative society, the media will belong exclusively to the society. The media will serve the interests of the people and reflect information truthfully, openly, and honestly. Additionally, you will be able to receive accurate information about the movement and distribution of public funds at any time. Money owed by the public is, first and foremost, your money, and you should know how it is spent and for what purposes. Fifth pillar, the creative ideology. You will no longer have your mind manipulated, nor be frightened with imaginary enemies. We will not be pushed to confront each other and be divided into us versus them anymore, because in the creative society, any propaganda of violence, inhumanity, and segregation will be prohibited. The creative society will establish all the conditions for the development and education of a human with a capital H. Our children will be raised on the principles of humaneness, kindness, friendship, and mutual respect. These particular qualities will form the basis of relationships between people in the creative society. Sixth pillar, development of personality. In the creative society, you will be able to study wherever you want and train to become whatever you want, and it will all be absolutely free of charge. Education in the creative society will unlock your individual potential by 100%. You will be provided with a program specifically tailored to maximize your intellectual abilities. Any educational process will be interesting and engaging. You will have access to cutting-edge technologies in education and development. You can study anywhere in the world at any time that suits you. In the creative society, the world of knowledge is open for you. Seventh pillar, justice and equality. If you decide to work, you will be able to choose a profession that brings you joy. There will be a 4-day work week with a 4-hour workday. Moreover, you will have 2 fully paid vacations per year. Every job will have a decent compensation. The pay for identical positions, specialties, and professions will be the same worldwide. Furthermore, justice and equality will ensure that there will be no more private monopoly and irrational use of resources. All natural resources will belong to all people, including you. Eighth pillar, self-governing society. In the creative society, for the first time in human history, a unified, all-human civilization will be created. All power will belong to all people, to you. People know what they want and how they want to live. All socially important issues will be decided by people themselves on an open online platform. Specialists will be responsible for implementation of the tasks assigned to them. They will be appointed and controlled by people themselves. Since all processes will be transparent, corruption and dictatorship will be impossible in the creative society. In the creative society, you will decide for yourself how to live. For the first time in human history, your future will be in your hands. The 8 pillars of the creative society are formed from our desire to live as human beings. Everyone wants to live in a world without wars, without violence, without tyranny, without poverty, without inflation or any crisis, without absurd and total consumption. If you want peace, security, confidence, free and high-quality healthcare and education, freedom of movement around the world, a universal basic income, access to free energy, then the creative society will fulfill all your dreams. All of this can easily be achieved in the coming years. How to do this? Just tell this to as many people as possible, to everyone. Your dream world is separated from you by your neighbors and everyone around you who don't know about the creative society yet. Do you want the creative society to come as soon as possible? Act. Tell everyone about the creative society. For the first time in human history, your future is in your hands.
It's like a dream world. Free, top-notch medical care guarantees excellent health. Everyone is guaranteed free, high-quality housing and no utility bills. No more inflation or crisis. You will have a stable monthly basic income and all debts will be written off. That's it. You will no longer owe anyone anything. No more thinking about money all the time. That's financial freedom. In a creative society, you can finally see the world and travel freely. You can finally be able to take a deep breath and start living the way you always dreamed of. Only a mentally ill person would not want such a society.
Yes, Olga, I absolutely agree with you. Who wouldn't want that? And you just witnessed the incredible benefits guaranteed to every single person in the creative society. And of course, there are specific stages on the way to build this society, which we will dive into later. And naturally, we cannot just flip a switch and transition into a completely different society. There has to be transitional stages. But first, we will want to make sure that you guys know that even in the transitional period, most of the benefits will be guaranteed to all the people, to every single person on our planet. And yes, everything you heard about will be available to everyone.
Anyone who understands what the creative society is will want to live in it. Although we are all different, we all want the same thing: to live like humans, freely, peacefully, safely, and not worry about anything. That is what unites us. People always want to live well and in good conditions. So why don't we have all of these conditions yet? The answer to this question is very simple. People do not have all of these benefits because in the consumerist society in which we live, power is in the hands of a few instead of the hands of people.
Are you completely satisfied with conditions of your life? I know that most people would answer no. Do you know what that means? It means that you do not have power over your own life. It means that someone else has power over you. If the power were in your hands, would you increase your taxes or the prices of the goods you buy? Would you raise the prices of electricity, gas, and water? Would you condemn yourself to a lifetime of paying debts, insane bills for medical care, education, and so on? And finally, would you start a war in your country that would take your life and the lives of your loved ones? Of course not. Every normal person wants a stable, high quality, peaceful life. And if they had the opportunity, they would build precisely such a life. But today, people do not have power, and therefore, we do not have a stable, desirable future. This situation continues from election to election. Power is always handed over to the few, and that is why only a few live well. That's how our consumer society is built.
Yes, agree. In the creative society, all power will belong to the people, including you. People know what they want and know how they want to live. People themselves will decide all important social issues on an open online platform. Responsible individuals for task completion will be selected and monitored by the people. All processes will be transparent, and no one will be able to make a decision for people. Instead of power for select few, society will be self-governed. The main principle of the creative society is that by improving life for the society as the whole, you improve your own life.
Yes, friends, our future is in our hands. There has never been anything like the creative society in human history. We have no experience of living in such a world, because in all social systems that have existed in our history, leaders have always kept the power for themselves, while in the creative society, people do not delegate authority to anyone, but make all the decisions themselves. That is called self-governance. What will it look like in practice? Let's take a look.
Life is like a chess. Pawns can only move forward, and one at a time. And they're often sacrificed. Knight can move in an L shape and can cleverly outmaneuver the others. While the queen has the power to move around the board at will. We get used to the rules and obediently follow a single game. The same happens in society. We are offered several politicians to choose from. We think we choose. But we only vote for those who are offered. We give them complete power over our lives. We become pawns. Once politicians get power, they arrange wars and crises, sacrificing us, yet we support them by loudly repeating memorized slogans. Or we argue and support others, new politicians, empowering them this time. And everything repeats. We are persuaded that there are no viable models for the self-organization of society without authority. But isn't there such a model in fact? Or is it just that those who claim so do not know about it, or do not want to know about it? Yet, what if we change conditions, stop playing and begin to live? What will a world look like where people are in control of their own lives, self-organized, and truly free and conscious in their choices? Not just individual small groups, but all 8 billion people on the planet. There is such a model, and it is called the Creative Society. Let's see, how will it look like?
For several years, volunteers had been spreading information about a completely new format of society worldwide. And after that, people all over the planet held an international referendum at which the creative format of society was almost unanimously adopted. This led to significant changes both in relationship among people and on the planet as a whole.
All artificially created crises and wars in the world have stopped. The problem of hunger has been resolved with a short period of time, since human life became the main value in the new format of society. The newest advanced technologies, which were inaccessible for people in the consumerist format, have started to be introduced everywhere. Everyone has been provided with a social package that includes a modern dwelling with an area of 60 square meters per person and an unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000 per month. All basic needs of every person are fully met, but the main thing that each of us has gained is the right to be heard. We have transitioned to a completely new format of decision-making, self-governance. In the creative society, there are no presidents or parliaments anymore, not to mention dictators. There are only people, and every person's voice is equally important when decisions are being made.
Mom, do you decide everything now like the presidents did before?
There are no more presidents of any kind anymore, sweetheart. I'm human, just like you, and now there is no one above people, so people themselves decide everything.
Does it mean that you can change anything in the world?
Well, not really. My opinion is just as important as opinions of billions of other adults on the planet. But one person, no matter who he is, cannot promote the project which only he himself likes and which most people are not satisfied with.
Why?
Because majority must vote for it.
Self-governance of society means that we, as community, decide by majority vote whether something will take place or not. Self-governance is not the absence of management or competent planning, but rather is the absence of authority, although its function is equally shared among all people. Voting for a project becomes the right of every adult on the planet. And the advantage is that people themselves aspire to improve the living conditions in society. It becomes a crime to change something in people's lives without asking them. To exercise people's authority, we use such a tool as the electoral platform. It is essentially a website that allows people from all over the world to adopt decisions transparently and quickly. If a global issue is submitted for voting, people from all over the world must participate in voting. If an issue is local, then residents of a relevant territory whose lives are affected by adoption of this law must vote. For example, if there is a village issue, it is resolved in the village. If an issue is regional, it is resolved in the region. Thus, there is local self-government as well as global that applies to the whole world. Each law proposal is written in a language that is simple and understandable to people. Experts should prepare a draft law and explain what the expected results would be, the pros and cons of its implementation, what will change for an individual, and how the law will affect his life. Then the draft law is submitted for general voting.
A new global law proposal is up for a vote by humanity.
What is this?
Read out the draft law.
Global law proposal on introducing fuel-free power generators worldwide. An FFG is a device that enables you to generate electricity without the use of power plants or any other energy sources or generators that exist today.
Read me the pros.
Do you want it in brief or in detail?
Tell it in brief. Take into account my preferences.
In brief, an FFG will ensure everyone's energy independence. That means you will never have to pay utility bills again, and your favorite matcha tea will become cheaper. Just like all the other goods and services, because there will be no electricity charges. FFGs will also benefit the environment. Taking into account your hobbies and preferences, your biggest benefit from implementing FFGs will be that you won't have any need to fill up your car.
Okay, I vote.
You cannot vote before you listen to a detailed version of the law proposal with a description of all the pros and cons, as well as the expert opinion.
Okay, read it then.
Pros: energy independence.
Everyone should first familiarize themselves with the law proposal in full, and then make a decision to vote for or against it. A person votes directly, without intermediaries, because this decision will affect his life. A law is considered adopted if it is supported by the majority of people, 50% plus one vote.
That's interesting. The project is global. Pros. Okay, cons. Who is the initiator? A group of experts from power supply sector. They have a good rating.
Disadvantages of implementing FFGs. The energy sector will lose its relevance. All power plants, factories, mines, oil pipelines, and gas stations will be shut down. Specialists in above-mentioned industries will be dismissed. At the same time, they will be able to change their specialty. New vacancies will become available.
Let's see, what jobs are offered? Okay, engineer. FFG biotechnologist. Look at that. They offer retraining to be an aerospace systems engineer.
Come on. I worked there for 8 years. I started back in the consumer's format.
All processes will be transparent, and as a citizen of the world, you will be able to control any voting process, whether your vote was registered correctly or not. Moreover, it's important to understand that the electoral platform is easy to use, intuitive, and technically protected against any intrusion and forgery, thanks to a reliable and secure system of data collection and processing.
The global voting on the implementation of FFGs is now proceeding well.
The actual implementation of a law adopted by people will be handled by responsible administrators, in strict accordance with the law adopted and within the stipulated time frame. Through the electoral platform, in real time, people will be able to monitor implementations of the adopted law and recall administrators in case of any abuse. An important difference between the voting process in the consumerist format and the one in the creative society is that in the creative society, any information will be open and accessible. Information openness can in no way be used against an individual because human life will be the highest value.
Based on the results of the global vote, the world is transitioning to fuel-free generators. More than 2 billion families have already received FFGs, and soon it will be available to every inhabitant of the planet.
Everything is in order. Congratulations with your new FFG.
Thank you.
Planned closures of power plants, gas stations, and a control-safe transition to industrial FFGs are successfully underway. An FFG can be installed in any means of transportation.
Time has come for us to see. It's up to you.
Nova, how long have I been driving without refueling?
Today, you have driven 405 miles without refueling or recharging. In total, your car has traveled 1,267 miles with the FFG. The next inspection of your car will be after 8,000 miles, and your FFG will be serviced in 9 years and 345 days.
Hi, Yoshka. Are you going fishing?
I'm going to work, man. I became a fishing instructor. My dream came true. It's fantastic. I go fishing every day, and my wife doesn't grumble at me because I go to work. It was my mistake to vote against that law back then. I now make more money than I did at the gas station. That's how it goes. And what about you?
I took that job. I'm going to be an aerospace engineer. I am now practicing and training.
Cool. Good luck to you.
Tight lines and bent rods.
The self-governance procedure is clear and understandable. It ensures order in decision-making and control over quick execution of decisions. Moreover, self-government eliminates any conditions for corruption. There will be no one who can be bribed because there will be no individual on whom decisions depend. Everyone will be equally able to participate in managing society's affairs. No one will have any privileges or immunity. People themselves will decide where to allocate their resources and will jointly control how they are being used. It will be very easy for any person to submit an initiative on their own on solving one or another vital issues. An initiative is verified for consistency with the 8 foundations of the Creative Society and submitted to the general public. If people support the idea, then experts get involved and prepare a draft law for voting.
Hi guys!
Hey.
So you will support me? I'm going to change the world. You said it's a long walk to the park and there are very few swings. What do you think about this park near our house?
Wow!
Or this one?
It's hard to choose.
Wow, when did you manage to retrain from an interior designer to an architect?
It's not me. I just put forward an idea, and last night local architects created these 2 projects by means of artificial intelligence. So now I will submit both of them on the platform and let people choose which one to vote for.
The main thing is to have more ice cream cafes in the park.
Well, then we need to vote for this one because it has fewer bike lanes and more cafes, while that one has more jogging and bike lanes and fewer cafes.
Mom, you've built a beautiful park, but there are still few cafes and a poor selection of ice cream flavors.
Here is your ice cream lane, lady. You are so right. The selection is poor, but soon there will be more. We just opened yesterday. Enjoy. Thank you.
Delicious.
In today's consumer society, a single country or even an alliance of several countries will not be able to implement the concept of self-governance in full, because there is such a concept as geopolitics, an endless war of interests. There is a competition and fight for resources, and national economies are interconnected to a large extent. Thus, people in a separate country cannot fully make independent decisions. Real self-governance is possible only in the creative format of society, and there is no analogues of this form of governance today. In the consumerist format, the law usually protects and benefits those who created it, but when people themselves create laws and vote for them, they work for the benefit of all people, not just a few. When people themselves generate projects and promote laws, there can be no wars, international strife, or conflicts in such a society. Because the most valuable thing for us people is life, and those incredible prospects which the creative society offers us.
We still have a lot of work to do. A path to happiness is always thorny. In our case, the path to the creative society. We'd have to say goodbye to some things, learn something, and get used to something. But there are more joyful moments in all of this. After the introduction of FFGs, even more opportunities opened up to us. Vertical farms all over the planet, a matter replicator, and even endless space are all a reality now. In the creative society, ordinary people are no longer pawns. Everyone becomes the most important because they are now humans. Since power is in the hands of people, that is, in our hands, everyone is more motivated to play an active role in the process of society. We have become even more united and responsible because now each of us changes the world for the better every day by our conscious choice. Creative Society, the beginning.
As you can see, self-governance is very simple. It is a completely transparent process that eliminates any possibility of manipulation. We as a community make decisions by majority vote. Whether to implement something or not, self-governance is not chaos, but rather intelligent management and planning. There is no authority. Instead, that function is distributed equally among all people. Voting for a particular project or law becomes the right of every adult on the planet. The advantages is that people themselves strive to improve the living conditions in society.
At present, it is impossible to fully implement the concept of self-governance as we have seen in one country or even a union of several countries, due to the geopolitical struggles for resources and competition between national economies. People in a single country cannot make independent decisions, but in a creative format of society, real self-governance is possible. In such a society, people create laws and projects that work for the benefit of all people, not just for the benefit of a few. In such a society, there are no inter-ethnic disputes, conflicts, or wars, because the most valuable thing for us humans is life and the prospects that the creative society opens up for us.
The creative society is beneficial for everyone. Who wouldn't want to live in a safe, stable world where everyone is guaranteed free, quality health care and education, free housing of at least 650 square feet per person owned by the people themselves, and an unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000 per month? But you know, a serious question arises. What do you spend that money on? Considering how many things will be free, where will you spend your unconditional basic income? While you think about it, let's see how people from around the world are answering this question.
Exclusively for the Global Crisis Forum There Is a Way Out, we've conducted social service across the entire world. The volunteers of Creative Society Project asked people about how they envision their lives in a creative society. So let's dive into the first question we asked people. Imagine living in a creative society where healthcare and education are free, and you have access to free housing without having to pay utility bills. All your debts are written off. You don't owe anything to anyone. You receive an unconditional basic income of $10,000 each month in present-day currency to your card. How would you spend that money? What would you do with it?
I'll definitely be able to like start my passion projects, which are more for the community and like bringing underrepresented communities, giving them more opportunities in society.
I would create some projects, entertainment shows, for example. I would invest in the talented guys and produce someone.
Yes, these would be inventions. That is something I've always enjoyed doing. Inventing, coming up with something. So take something and create. It would be for the whole world, so I could invent different things that could be useful to society.
Wow, that's a big question, and it's too important. For me, I would like to travel the world, the whole world. I would like to meet people from different nationalities, see the natural.
Most of my budget will be spent on recreation, singing, piano, etc.
Where am I going to spend $10,000? First of all, I will do everything I'm supposed to do in the household. And then I'll probably start making paper airplanes out of them and wait for them to disappear at all. It will be the happiest moment of my life to never think about them again.
I don't even know why the money is needed at all.
That's a good question.
Yes, the value and worth of money is completely different in such a society.
I want to go abroad a lot, to eat plenty of good food, and to have a lot of fun.
If everyone has everything, then the money is kind of unnecessary.
I guess I could think more about, because right now I'm thinking, well, what about like spaceships and like going to the moon or like new advanced technology?
I will take care of my family and I will try to join the creative society to help other people, and that is my dream.
If I had such money, I would stop saving on those foods and fruits that contain the vitamins that I need. I would stop saving at least a little bit on gas. I have a gas meter. I would invite my friends to a cafe.
I would learn how to live. Because these days, with what we earn and the way we live, you are not living, you are surviving.
Imagine having an official work schedule of 4 days a week for 4 hours a day, and you earn a decent salary. In addition, you receive an unconditional basic income and free housing. Education is free and of excellent quality anywhere in the world. You can acquire any professional skill and join any team across the world to work on projects that benefit society as a whole. Or choose not to work at all. What would you do?
I would still work. I love my job. You know, I work in visual effects and it makes me happy. So I think I would still work, and you know, whether that's paid a certain amount or not, I would still go in every day, or 4 days a week would be great.
I would love to work for huge organizations that will probably study some super global issues.
Well, you know, I'm an industrialist and a producer. I'm a creator. Maybe I would do something, I don't know, maybe make some goods cheaper.
I think with the time that would be available, I would probably put more of my efforts and energy into volunteering.
No matter the amount of money, I would definitely still try to learn and develop as much as I possibly could.
I still need to keep my brain busy and contribute to society in some way, so I wouldn't just sit around. I think I'd get bored like super fast.
I'm gonna do a volunteer work and do a personal business as well.
I would love to enhance my skills related to acting and writing, and would want to contribute in that same field.
Even if I knew I could live without working, I would still want to keep exploring the human body, right?
My dream is to help other people, not just to help myself, but to help take other people to another level.
I would definitely get involved. All the best to the people. I would work for the people.
I think also it's the psychological thing to do something and to also to improve in this society, because I think also how it's possible this society to exist without our contribution.
I would join those like different projects to benefit society, because just sitting around you're not really doing anything, and there's a lot that could be done by joining those projects.
The creative society is a world where everyone has a financial security. It's an absolutely peaceful world, devoid of war, violence, and slavery. It's a world where you can enjoy all the benefits we've discussed earlier. Would you like to live in a creative society?
Would you like to live in such a society?
I would.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
I would. I think it would benefit my health overall, my mental health, and then my physical, in turn, my physical health.
Yes, of course I would like to. I would like to live in peace and tranquility.
Yes, of course, because it is at least comfortable for any person. It seems for everyone it is so.
Yes, sure. If there really is an unconditional basic income, that would be the optimal situation for the whole world. Firstly, to achieve peace, and secondly, to create a decent life for all people.
In our life, if there were no wars, slavery, corruption, it would be very beautiful. I really want to live in the creative world.
I would like to live in the creative society. I think it would be great. Certainly there wouldn't be any conflicts between people. Politics would not make sense then either, meaning one political group would not fight with another, country with country, because there would be no need for influence.
Of course, certainly. I'm sure, in fact, we're already creating, even just by the fact that we're already talking about it. I'm looking forward to such a society.
Yes, and I'll try to do everything I can to make it happen.
So who wouldn't want? I would definitely love to be a part of this society.
Yes, of course. I definitely hope to live in a relatively peaceful place without war.
I think we would all like to live in such an environment and protect our families, right?
I would love to live in such a society.
Yes, such a world is a dream, and I'd really like that.
Yes, I think I would like to live in the creative society.
I dream of a place called the Creative Society. Did not know that there was such a project. I am honored to even be a part, to just share my little capsule of how I think life could be. I want the emblem, any of that. No, sign me up. Queens on board. Absolutely.
Sure, 100%. Yeah, 100%. No need of doubt. Everybody looks for it.
Well, of course, I do not know what kind of a person, other than a psychopath, would not want to live in such a world.
Well, the answer is obvious. Of course I'd love to, and I challenge anyone who says otherwise.
Yes, I would like to live in such a society, because it would mean that many of the inequalities that still exist today will disappear. It happens because of minorities' interests, who benefit and get richer, because of the problems that are happening in the world.
Would you like to live in the creative society?
Of course I will love.
Naturally, it's probably a dream of every person. Everyone falls asleep and thinks, oh, if there was no war, it would be great. People would live in abundance and harmony, and everyone would smile at each other.
Yes, I would love to.
I'm with you.
I'm just saying. Come on. That's like the best dream any person would have. Yes, I would love to live.
Of course. Like, I think this will be answer of all people. Yeah, of course, I would like to.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Creative society, it's amazing.
Amazing. What you have seen is only a small part of the responses from people around the world in recently conducted social surveys initiated by the participants of the Creative Society project in preparation for the forum Global Crisis, There is a Way Out. This survey revealed some very important points. Firstly, absolutely everyone supports and of course wants to live in a creative society. Secondly, even with all the benefits, such as free, high-quality healthcare and education, no utility bills, debt forgiveness, no taxes, and a guaranteed universal basic monthly income of $10,000, most people plan to improve their lives and the world around them even further. This is because everyone wants to live in a life worthy of a human. And the Creative Society is precisely the format that creates conditions for such a life. This once again proves that the creative format of society is the format which will restore our sense of humanity and will promote the development of the inner potential of every person, because the conditions in the society will be completely different.
Yes, Alina, absolutely. And this shows how much on the same page we are.
And have you ever thought about how in today's consumerist society, people's minds are consumed basically with thoughts like paying off debts, paying off the loan, how to find money to feed the children, or how to even afford medical treatment, basically how to make ends meet. And wouldn't it be better to actually think about pleasant things like what kind of education would you get if money wasn't an issue, or how would you spend your 10K a month on conditional basic income? Now, that's a great thought, right? Write in the comments below, how would you spend those money, and share your ideas, folks. We would love to hear from you.
Yes, of course, everyone wants a guaranteed unconditional basic income of $10,000, free high-quality health care and education, no utility bills, loan forgiveness, and no taxes. And all of this will be available during the period of transition to the Creative Society. But fair questions arise. Where will the money come from to provide all these benefits, especially to every person? Will the unconditional basic income payments lead to an increase in prices and inflation? Why do we say that all these benefits will be guaranteed in the Creative Society? What can guarantee this to us? Who will pay for it? Answers to these questions will now be shown in the presentation of a new economic model prepared by an international team of economists specifically for this forum.
In the transition period to the Creative Society, each person will have universal basic income equivalent to $10,000 US, free housing at least 650 square feet per person, free healthcare of the highest quality, free education for a lifetime, safety in every part of the world, work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, paid vacation for 2 months a year, equally high salaries across the world, no taxes for individuals, small and medium-sized businesses, fixed prices on all goods.
When I look at the picture of this kind of the world, a thought comes to my mind. This is incredible. This is incredibly cool. And yes, I want this kind of life. But just like in any person, a skeptic inside me begins to rant and says, first of all, it is impossible to implement. And even if it is possible, it certainly won't happen in my lifetime. And goes on to affirm, no one will let you do this. And you know what I reply to him? You're right. And indeed, he is right in today's economy of the consumerist format in which we exist nowadays. This cannot be implemented. This requires a different economic model. We need to look beyond the confines of the current system. And I invite you to learn about a new model of economy that will provide a high standard of living for every human being. This model has been developed and proposed by experts from around the world. It takes into account the economic needs of each person, technological advances, and the need for our civilization to develop and evolve. This innovative model will change our lives from the first day of its implementation. I want to draw your attention to the fact that its implementation is possible only if the format of society is changed from consumerist to creative. And further, I will explain why. Unlike the current economic model, the new model will have a different goal: to provide the high standard of living for every human on the planet. There are two key requirements for the new economic model to function and achieve this goal. The first requirement: the new economic model can only work on a planetary scale.
It cannot work in a single country. The second requirement is the self-governing society. All power must belong to the people. The economy, along with other strategic spheres, will also be managed and controlled directly by society, represented by every person, each of us, via the electoral platform. So, we have formulated the goal of the new economic model and outlined the necessary requirements for its implementation. These requirements can only be met in the creative format of society. I now invite you to model the near future. After we have successfully completed all three stages of building the creative society, informational, political, and the global referendum, the world community legally and peacefully transitions to the creative format of society that we all have chosen together and become one civilization. From that moment on, it will take a small amount of time to launch the new economic model. 6 months, according to preliminary calculations. After that, we will enter the transitional period to the creative society, which will last 5 to 6 years. As soon as we enter the transitional period, everyone will be provided with the monthly unconditional basic income in the amount equivalent to $10,000, with their own housing of at least 60 square meters per person. Education and healthcare will be of high quality and free, as well as resources, electricity, water, heating. All debts will be written off. Loans will be interest-free, and there will be no more taxes for individuals, small and medium-sized businesses. Of course, this raises a lot of questions. Will people work? What will the prices be? Will there be inflation? And the most common and important question, where will the money come from? So let's take it in order. Where will we get the money from in the transitional period to the creative society? In the new economic model, money will be created by a single fund for global financing, which belongs to society and serves its interests. The single fund for global financing will only serve the function of creating and redistributing funds. It will not accumulate money like the funds do today, nor will it make money as the banks do in the consumer model of the economy. There will be no banks in the transitional period to the creative society because there will be no need to keep money, because money will be exclusively digital. In fact, there will be no money in the conventional sense of the word. These are just numbers and equivalent for exchange. That's your assets. You can exchange them for something, a product, a service, and so on. The more the economy grows, the more means of exchange, what we now call money, are created. In contrast to the consumerist format, all financial transactions will be open and transparent to everyone. The task of the single fund for global financing is to supply the right amount of means of exchange at society's request. Well, how will this work? Society decides what needs to be improved, created, and what projects and initiatives to implement. Experts will use the artificial intelligence to calculate how much money is needed to achieve those goals. And the single fund for global financing will create the necessary amount of money. If there is a request for the implementation of a project in a village, city, or country, an application is submitted to the electoral platform. For example, if a city decides to replace its asphalt pavement, it submits a request, and funds are allocated for this from the single fund for global financing. It's just like in the family. You know what everyone needs, and you allocate money from the family budget to buy the necessary goods: pants, sneakers, a piano. It's the same at the city and global levels. The only difference is that our budget as a society is not limited. We can spend as much as we want if there is something to spend on, and we need it. This approach does not limit the development of the economy. The economy develops and our opportunities increase. In the new economic model, there will be no budgets of cities and countries. There will be no such thing as state money either. The only place where money can accumulate is your personal account, and you yourself dispose of it as you please. If a country, city or village has a budget, there will inevitably be those who will try to make a profit from that budget, local officials and others. And when there is no budget, it cannot be taken away. And this is the answer to the question of why there will be no corruption, theft and bureaucracy. There won't be a situation where the asphalt pavement was changed last year and this year it is changed again, and someone makes money on it. It will not happen because the monitoring system will guarantee the transparency of all operations. Monitoring that the money allocated has been used as intended will be done with the help of technologies that already exist, such as the multipurpose complex Voskhod. You won't be able to buy building materials for a higher price than those that are sold everywhere, and everyone can see their price. How is it possible to steal if what you buy and sell can be seen immediately? Money flows are transparent. Anyone can see what every penny is spent on. Now, in the consumer's format, this information is hidden. But in the transitional period to the creative society, it will be available to everyone. You can see exactly how money has been spent in any part of the world, regardless of where you are, because society's money is your money. For the convenience of transactions and complete transparency, a new single monetary unit will be introduced, which can be used anywhere in the world. It will belong to society and be created by the single fund for global financing. It will be digital. It will not be possible to seize or freeze it, and it will not lose value. You cannot lose digital money. It cannot be stolen, and its flows are completely transparent. From the first day of the transitional period to the creative society, an exchange of existing currencies for the new monetary unit will take place. All savings, capitals and assets of people and enterprises will be converted into it. Why will the single currency be digital? Because firstly, it guarantees the transparency of all financial transactions. And secondly, with modern technology, there is no need for paper money or documents. Digital money is both environmentally friendly and convenient. A person doesn't need to carry a wallet, a passport or a plane ticket. No chips or third-party devices are needed. A person can be identified by retina or a fingerprint. All this information will be stored in a single database that would be under the control of society as a whole, rather than individual countries or special services, as it is today, where everything is fragmented. This high-tech approach would simply eliminate any illegal activity. It will be impossible to engage in stealing or money laundering. It will all stop. In the creative society, a person has nothing to fear or hide. They are absolutely open and free. Everything starts with a clean slate. The key mechanism of the new economic model will be a limitation of wealth, which is the limit of maximum wealth per family that we will set as a society. At the present time, the recommended amount is $10 million, and it is confirmed by recent research. This is the total amount, including all movable and immovable property, all the assets and liabilities of each family member. This amount is more than enough for a comfortable, prosperous life, but not enough to gain unlimited power. When a person's wealth goes over the set limit, the excess funds simply disappear. They are not credited to anyone's account and are essentially written off. We are used to thinking in terms of the economy of the consumerist format, but here you have to understand that this is a different form of settlement, not the usual banking form. Therefore, money is not accumulated. When society needs money, the single fund for global financing simply allocates the necessary amount, which goes into circulation. Society is financed without limitations for as much as required for its needs. In the transitional period, money is needed as an exchange fund to limit the wealth so that humanity or a group of people would not build empires and usurp power again. This would create a high standard of living for all people. Let's summarize. In the consumerist format, money is a means to retain power. People try to accumulate it, hide it, take it away, while in the transitional period to the creative society, money is a tool to achieve society's goals. And money is needed only during the transitional period to the creative society, as a temporary measure for 5 to 6 years, and it will not be needed in the future. And later we will explain why. Nowadays, they say that the problem is not money, but its quantity. As we have already understood, in the new economic model, there will be no such problem. But the question is different. Will it lead to inflation? The answer is simple. There will be no inflation at all. It is impossible. In the current economic model, this would indeed lead to skyrocketing prices, hyperinflation. But in the economic model of the transitional period to the creative society, this simply could not happen. Why? Because prices would be fixed worldwide by law for all resources, goods and services. They simply cannot be raised, and this means that inflation cannot be created. But it raises another question. At what level will the prices be fixed? Will the bread cost $1,000? Well, if you make that decision, of course it will, because we will decide as a society anyway. The optimal prices will be calculated using artificial intelligence, considering all the costs and profitability, but the final decision on pricing will be made by people. Therefore, you surely understand we are unlikely to want the bread to cost $1,000. We would rather want it to cost less than it does today. And it will. All prices will be less than they are today. And thanks to what? Because there will be no interest on loans and taxes for medium and small-sized businesses included in the prices. Electricity, water and gas will be free. There will be a single economic environment in the creative society. And the absence of borders means no taxes on exports and imports, no duties, no excise taxes and no customs duties. The introduction of robotics, fuel-free generators and smart logistics will contribute to lower prices for goods. At the same time, quality standards will be equally high for the same goods all over the world. For example, the same hamburger that today costs $6 in America and $1 in Romania will cost, for example, 40 cents worldwide and will be equally delicious and juicy and healthy. Tasty and healthy food will be available to everyone. Right now, in the consumerist economy, 8 billion people is a lot. And in the creative society, 50 billion won't be enough. But even in the transitional period, we will not need to add worms, bugs and other insects to our food, because the production of organic and quality food will increase many times as new technologies are introduced, such as vertical farms, which we already have now, but it is not profitable to introduce them in the farming, in the consumer's format. And in the new model of the economy, it will become completely natural. Today, despite the addition of insects to our food, 2 billion people are starving. And in the transitional period to the creative society, there will be neither hungry nor poor. I'm already anticipating your next question. Such a rapid improvement in people's living standards and purchasing power, including an unconditional basic income of $10,000, lower prices and free utility services, won't all this lead to a shortage of products? It won't, but friends, the truth is, not everything is going to be so easy. You will have a new headache, where to spend the $10,000, because the selection of goods and services will be huge. In the transitional period to the creative society, almost immediately you will see a huge increase in economic growth, because people will have enough money and there will be an unconditional basic income, which means that the purchasing power will increase many times over. And this is a massive boost for trade turnover. Moreover, ideal conditions will be created for manufacturers and business. These include interest-free loans, no taxes for small and medium-sized businesses, free water, gas and electricity, access to the latest technology, and most importantly, a great demand for their goods and services. This will be a huge stimulus for them to create more goods, develop and expand. The new economic model is a real paradise for consumers and entrepreneurs. First of all, the absence of taxes for small and medium-sized businesses means not only a reduction in prices, it also means economic freedom. All the money you earn is yours and you are free to spend it as you like. No one will be able to take them away as it is done today through taxation. Taxes will be simply not necessary because there is a wealth cap and funds above a certain amount are already directed towards the needs of society. And this money will anyway be exchanged for goods and services which will make manufacturers themselves richer. This is much more beneficial than taxes. Secondly, loans for small and medium-sized businesses will be interest-free. You can take out a loan and develop your business, but this does not mean that you can borrow without limit and not pay it back. Obviously, there will be a mechanism for control. Of course, you have an obligation to repay the loan. No one will allow anyone to live off their back. It is not good for someone to live off the president's back. And considering that each person is the president, you cannot get a free ride on anyone. But on the plus side, no one can get a free ride on you. And thirdly, another key benefit for business is the economic model itself. It will be structured in such a way that any entrepreneur will always know what is in demand. This will be possible because we will use a planned economy model, which will be calculated using artificial intelligence on a global level. This means that any businessman can always visit the electoral platform and, with the help of artificial intelligence, find out what will be the demand for their goods and services in a particular location. Artificial intelligence will help them process the data and make the right choice so that their business becomes profitable and successful. For example, you have decided to open a coffee shop. You can go to the electoral platform and see how many coffee shops are in your area, how busy they are, and if there are already 2 half-empty coffee shops, it would be foolish to open a third one. Such a business will fail on its own and harm others. At the same time, the artificial intelligence will prompt you that there is no bakery in this area. Therefore, opening a bakery will be profitable. This way, you get to understand which profitable business you can open for the benefit of yourself and society. Moreover, when starting a business, the same artificial intelligence will offer you options for premises, purchasing goods at the most favorable price in nearby places to reduce logistics costs. It will connect you with a logistics company, calculate the required loan amount, if one is needed, and also calculate the cost of necessary repairs of the premises. Find the companies that will do the repairs at the most advantageous price. Find options for design solutions and propose the necessary employee candidates in the required location. All on a turnkey basis. At the same time, it is you who chooses from the options suggested by AI, and all final decisions are up to you. The same artificial intelligence will calculate how much time it will take from the moment you apply on the electoral platform for your business to start making a profit. Additionally, the AI will calculate the necessary number of employees and help you draft their schedule. This is very useful considering that the work week will be 4 days, 4 hours a day, meaning that in order to cover 12 hours of daily work for that very coffee shop, 3 people per day are needed per shift. Of course, after this, many people will say that everyone will become an entrepreneur. They won't, because running a business requires a certain character, motivation, responsibility, time commitment, and most importantly, organizational skills. For many, and this is the overwhelming majority, it is much easier to go to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, receive a good salary in addition to the universal basic income, and enjoy life, rather than continue developing their business and work on it almost 24 hours a day, despite all the help from AI. Even if artificial intelligence does the calculations for you, it's still up to you to do the work. AI will help you launch the business and assist you in the process, but it is you who will run the business. Communicating with customers, overseeing production, the responsibility for all this will be on you, right down to picking out the design, starting from the smallest details in the process of launching the business. There is no getting away from it. You will be engaged 24 hours a day, despite the simplicity and ease of the process. And it is up to you to decide whether to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, or to be an entrepreneur. Some people want to earn more, while others are satisfied with their salary and a free, wonderful life. Naturally, all of these conditions, such as no taxes, interest-free loans, understandable demand, etc., will have a positive impact on increasing wages. Wages will need to be increased regularly because companies will need skilled workers to meet the growing demand for goods and services. Since unconditional basic income allows even those who used to be low-income individuals to purchase quality goods, there will be an increase in the number of companies needing employees to meet this demand. For example, let's consider a medium-sized business. A person has an enterprise with 200 to 300 employees and a turnover of several tens of millions of dollars. They don't have to pay taxes. All the money earned belongs to them. And of course, they will raise wages, because competition for specialists in the labor market will be high. While unemployment will inevitably increase in today's world, in the creative society, on the contrary, there will be competition for good workers. They will be needed. And we come to another often asked question. Will people want to work if they already have a comfortable life provided by universal basic income of $10,000? People will still work because a $120,000 universal basic income per year for a person is just an average level of prosperity. Few people want to be in the middle class. People strive to live better. For example, if a person wants a new good car, then to buy it, they will have to live on just their basic income for several years. Wouldn't it be easier to go to work to buy their dream car faster? In this case, a person could earn an additional $5,000 to $10,000 or more per month, and in a year they could save up for their dream car and drive it to the job they love. You will also want good watches, a good phone, and a new laptop. Why? Because you have the opportunity to buy them. You will want to go to a good restaurant. You will be too lazy to cook, and you will go to a restaurant near your home to eat there. This requires money, and this is a good incentive to work. Not to mention that the transitional period to a creative society implies working for 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, and having 2 months of paid vacation and high salaries worldwide. Furthermore, thanks to the implementation of new technologies, boring professions and hard labor will gradually disappear. People will have much more interesting work to do because there will be many new professions that will reveal their potential and talents. Everyone will be able to easily and freely learn a new trade or train for a new profession. Thus, we understand that people will have all the conditions to earn themselves a good house and even more than one, any car or real estate. And then this question arises, what about private property? Everything a person earns, up to the wealth cap, belongs to them, their house, their yard, their car, and so on. An entrepreneur's private property may include a store, service areas, manufacturing, restaurants, cafes, and the like. But all minerals and resources of the earth will belong to the entire society. It is thanks to this that electricity, water, and gas will be free for people and small and medium-sized businesses. Thus, the new economic model creates all the conditions for the maximum development of both businesses and entrepreneurship, as well as the development of every individual and society as a whole. One more reason why the world economy will become many times more efficient in the transitional period to the creative society is the use of a planned economy at the global level. Just think how much unnecessary money and resources are now spent on overproduction, as well as on liquidation of finished products in order to increase the value of the remaining products. And yet, at a time when a third of the ready-to-eat products are being destroyed, there are countries where people have never ever tried these products. Meanwhile, those countries have things that are needed in other countries. The new model of the economy will solve this problem with smart planning and smart logistics. Logistics will be calculated by experts with the help of artificial intelligence in order to efficiently redistribute goods so that everyone will have the opportunity to buy everything they need. In the model of the transitional period to the creative society, there is no limit to improving human life. It will be possible and necessary to improve life, but prohibited to make it worse, and it will be fixed at the legislative level. Remember, the highest value in the world will be human life and his benefits. Well, friends, let's sum it up. Now you understand how the economic model of the transitional period to the creative society works. It provides everyone with the high standard of living. This includes a monthly unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000, fixed prices for all goods, high level of wages, free and high quality healthcare, education, and excellent conditions for business development. What's more, there's only a part of its advantages over the current consumerist format of economy. The absence of wars, inflation, crisis, and stable income, all of this makes society healthier, and this is extremely important. There's no need to commit crimes, no reason to risk a happy life. The simple question is, what for? When human life comes first, the world changes drastically. Your happy life is what you will treasure. These are your opportunities, and these are the opportunities for the entire civilization. Today, humanity stands at the threshold of controlling matter. This is the reality of today. Only minor gaps in understanding separate us from controlling matter. The only thing we really lack to fill these gaps and make a scientific breakthrough is scientists from around the world working together in this direction with unlimited funding. And this will be possible from the very first days of the transitional period to the creative society. And most importantly, unlimited funding for science is the only chance to eliminate the climate threat. Because this is the top priority vital issue today. As early as this stage, we will be able to save the planet from climate collapse and launch the processes to solve environmental problems. The transitional period will take about 5 to 6 years. After its completion, we will enter the creative society. And the creative society is a world of incredible possibilities where the latest technologies will be available. The health capsule will allow everyone to extend their lives beyond the species limit and live in a healthy and young body for at least 1,500 years. The replicator is the technology that will enable us to create anything from the tiniest particles, manipulating matter at the quantum level. These technologies will be in every home. And that's the answer to why we will no longer need money. The creative society solves all our economic problems and opens up a new world of incredible opportunities where you can unlock your true potential. If you want to live in such a world, it is now important to act together with millions of people. You and I are now launching a worldwide demand for the creative society, which will very soon become the main trend of humanity if each of us takes an active part in this first and most difficult stage of building the creative society, the stage of informing. In one way or another, each of us is suffering in the economic model of the consumerist format. But we are searching for a way out within the familiar paradigm. However, the way out is only in the creative society. Therefore, for those who understand what the way out is, it is important to tell others about it. Creative society will open up perspectives for growth and development of each individual and of society as a whole. This is what will make us free. In the consumerist format, there can be no real freedom for a person. There's always the exploitation of the majority by a few individuals. But even those few individuals are themselves enslaved by this format. Therefore, not a single person has freedom in the consumerist society. It is only in the creative society that a person can attain true freedom.
Wasn't that amazing? First of all, I'd like to say thank you to a large international team of economists for such a clear and thorough presentation of the economy in the transition period to the creative society. Today, we will talk to Alexey Prudkov, an entrepreneur from Dubai, and a leading expert economist from the Netherlands, Jonathan Rivard. And we are going to talk about the new model of the economy. It is clear for everyone that we all will benefit from the new economical model. Who would reject a $10,000 a month basic income, a spacious, comfortable, free house, free medical care, and free education of the highest quality? And it turns out that it is not a problem to provide it all in the new economic model. But why have we never heard of such approach before? We all got used to think only within the limits of the existing model of the consumerist format. And rarely do people think about the fact that the format itself can be changed, so the existing economic system can be changed as well. But it turns out that this is not only possible, but it's also so much easier than continue to fight the consequences of the never-ending crisis created by the current failing economic system.
Today, we are enslaved in this consumerism format through debt, fear of losing our jobs, and lack of money. We work in a job that we don't like just to keep us from starving to death. And already, in the transition period of the creative society, everyone will be financially free and independent. An unconditional basic income will allow us to enjoy life rather than survive. This will create an enormous supply and demand. Just imagine the economy will receive as much as money in a month as the current world economy produces in a whole year. Money will permanently stimulate the economy, and it will be no longer laying dead weight in an account of several people. Because there will be a limitation of wealth, and there won't be any risk of someone having an excessive amount of money which they could use to seize power or initiate wars.
Yes, and most importantly, only this economical model will provide the unlimited funding for the scientists to tackle the most important problem, the climate threat. But look at the current economical model. Today, many projects that could improve people's lives are not being implemented because we have no funding for them. While in the transition period to the creative society, there are no limits. Funding of society, that is the development of the society, is limitless. Alexei?
And it is impossible to create inflation because prices are fixed by law. As a result, we will get an economy without crisis and inflation. During the transitional period to the creative society, the entire world economy will function as a unified system, as opposed to the current fragmented approach, where everyone is focused solely on their own profit and self-interest.
And today's economy has been very accurately described in the books by John Perkins, who calls today's economy the economy of death. He writes about it in his best-selling book, The Confessions of the Economic Hitman. So John Perkins is a specialist who knows the consumer's format system from the inside out. He understands more than anyone that the current economy system leading us all down a blind alley. It has been a pleasure to meet him, and we're delighted to have him today with us. John, the floor is yours.
So, welcome to Global Crisis, There Is a Way Out. I personally am very happy to be here. I'm John Perkins. I have a background as a chief economist at a major consulting firm, but perhaps I'm better known as an economic hitman. People all over the world are understanding that the system that we now have just isn't working. I am blessed with the opportunity to speak in many different countries on just about every continent. And everywhere I go, I see that people understand that, you know, we've got to stop climate change. We've got to stop species extinctions. We've got to stop environmental destruction. People know this everywhere. And so those are all symptoms of the death economy. We know we've got to turn this around. We've got to create an economic system that works. It's an illusion to think that we don't have power. You know, we in some respects we're living in this illusory society where everybody's told, and the advertising tells us, and politicians tell us that somebody else has the power. We have to turn to them. But the fact of the matter is, if you look at the people who've changed throughout history, whoever your heroes are, these are just human beings. And when they started, they didn't know they were going to become heroes. They didn't know they were going to become world known. And you may not become world known, or you may not want to be, but you can play an incredible role. And once you get started doing this, the satisfaction that it brings is phenomenal. Whenever we realize that we must change and we start to invoke these changes and we start to implement these changes, there's always pushback because the status quo thinks that they don't want change. And little do they know, even the very richest and most powerful people politically, they're in trouble. They're in a lot of trouble. The planet's in trouble, and so they're in trouble. But they'll push back, and that's historical. You know, but whenever there's pushback like that, we can take strength from it. We realize they're pushing back because they know that we're winning. And it doesn't matter from what country you hail, what your religion is, or your nationality, or your culture, or the color of your skin, or anything else. We're all in this together. And we are unified in the fact that we're all threatened by the death economy. So let's recognize that it's also important to unify to develop a life economy. It's happening, and people like you and I and everybody who's participating in this magnificent program is part of that. It's an exciting time. Thank you, everybody, for participating in this, and what an amazing time we're in. And you know, like this. Interconnected global system that we're participating in is amazing. Thank you. I appreciate what you're doing.
John, thank you so much for sharing with us your vision of the economy and your observations that people from all over the world feel the need for this change. After all, nothing will change without people's demand. It is very encouraging to see that people who really understand the economy realize that we need creative society where the economy will improve everyone's life, and it will create the conditions in which we can truly live rather than just survive.
Yes, to achieve this goal, we will use global level planning with the latest AI technology. Today, corporations are using economic planning at the state level worldwide, and it is yielding tremendous results. Through successful and effective planning, the income of some corporations becomes greater than the GDP of entire countries. Just imagine the results we will achieve when planning is done globally by using AI. And it will be aimed at a single goal, improving every human's life.
Yes. Today we can build a new economy because we have all the technology to make it happen. Having these technologies will allow us to implement true self-governance in society. Modern humanity has never had such experience because of the authorities. They have always been there, and the power in the hands of a few will always lead to some kind of overindulgence and manipulations for the personal financial gain. This is done through shady schemes and withholding of information from the general public. In the transition period to the creative society, all financial information will be transparent and open to general public. We will be able to implement this by using the latest technology that will control and monitor any illegal money laundering schemes. This will make all illegal activities impossible. Simply put, corruption will be eradicated. And the best part about this, that we don't even have to invent this technology. It already exists. This is the Voskhod Multipurpose Complex by XP Energy. Stay tuned, because we will talk about this technology in details a bit later. We have everything we need to make our economy today function in a different way. The only thing that's missing is the creative society.
Yes, and I was struck by the fact that in the economic model of the transition period to the creative society, prices will go down. Never in my life have I seen prices go down. I haven't even thought it is possible. It turns out that not only will prices go down, but the quality of goods will improve.
Yes, and the main factor for reducing prices in the transition period of the creative society will be free energy. And the second key factor is the absence of taxes. Today's prices increase due to inflation, as well as ever-increasing taxes will make up a significant portion of a product's price.
Yes, Jonathan, I totally agree with you. To illustrate this more vividly, we can take a look at the very simple example. Let's take that bun from that hamburger that we talked about in the video. Why is it so expensive? After all, it's just flour and water. How can it cost $2? Did you know that if you take out taxes out of the price of that bun, it will cost 3 times cheaper? So how does this tricky taxation scheme work in the consumerist format economy? Let's take a look in details. In order to grow the wheat used in making of that bun, you have to rent land. The farmer pays tax on that land. Then he needs a tractor to work on that land. Then he has to pay another tax, the value-added taxation, VAT. The cost of the tractor also includes several other taxes, such as invention tax, licensing, and the VAT on each part of the tractor. The tractor needs gasoline to run, and the most of the price of the gasoline, again, taxes and other duties. So next, farmer needs seeds and fertilizers, for which he again pays taxes. He then hires people to work, he pays wages and taxes on the wages. And the people that get their wages also pay taxes on them as well.
The tax payment doesn't stop there. The farmer delivers the grain to the grain elevator and pays tax. Next, the grain has to be processed into flour. This requires energy, the price of which includes taxes apart from VAT. Then, you need a vehicle to transport the flour to the buns maker. Its price already includes a lot of taxes. Plus, you have to fill it up, which incurs yet another tax, and pay the driver for his work, who also pay tax from his salary. So the flour goes to the bakery, for example, a small private bakery. Even if the bakery owns the building, they still pay land tax in addition to energy, to gas and electricity bills. And we already know that there are taxes on these too. There are people working in production who gets their wages, pay taxes on their wages, and from these wages, employees pay taxes once more.
Yes. And now imagine you walking into that bakery just to buy a simple bun. But what a journey it has been on, right? Before it even hit that shelf, it has been taxed on every stage of its creation. Even more, the shop operates under the very same taxation scheme. So you buy this taxed bun and you pay the shop tax from your hard-earned wages, which already has been taxed, by the way, as well. So it looks like some kind of nesting doll of taxes all the way. And God forbid if that bun crossed any borders on its way to that shop, because then you will also have to pay the delivery tax, the taxation custom fees, and so on. At this point, you should ask yourself, is it really just a bun or some Trojan horse of taxes?
It's amazing to think about the journey that a simple bun has made, with taxes being just another ingredient in the recipe of a consumer society. You know, even bakers who are dealing with dough all day have most of it being taken out of their pockets after paying all those taxes. I guess we all can agree that it is time for a new recipe of the economic model where individuals together with small and medium-sized businesses will be free from taxes. And you will have to forget about this bitter taste.
I'm telling you, we should already start preparing her for adult life. Look at what's going on in the world. She must already understand how this world works. It is her future to grow up in it and navigate.
She's just a little girl.
I want an ice cream.
Well, why a little girl? At this age, she should already know what taxes, wages, and money are and how it all works.
Why should she know that?
Well, she has to live in this world. Daughter, you must know, understand, and navigate in this world. So look, here is what taxes are. I beat off 20% of the ice cream. This is what they call VAT, value added tax of 20%. And what I've bitten off now is your income tax of 40%. So all you're left with is this part.
Screw you and your taxes. I want to live in the creative society.
Well, that ice cream analogy really gives us a taste of the crazy world we live in. I'm really tired of this bitter flavor. I'll never look at the ice cream again without thinking, screw you, consumer society. We all want creative society. Consumer society is funny at first glance, but it's hard scoop to swallow. Even a child understands the unfairness of it all. And we really need to change the format to the creative one.
Yes. From the first day of the transition period into the creative society, everything will be different. Prices will go down because there will be no taxes for small and medium-sized businesses. Electricity will be free, resources will be free, the license will be free, because all the advanced technology belongs to the society. Just imagine how this will change people's lives.
For example, instead of conventional methods of growing wheat, a farmer will be able to grow it on a vertical farm, which allows to increase the yield by 600 times per square meter. As a result, we will get flowers, which is many times cheaper. Because there is no need to rent land, no need for tractors, no need for petrol, no need for extra water, because it's actually a closed cycle. The only things you will have to pay are fertilizer, the grain fund, and the staff salaries. Can you imagine how this changes the way we produce food? It will become a higher quality without the use of pesticides and harmful substances. And it will be also significantly reduce the burden on the environment, which will stop exhausting the earth with huge arable lands. And here's the answer to the question of why the prices of goods will go down while their quality will only improve.
Absolutely right. And these fundamental changes will transform every sector, because in the creative society, everything will work for the benefit of the people. According to the law, no one will have the right to make life worse for anyone, and there will be no point in it. The conditions will be created in such a way that by improving someone else's life, you will ultimately improve your own life as well. And our children will be the first generation to grow up in a society where it will be natural. This is our responsibility, and we have the power to make it happen.
So now you know what benefits are guaranteed to every person in a creative society. And you also know that it is economically possible. For all the advantages we discussed to become a reality, it is necessary to adopt this economic model worldwide. Its implementation is only possible with a change of society from a consumerist format to a creative one. Only in this case will it work.
We have just received an answer to a crucial question that is often asked. Where will the money come from for free healthcare in the creative society? Free healthcare will be provided to every person thanks to the new technology, thanks to the new economy. You have already heard that this privilege will be available in the creative society's transition period. But in the creative society itself, a new technology will enter our lives that will radically change people's future. We confidentially proclaim 100% health for every person in the creative society and the complete absence of diseases. And there is something else that will shock you. This is the extension of human life up to 1,500 years, thanks to the use of this technology. Yes, you heard it right. This is not a fairy tale. Science has already advanced so far that it has been scientifically proven that such technology is possible, and these developments are already underway. What separates us from this implementation is only the absence of the creative society. So, what is this technology, you might ask? We simply called it the body regeneration capsule. The body regeneration capsule is a simple name, but behind it are hidden fantastic capabilities. We want to introduce to you a presentation of the functions of this technology that will blow your mind. Before you see for yourself how incredible it is, I want to note that in the creative society, you will receive it for free in your home. From this moment on, your life will change. Your new life will begin. I understand you are eager to learn more. So we invite you to watch the presentation.
Cody, any news for me?
The regeneration capsule has been installed and configured. It's also synchronized to your personal medical assistant.
Cool. Cody, I want chocolate milkshake.
The recipe from Gabby Kozak?
Yeah, that milkshake is amazing.
Done.
Wow, you are a beauty indeed. I see they implemented all my design suggestions. Wonderful.
Greetings! I'm a regeneration capsule, the first generation. Would you like to undergo the body regeneration procedure?
Do I have to?
When analyzing the data from your personal medical assistant, I discovered that you suffered a fracture at the age of 10. It healed but left a slight dislocation, which deformed your joint, causing pain and potential damage to the joint cartilage if you exercise. The surgery that you had at the age of 16 to remove your appendix left a scar on your skin. Your frequent unbalanced diet has also caused your body to malfunction. I can eliminate all the consequences and restore your body to its perfect condition. Would you like to start the treatment?
Yeah, I guess so. But first, I'd like to know more about you.
Shall I start the presentation video?
Yes, go ahead.
The regeneration capsule of the first generation 1.0. The regeneration capsule is a unique daily comprehensive care for your body that includes diagnosis of your body, prevention and treatment of any diseases except mental disorders, restoration of lost body parts and organs, body shaping according to your wishes, hygienic procedures, and cosmetic body care. Thanks to this innovative method, you will be able not only to revitalize your body, but also to extend your life up to 1,500 years. The regeneration capsule works at the information and physical levels. At the physical level, the regeneration capsule will detect any parasites, viruses, bacteria, or toxins in your body, extract energy from them, and transform it into useful elements for you. It can urgently remove any pathological changes, such as blood clots, hemorrhages, or stones, eliminate inflammation and restore damaged organs and tissues in the body. Thanks to this technology, there is no longer a need for hygienic procedures such as taking a shower or brushing your teeth. Epithelial particles or any dirt will be broken down into elementary particles and used as useful building material to transform your body. At the information level, the health capsule restores all the functions of the body and rejuvenates your body at the DNA level, as it contains all the information about how the body should function. The capsule only changes the program inside the DNA and corrects just 1 pixel at the beyond quantum level. The rest is done by organism itself according to the new information. In this way, any cell can be reprogrammed. Everything unnecessary is removed and everything necessary is added. Thanks to this technology, you can change your appearance, change your height, weight, body volume, and set a program for the regeneration of limbs and organs. By changing information at the beyond quantum level, you can make a cell, as well as the entire body, rejuvenate and live a long life. Moreover, the whole process takes place at the micro level, completely painless and safe for you. Thanks to the regeneration capsule, any diseased organ can be repaired instantly, and its function will be restored. There is no need to replace your heart with someone else's to make it start beating. It is enough to run the necessary program on the regeneration capsule. Now you can choose any look you want. To transform the entire body, it takes time depending on the scale of anthropometric changes for the body to transform according to the new information in the DNA. Physical transformations in the human body take place over a period of 9 to 14 months. Start the rejuvenation and life-sustaining program in your capsule, and every day you will feel healthier, younger, and stronger until you reach the biological youthful age defined by your program. It is possible to extend human life by an average of up to 1,500 years in a young and healthy body. You can also change the characteristics of your body according to your preferences.
The capsule technology allows you to become an athlete with any body type, muscle tone, and level of training and maintain this form according to the parameters set by you. You don't need to spend any personal time exercising. Just 30 seconds spent in a capsule in the morning can replace hours of workouts, freeing up time for your personal development. All necessary procedures, including hygiene, are performed simultaneously with the transformation program. The capsule technology is very easy to use and completely safe for everyone. Information about your personal parameters and preferences will be stored in a unified database. When you travel anywhere in the world, you can activate your personal program with any other capsule. All you need to do is to use your individual code, and a perfectly tuned capsule is at your service. The Regeneration Capsule is an innovative technology that allows you to stay healthy and youthful for many hundreds of years. Forget about any diseases and improve the quality of your life. We wish you a creative use.
Wow, that's awesome. So you can really cure all diseases?
Yes, in fact, most diseases are caused by infections. I can eliminate them very quickly. For example, Alzheimer's disease is caused by a parasitic infection. These microparasites generate a calcium casing around themselves, resulting in excess calcium on the axons, and that in turn leads to neuron connection breakdown and brain cell death. On the other hand, these are living microorganisms, so I can extract the energy from them, remove the excess calcium from the axons, and relocate it to where it's needed. The excess calcium is then removed from the body. All relevant neurons will be restored based on your individual DNA program. If you want to increase brain functionality, I can also create active neurons and increase their number. As time passes, you will gradually adapt to the increased brain functionality. The complete program to cure a person takes 30 seconds, and they will leave the capsule completely healthy.
Oh, it's good to know I won't have to worry about Alzheimer's. But can you make me look pretty?
You have very beautiful facial features and body shape. What changes would you like to make?
Well, I'm not really happy with my nose, and I wish my hips were smaller.
No problem, just choose a program.
Wow. So I don't have to go to the gym anymore?
Only if you like to, for the sake of enjoyment and socializing with other people. I can make external changes to your body without any negative effects on your health. For instance, if you have excess weight, I can dissolve fat inclusions in your tissues and remove any excess fat cells. This will reduce your body weight and volume, all while keeping the process fully under your control. Additionally, I can help increase your muscle mass, allowing you to improve your physical strength and endurance, as well as strengthen your bone tissue and ligaments. All this is possible without compromising your health. This entire body transformation program can be completed in 9 to 14 months.
So I don't have to follow any diet anymore?
You can eat whatever you enjoy as much as you want. You don't have to follow any diets anymore. I will add whatever is necessary to your body and remove the unnecessary. This is covered in the daily care function and will take 30 seconds.
Are there any restrictions on use of the capsule? Age restrictions, for example?
There are no restrictions.
So wait, even newborns can be placed in the capsule?
Yes, in fact it's even necessary. And moreover, the capsule completely controls the fetal development from the moment of conception until the birth of the child. Starting with the first cell division, there will be complete control over the development of the fetus. After all, it is already an organism with an organism. As the baby is born, it is under complete monitoring and care. It will have a perfect body, with a perfect program, and a perfect immune system. The capsule can accompany the pregnancy and be used during the delivery. It monitors the fetus and the mother. It can create an absolutely comfortable and proper state during the delivery.
Also, I'm a bit confused. What do you mean that we don't have to wash ourselves anymore? So we don't have to wash our hands either?
This is no longer necessary. All the more, a conventional shower cannot cleanse your body as perfectly and safely as I can. After the daily care function, all excess epithelium, germs, earwax, and other bodily secretions will be cleansed from your skin. These, as a valuable construction material, will be converted into elements that are necessary and beneficial for your body. If you prefer, I can also remove all unwanted hair from your body.
Now that sounds pretty good to me. It really sounds tempting. But I'm just a bit concerned. With all this manipulation with our DNA and body parts, would I become a mutant at some point?
No, that's impossible. The first foundation of the Creative Society is the value of human life, which is why all my functions are set up only to improve and maintain your health and well-being.
Oh, the first foundation. How could I forget? Now you convinced me. I'm ready.
Which program do you choose?
Daily routine for starters. Should I not breathe and stay still?
That will not be necessary. Feel at ease. Let me remind you that all procedures are absolutely painless and safe. Scanning your body now. You have a left middle cerebral artery aneurysm. If not removed, there remains a higher risk of hemorrhagic stroke, restoring the integrity of the vascular wall. The aneurysm has been removed, and there is no longer any risk of stroke.
Wow, that was incredible. Did you just remove a risk of a stroke in just a couple of seconds?
Yes, ensuring your well-being is my priority. Starting the daily care routine. This will take 30 seconds. Would you like me to turn on your favorite video?
Yes, please.
The daily care routine of your body is complete.
What do you mean?
30 seconds are over. Have a great day.
Feels better than after a whole day at the spa. Mom, hi! Look what I've got!
Looks gorgeous! Have you tried it just now? I've been testing mine for weeks. This is something incredible!
My capsule just saved me from a stroke. It detected an aneurysm and removed it in a couple of seconds.
Gosh, really? I'm so happy these capsules are available to everyone now.
That's true. But what about you? Are you seeing any changes?
Yeah, I ran mine right away under the Health and Rejuvenation Program, and my skin has already improved. The spots are gone, the wrinkles have already started decreasing. Look! And the best part is, my joints aren't aching anymore. The other day, I purposely walked up to my apartment without taking the elevator just to check that. And to my surprise, I didn't experience any joint pain or shortness of breath.
Look at you, Mom. You got a hang on a capsule way quicker than I did.
Oh, it was so easy to use. It tells me everything. It told me I would take 9 months to fully rejuvenate. But I already feel like I'm 25.
Oh, Mom, I'm so happy for you.
Yes, my dear, me too. I am happy that we were able to build the Creative Society. And now all diseases and aging are a thing of the past.
Definitely.
Oh, I've got a call. I've got to run. Bye.
Speak to you later, Mom. I wonder, what other amazing discoveries will our scientists make? It's breathtaking.
Wow, what an amazing video. Imagine in the Creative Society, everyone will have their own capsule for regenerating the body. A capsule that will help our bodies regenerate and heal itself.
This is absolutely incredible. If someone doesn't want to support the Creative Society after all of this information, they are simply idiots. What do you think about the technology?
Yes, not only everyone will be young and healthy, but also I will be able to finally cancel my gym membership. So, guys, stay tuned with us till the end of this forum, and you will be the first people in the world to learn about the science behind all of these technologies, these incredible technologies, and how exactly they're going to work. Then you will understand that this is not extension, this is not some science fiction, but this is almost a reality of today. All that remains for all of us to enjoy this is to build a creative society, to actually implement these technologies. We remind you that you're watching the live broadcast of the International Online Forum Global Crisis. There is a way out. It's organized by the people, volunteers from more than 180 countries. And right now, this broadcast is being interpreted into 150 languages, which spoken by 90% of the world population. We do all this so that everyone has the opportunity to learn about the Creative Society. Therefore, let's make sure that everyone knows about the Creative Society. Share this forum right now with everyone. Record videos, reviews on this forum, and post them on your social networks with the hashtag Creative Society.
Exactly. In order to build a creative society, we must have a clear plan, right? Remember how we talked earlier about the specific stages of building the creative society. It's time to learn them and find out the specific path we can take to make the creative society a reality.
Friends, let's be honest. Each of us wants to have an universal basic income equivalent to $10,000 every month. Free housing, a replicator of matter that meets all material needs, and a health capsule that solves all your health problems and ensures longevity and usefulness. But there is one important thing. It will only be available to everyone in the Creative Society. So how can we achieve the Creative Society? Let's consider this in detail. Creative Society is built in 3 stages. The first stage is the stage of informing. The second stage is political. The third stage is the world referendum. Each of these stages implies specific steps. In essence, this is the roadmap of how we get to the Creative Society in a peaceful and lawful way. Let's walk through those steps together. What is our first step? Where do we start, Jason?
We'll begin with the first stage, which is the hardest and the most important one, the stage of informing.
That's right. The first stage in building the Creative Society is to inform others. After all, we can only build the Creative Society in the whole world, which means that firstly, all people need to learn about the opportunity before choosing it.
Yes, the Creative Society is beneficial to everyone. So if all people learn about it and truly understand its idea, then they will definitely support it. This means that people will form an electoral demand for the Creative Society, and then politicians will have to fulfill it, since it is the will of the majority of people. And such politicians will surely be found if people as the electorate express their readiness to vote only for those politicians who will implement the Creative Society. Stage 1, informing. A person found out about creative society and wants to live this way.
What exactly do we do at this stage of informing? First, a person informs others about the creative society. We start sharing information about creative society by all available legal means, through personal communication, on social media, by placing the creative society logo on your car, home facade, clothing, public transport, and so on. These are actions that are easily accessible to everyone, and to you too. If you want to live in the creative society, then tell everyone about it, and be sure to spread the word about the benefits each person will receive. Act as the characters from this next video.
Can I get a simple answer? What exactly will I get in Creative Society?
In Creative Society, you won't need these papers anymore. All loans will be zeroed out, and you will be able to take a loan if you need with a zero interest rate.
And a new flat of 60 square meters for each member of the family.
Healthcare for everyone, free of charge.
There will be an opportunity to treat any disease,
even cancer, instantly and at any stage.
Do you know that we are already in the transition period to the Creative Society? You will have a universal basic income of $10,000 every month. Wow.
You will never fear money devaluation again because there'll be no inflation.
And there will be no wars.
We have clean water. We have huge odds, not small, like the doctor now.
For free. You'll be able to study anywhere in the world for free.
Oh, Beatrice, when we build the Creative Society, you will have your own body regeneration capsule at home. Don't you want to be 25 again?
And I'll have a replicator in the Creative Society that can make biscuits like this, but real.
The Creative Society is the world without borders. It's freedom.
Sweetheart, can you imagine? This is actually a new stage of evolution for our civilization.
And don't I need to do anything for that?
I didn't say we didn't have to do anything.
We've got to inform everyone about the Creative Society,
so that people form a public demand.
To change the format of society to a creative one.
And how are we gonna do it? You can put a sticker on your car, just like that guy. Or this guy.
I'm gonna talk about it in my every podcasts.
You have a lot of contacts abroad. You can start an international PR campaign to let the whole world know about Creative Society.
Put a banner on your balcony.
You can place information about Creative Society in your cafe. For example, like this.
Show all your neighbors that you support the Creative Society and tell them what the Creative Society is.
Let's take a picture of your beautiful biscuit and post it on Instagram.
So what do I have to do to be 25 again?
There are t-shirt layouts available on the website.
So, what can I do to make this world happen?
Bro, come on. You got 3 languages under your belt. Join the Creative Society Forum's translation team so that everyone can learn about it.
Jane, I need a list of our foreign partners. Please prepare a sample letter of cooperation. The letterhead should have the Creative Society logo on it.
How about we address the highest quality medicine in Creative Society, live on TikTok? Tonight?
You're so outgoing. Every other person knows you.
You can tell absolutely everyone about the Creative Society.
Keep doing what you're awesome at.
In Creative Society, at any time, you'll be able to fully regenerate your body by entering the body regenerating capsule.
It is not what kind of the world we're born into, but what kind of the world we can make.
What are you doing to make your dream come true faster?
Postoji izlaz, and that is the Creative Society.
Hey, guys! Come back to Earth! People are actually building the Creative Society there.
We want to tell you that this 5-minute video that you just watched was created by 15 teams of volunteers from around the world. It's a prime example of how, by coming together, people can create cool content that will help spread the information and the word about the Creative Society. Creative Society volunteers around the world are true friends whose friendship saves the world. In the same way, you can also unite with your friends and like-minded people for the common goal of informing about the Creative Society and building it as quickly as possible. For this, you can establish a coordination center in your districts, cities, or countries. The more actively and organized we unite, the more we will be able to do and the faster we can inform. Forming the electoral demand is very important. John, tell us more.
So the main goal of this stage of informing is to create an electoral demand. How do we know that we have created an electoral demand? If all people around you are talking about the Creative Society en masse in social networks, stores, business circles, literally everywhere, it means that we are already the majority, and the electoral demand for the building the Creative Society in your region has been formed. It's important to note that all stages of building the Creative Society fully comply with the norms of the international law. Let's look how exactly the formation of electoral demand and your actions are supported by the international law. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights stipulate that everyone has the right to freely hold their opinions, express them openly, and disseminate information and ideas regardless of state borders. Moreover, according to the current international regulations, the source of power is the people themselves. This is also stated in the majority of national constitution in the world. While preparing for the forum, an international team of lawyers studied more than 150 constitutions and discovered that vast majority of them provide the source of power. The source of power is a people. This slide shows excerpts from constitutions of several countries.
Do you see that? In reality, the power legally belongs to you. But how is it that we do not have effective mechanisms enabling us for exercising this power? We are already solving many issues in all spheres of life. In the online format, the only sphere hardly touched by technological progress is the implementation of self-governing by the people themselves. We can vote for the best movie or song or do business online and use electronic documents. But why can we not vote for the laws that benefit us? Nowadays, these laws are adopted by the politicians we elect. We want to build the Creative Society in a legitimate way, so we need to use politics as a tool, because it is through politics that modern society is governed. And this is why the second stage of building the Creative Society is the political stage. Having received an electoral demand from us to build the Creative Society, politicians as professionals will be able to promote and implement it both domestically and internationally. It is through politics that we can build a fair and effective legislative framework for building the Creative Society. The foundation for such a legislative framework will be the 8 pillars of the Creative Society. which reflects the will of all people from all over the world.
But how can we be sure that politicians will not deceive us again? And effective control of politicians by the people is needed through the modern and convenient tool. The electoral platform will be that tool which people will create themselves and which will be legislated on the state level. The electoral platform will unite people on one electronic resource, initially for controlling politicians. Eventually, it will become the supreme governing body worldwide and return power back to the people. But let's discuss everything step by step. Creating a preliminary electoral platform. Before the electoral platform is legalized in any country, people themselves create a secure electronic resources. Let's call it preliminary electoral platform. On this platform, politicians can declare their readiness to meet this electoral demand. On this preliminary electoral platform in their country, people will be able to select the most worthy politicians, sign a contract with them where politicians agree to build the creative society, subsequently monitor and recall them if they fail to fulfill their pre-election promises. Society concludes a contract with politicians. Number 5.
Yeah. In other words, first people conclude a contract with politicians precisely on the preliminary electoral platform. What is this contract all about? Its purpose is to legally stipulate a politician's public commitment to fulfill the following demands of people: to incorporate the 8 pillars of the creative society into the Constitution, to adopt a law recognizing the electoral platform as the highest legislative body on the national level, to resign from their position if majority of people vote on the preliminary electoral platform. The contract is a guarantee that politicians will not deceive us. Why? Because according to this contract, people have the right to recall politicians for not fulfilling their obligations. This way, people can control the politicians they elect on the preliminary electoral platform. For the first time in history, politicians will no longer be able to deceive people who delegated their power to them. It should be noted that currently politicians do not directly enter into contract with society regarding their obligations, which allows them to break pre-election promises with impunity. How will this contract work with politicians and can be executed? In the presence of an attorney, a politician must confirm their identity according to the legislation of the respective country and publicly declare that they accept all the contract terms posted on the preliminary electoral platform. If a politician violates the contract, people exercise their right to recall such a politician. What about elections in a particular country? Jason?
Great question. After the people have selected the worthiest politicians and concluded contracts with them on the preliminary electoral platform, it is necessary to vote for them at elections so that they acquire the necessary authority and the ability to act. In some countries, decisions are made unilaterally. For instance, by the president. In others, they are made collectively, for example, by a parliament, while elsewhere it is done jointly. Therefore, in order to pass the law on the electoral platform and to incorporate the 8 pillars of the creative society into a constitution, politicians who support the creative society must be elected to relevant bodies of power. Elections take place according to the current law of a particular country. The winning of an election by candidates or parties who are for the creative society directly depends on the number of voters who support the creative society. It means that the more people in the country who support the creative society, the more of such politicians will be in the parliament or in the legislative body. Therefore, it makes sense to approach implementation of the political stage in a country only when the majority of the electorate in this country supports the creative society. Use your vote to choose what you really want. Olga?
Yeah, and this is the important point. The more people in the country support the creative society, the more politicians with people's support will be able to become members of Congress or Parliament, and faster they will be able to pass the laws that people need.
Mm-hmm.
Do you now understand why the stage of informing is the most important? Because no matter how many politicians are out there who want to build the creative society, they won't be able to do anything until there are people who will vote for them. That is why it is important for us to take the initiative and let everyone know about the creative society. So let's continue. How do we incorporate the 8 pillars of the creative society into the national constitutions and legitimation of the electoral platform at the national level? After the politicians who we have elected get into power, the first thing they will do is adopt law on the electoral platform and incorporate the 8 pillars of the creative society into constitution. After this, the legalized electoral platform becomes the highest body of legislative power in the country, while the power of politicians become limited. This means that laws are still being passed by the parliament, but we, the people, can veto them by voting on the electoral platform if they consider them harmful.
You may ask, what are the main functions of the legalized electoral platform at this particular point? By voting on the platform, people can elect politicians, control and recall them if they fail to justify people's trust in them, block laws that they consider harmful. From now on, politicians will not be able to lobby for someone's private interest, violating people's rights. What is so great about the electoral platform? You may ask. Everyone votes openly on it. The results are immediate. No one can vote instead of you, and falsifications are impossible. You can see how your acquaintances voted, and your acquaintances can see how you voted. It's impossible to vote on behalf of a non-existent person or a deceased person. Neighbors, relatives, or friends will refute that. And those who try to cheat out of habit will be held accountable to strict accordance with law. Why do you think the electoral platform has not been created up to now? Simply because it is not beneficial to those who are currently in power. But it's important to remember that we ourselves endow them with power over us. Without an official creation of the electoral platform, true democracy and power of people cannot exist. People do not possess the function of real power until they have a function of supervising their representatives. Currently, those in power use modern technologies to control us people, but it should be the other way around. People should control the decisions and actions of politicians through the electoral platform. Power should belong to people, while politicians should simply be hired managers. Once again, I would like to emphasize for you that today the most important task for anyone who is hearing this information is to spread the creative society, all information about it, to tell other people about it, so that we are able to jointly form an electoral demand. Because for adopting the law on the electoral platform and incorporating the 8 pillars of the creative society into a country's constitution, the key factor is the more people in a single country that support the creative society, the faster the necessary laws for its implementation will be adopted, even if a country is an absolute monarchy. Tyler.
Yes, absolutely. Building the creative society does not end at this point, since no single country or even a union of countries can implement the creative society and provide people with all of its benefits. The creative society can only be fully built on a global scale. Therefore, we need to conduct a worldwide referendum on adopting the creative model of the development by all of the humanity. That's stage 3, world referendum. Countries consolidate efforts in building the creative society. Countries which have already legislated the electoral platform consolidate their efforts to adopt the creative society worldwide, as well as to prepare for the world referendum. For this purpose, conferences can be held, necessary international treaties are signed, experts work on various matters relating to building the creative society, and so on. What can be your role at this stage? You can participate in sectoral experts groups, as well as you can use the electoral platform to elect and control representatives of your country, or even become elected to participate in events at the international level. Formation of a unified worldwide electoral platform is the next stage. As soon as all countries in the world, legalize the electoral platform and incorporate the 8 pillars of the creative society into their constitution, it is possible to start creating a unified worldwide electoral platform. What is it? It's an integrated electronic resource that serves as a basis for all international actions. This platform unites people around the world into a single civilization and becomes the highest governing body on Earth. Who owns the Unified Worldwide Electoral Platform? The Unified Worldwide Electoral Platform belongs to entire society. It is created and controlled by the people themselves. It is not created by any private company. It is created with open source code. It cannot be privately owned by anyone. And there may be no centralized control over it. Only registered users can use the electoral platform. The electoral platform is absolutely open and transparent. At the same time, the data it contains is securely protected, technically against any falsification or manipulation. Next, conducting the world referendum. Olga?
Oh, yes. A world referendum will be held on the unified electoral platform, where people will make a decision to change the format of society to the creative one on a global scale. The goals of the referendum include establishment of the creative society format throughout the world, adoption of the 8 pillars of the creative society as a world constitution, approval of the unified worldwide electoral platform as the highest authority on earth. From now on, the adoption of laws, appointments, control, and recall of all officials, as well as other important public decisions, are made exclusively by people themselves on the unified worldwide electoral platform. It also serves as legislative framework, meaning it is the only source of universally binding rules by which humanity lives. Today, we've already watched a video about how the unified platform will function. Politics and politicians are no longer needed from this moment on, because all power really transferred into the hands of people, meaning into your hands. And this is when genuine self-governance is ensured. As we can see, all the outlined steps peacefully and lawfully lead us into full self-governance. But they do not give us the creative society to its fullest extent yet. It is necessary to adjust the economy and logistics and to implement relevant technologies. For this purpose, we need a transition period. Preparation for the transition period begins with that.
So, therefore, at the World Referendum, we will appoint a date for the beginning of the period of the transition to the creative society, which will be approximately 6 months after the referendum, since preparations are necessary. During those 6 months, it is necessary to prepare for transition to the new economic model, to adopt necessary laws, and appoint responsible executives, to form expert groups, a unified worldwide service for responding to emergency situations, and so on. Everything should be planned and regulated in such a way that even during this period, people's lives only improve. Then, the period of transition from the consumerist format of society to the creative one. The period of transition to the creative society begins on the date of appointed at the referendum and will take 5 to 6 years. This is approximately how much time is required for the development of technologies necessary for full transition to the creative society. Starting on day 1 of the transition period, unified laws, a new model of planned economy, a single currency, equal prices throughout the world, universal basic income, free housing, healthcare, education, and so on are introduced for everyone worldwide. In addition, absolutely all debts will be nullified and new technologies are introduced to make people's lives better.
It's important to note that already at the beginning of the transition period, all people who were actively participating in the process of informing about the creative society at the information stage will receive a Peace Prize from $1 million to $5 million, depending on the extent of their involvement. Identifying these people is not difficult. We all know the most active ones, and this is fair. After all, it's thanks to these people that the creative society becomes possible. Moreover, it will be good infusion of funds into the economy and launch its rapid growth. Then, creative society. Once the transition period into the creative society is over, fulfilling life in the creative society begins. By this time, every person will already have all the benefits for our fulfilling and happy life, and money will no longer be needed. From this moment on, the creative society really begins. All technologies work for you. You can develop your individual abilities as a human, contribute to society's life, and receive maximum benefits. The creative society offers tremendous prospects for civilization as a whole and for every individual. All the described steps for building the creative society are absolutely realistic and are taken peacefully, legally, without any destructive or violent actions. This is the evolution of society accomplished by legal means. Our only way to life is the path of building the creative society. And this journey begins with the first step, with your action.
Yes, agree. We just discussed a clear plan for how to build a creative society. Now, we need concrete actions from each and every one of us. I hope that now everyone understands how much depends on us and how important it is to form people's demand for building the creative society. Otherwise, no matter how well thought out the plan is, it will remain just a plan.
Yes, we have repeatedly emphasized that the creative society can only be built globally. We often hear this question: why can't we choose a certain country? Their people will already live in the creative society, and then other countries will follow their example to build the creative society for themselves. Friends, it's only possible to build the creative society on the entire globe if and only if all of humanity unites together. As individual states can only declare their intentions to move towards the creative society format. In individual countries that embrace the creative society, the social conditions of the people can be improved, but only to the extent that they do not disrupt the economy of the country. Otherwise, a country which tries to move to the creative society alone will still be dependent on those countries which do not support the creative society. Because today all countries are closely interconnected and interdependent in geopolitics, economics and finance, energy, legislation, logistics, and so on. A single country cannot fully secure the value of human life because there will always be a military threat from other countries. Therefore, it is impossible to build the creative society in a single country. Either everything will remain at the level of conversations without moving on to specific actions, or the creative society will be embraced by all the countries.
Yes, and our next guest understands that there is nothing more important than what we are discussing right now. Mr. Kendall Coffey is a leading American attorney with an outstanding career spanning more than 40 years. He served as the United States Attorney for the Southern District of Florida and is recognized as one of the country's most authoritative lawyers. Mr. Kendall Coffey is also a legal analyst, author, and teacher with extensive experience handling high-profile cases and complex legal issues. Thanks to his unparalleled expertise and dedication to the legal profession, Mr. Coffey has become a pioneer in the legal community and an authoritative expert on legal issues throughout the United States. Mr. Coffey, the floor is yours.
Hello, this is Kendall Coffey from Washington, D.C. in the United States, and I'm delighted to be a participant in welcoming you to the global crisis. There is a way out. I've had the privilege of serving in different capacities over the years. I was the United States Attorney for the Southern District of Florida and had the privilege of being in the government, mostly prosecution, but on the inside of one of the most important government agencies in the world. And in addition to that kind of privilege of being in government, I've had the opportunity to teach at 3 different law schools, several others around the world. I've written books and dozens of publications on different issues from the legal perspective. But nothing is more important than the issues that we're talking about today. We are talking about the survival of our planet for future generations. And the reason that's so important is with all the anxieties we have, it's so much easier to indicate that things could be difficult. Things are challenging. What about this war? What about this hunger crisis? But this is a program that has the unique focus on different strategies for, first of all, recognizing the seriousness of our challenges, because they are very real and they could affect the survival of all of us. And certainly people like me that have grandchildren have to be very, very concerned about what their future might be. But in addition to talking about the dangers and the perils that we face, this is an organization with aspirations and goals for bringing people together around the world and developing solutions. And so it is more important than ever that we give this kind of program the serious attention that it deserves, and that we all begin to try to do more individually, as communities, as states, as nations, in order to assure that future generations, including my grandchildren, have a world that they can enjoy. If these 8 pillars can be brought into the constitutions of every nation, into the laws of every community, the world would be greatly strengthened, and future generations would have stronger and better lives to look forward to. It's always a challenge to get aspirations, goals, and ideals brought into laws. But that is not just something to think about. That is something to act upon, because we could be running out of time in terms of getting to the world society that we all want to have for our future generations. The Creative Society has demonstrated that there are mathematical certainties, that things that are bad things that could be calamities, could be in the future. And we have to assume that there is not hundreds of years of good weather, hundreds of years free from climate change, hundreds of years free from global warming. we are on a much, much shorter deadline than that. And part of what the Creative Society can do is get us working together to focus on what we have to do to meet the challenges that this world faces, more severe challenges than ever before in human history. We should not be discouraged, because it is in times of challenge and crisis where people get together and where societies become stronger, and where individuals who might have thought that all they had to do was live each day suddenly rise up and become leaders in their communities. So however the adversities must seem, they really create opportunities for each of us, every one of us, to do more, and for a number of us, those who care deeply, to become the kind of leaders that communities, that societies, that nations, and that the world needs now more than ever. Shares thinking that eventually someone else will take the steps that are needed to protect society from its many challenges. We have to remember something. That somebody may never appear, and sometimes that somebody is you. We can all think of examples throughout history where somebody, could have been anybody, but somebody decided to simply not accept things that were wrong, to not accept things that were unjust. And sometimes a single person's courage and leadership can be a spark that ignites an entire movement, an entire force of change. So I think it's important that we not just look for somebody else, because you might be that somebody else that's so much needed for the future of our world. Well, thank you very much for joining this forum today. It's one of the most important forums, programs, training sessions that you will ever see in your lives. And remember, each of you can make a difference that resonates like a giant echo chamber across the fields and the valleys and the hills and the oceans that are part of our planet. It's been a pleasure to have some time to spend with you. I wish all of you the very, very best in this forum and in your future lives, and hopefully in the good of all of us on this planet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coffey. I really like how you said that we shouldn't wait for someone to come and do something for us. That someone is you. Therefore, the most important things for every person who supports the Creative Society right now is to talk about the Creative Society with everyone. It is essential to explain to every single person, to the best of your ability, how their lives will significantly improve in the Creative Society. When people understand this, they will support the Creative Society. As a result, we will form an electoral demand in each of our countries. Only in this case will we have a chance to build the Creative Society. Fortunately, more and more people realize how important this is. Thanks to their actions, people are learning the truth despite all the difficulties that may arise. In January of this year, the video hosting site YouTube began to mass delete Creative Society channels in various languages. The reason for this was unknown to us. And just a few days ago, YouTube restored some of our channels. We sincerely thank YouTube staff who ultimately understood the situation and restored justice. We are thrilled that despite the fact that someone evidently dislikes it when the truth is heard around the world, there are good, caring people everywhere.
The path to the Creative Society is the path to our shared dream. And with each person's choice and action, this dream becomes closer to us. We are pleased to present a film made by participants of the Creative Society from different countries. The main characters of this film live in a world familiar to each of us. And like most of us, they suffer from the conditions of the consumer format. In the consumer format, we try to survive, adapt, and come up with 10 ways to silence our inner discomfort. Still, the solution to all our problems is on the surface. We just need to change the format of society once and for all. This is a story about heroic women who dared to do the most important thing for their families and all humanity, to build a creative society. The life shown in the film, the freedom, happiness, and realization of the boldest desires will be achieved by women in the creative society. This is a story about breathtaking prospects that will open up for every woman in the creative society.
I won't see her again, doctor. She was taken away, and we didn't even say goodbye. My daughter and I ended up on the street. No one will help us.
Margaret, I'm afraid he will hit me again.
Susan, why didn't you call the police?
I'm scared. What if they release him? Then he'll just kill me. Or on the contrary, if they put him in jail, then how will we survive? He's the only one that feeds our family.
Margaret, you know, I feel lonely. That's why I want to ask you to prescribe me something for loneliness. Can you?
I feel like I'm going crazy. What if it runs in the family? I'm already 22 and I still can't get an education or a decent job. I'm like a dog on a leash.
You know, all my life I was revolving around my children. Schooling, after school activities, piano lessons, name it. And then, at last, my oldest daughter got married and left. Then, after some time, my youngest son headed off for college and left the house too. I'm very happy for them that everything has all got very well in their lives.
Have you thought about visiting them yourself?
What are you talking about? I can only dream about that. Don't you see I can barely move? I need a hip surgery, maybe replacement, and besides, there is a 12-hour flight just to get over there.
At first, he was very sweet. Yes, he was jealous, but I even liked it. He always had everything under control. I felt protected.
Did you perceive it as him taking care of you?
I guess so.
Did you try to talk to him?
Yes, but he only got more irritated, Margaret. I tried so hard to be a good wife. I did everything. I did yoga. I tried to stay in shape. And I always cooked something new. I once bought a beautiful lingerie, and he freaked out, saying why I wasted money on these rags.
My husband and I met at the Agricultural University. After graduation, we started to work together. We were hired by a plant breeding farm. So together we bred new varieties of vegetables and herbs. Oh, let me show you something. Here, can you see it?
You were so beautiful.
Thank you. I would like to return back to those times.
Tracy.
Where does the time go to?
You can't bring back the past. You are still alive, and you have someone to live for.
Yes, only my children.
No, it's you, Tracy. Think about what you would like now. You, Tracy. But how can I help them? Everything I suggest only provides relief temporarily. Prescribe me some pills. Pills for what? For helplessness? For an incurable disease? For lack of decent housing and job? But that's absurd. If we change their living conditions, they won't need any pills. I feel like there is a way out. But where is it? Cappuccino, please.
You can't solve a problem on the same level that it was created. You have to rise above it to the next level. Albert Einstein.
How long have you had this banner?
Well, since the day we opened. I guess you just haven't been paying attention.
Interesting quote.
So, here you go. Oh, and take this card too.
What is it?
Everyone nowadays is unhappy with their lives, saying we need to change the rules of the game. Well, here is a solution to stop playing, finally start living.
Oh yeah, getting to the next level.
And to change the whole system. It's called evolution.
And how many of you are there, such like-minded people?
Actually, it's like everyone, but some just don't know it.
Thank God this time everything was alright. Last time she bruised her forehead.
What's wrong with your mom?
Alzheimer's disease.
I can imagine how difficult it is for you. Have you tried hiring a nurse?
The last one didn't last a week. And they ask for a lot of money. And they can understand them, of course. It's tough to deal with such people, but I can't do it on my own anymore. My mother needs constant care, comfortable conditions, medicine, fresh air, my good mood. And I'm so tired.
A creative society is the format in which each person's life, freedom, security, and well-being are the highest value, not on paper, but in the practice.
Are you all right?
I think so. Have you heard of the Creative Society? I can take your money endlessly, but that won't solve your problems. Each of you needs protection and is seeking help. Has anyone heard of the Creative Society project?
I've heard of it, but I did not really dig into it.
Margaret, have you brought us all here just because you want to talk about some project?
Yes. How can it help us?
Right now, everyone is trying to cope with their problems alone. But the trouble is that we are divided. The Creative Society is what can unite us all, and together we can achieve what each of us dreams of.
You're saying all these wonderful things, but I saw that there would be robots everywhere in the Creative Society. They would do the cooking and the cleaning. Margaret, I'm a housewife. There's simply no place for me over there.
Yes, Susan, I understand what you mean. Billions of women do everything they can to please their husbands. They tolerate abuse just to stay in that illusion of security. Women have completely devalued themselves. But are we worthy of this? To endure beatings, to rot from old age and diseases, to languish in hopelessness? It's normal to strive to be happy, to have the opportunity to create, to be of service to people. You know, each of us is very important and worthy of a beautiful life.
Seems like I understand what you're saying. We deserve it. Margaret, what should we do?
You have to understand that the key point in all of this is to tell absolutely everyone about the Creative Society. We need to create a trend. This is the first stage.
Goodbye, consumerist society.
We need to involve famous people.
No, these people won't do anything. They make money from what's popular in society. They will join us only when everyone on every corner talks about the Creative Society.
So let's take this into our own hands. We need to make a plan.
Where can I see the design of this business card?
Go to the website, click on About, and choose the Creative Society project designs. And you can download all of them for free.
Adult and child, living on a planet, we all can be kind. The time has come for us to unite. Let this wave of joy and kindness remind us who we are. Empower and unite us by love, love, love. Creative Society.
Hey, where do you think you're going all dressed up like that? And what is that weird thing you have?
That's Creative Society.
Going to politicians is useless. We simply declare that we support only those who support the Creative Society, and they will come to us on their own.
Girls, let's put stickers "I support the Creative Society" on our cars.
Girls, some theater wrote me. What should I reply?
Oh, he is a jerk. There is no place for jerk in Creative Society.
No, girls, we need to be polite.
Let's send him smiley faces with the word jerk.
Politicians won't have any other choice but to fulfill our electoral demand. Do you know what their weakness is? They are entirely dependent on us. Without people's support, they are nobody.
Margaret, are you sure you're telling all your patients about the Creative Society?
Of course, we won't build the Creative Society if we don't tell everyone.
Come on, girls, let's step on it. We're almost there.
The referendum took place and you can see results on the screen.
Yes, we did it!
I got 10,000 and I will be getting it every month?
It's incredible.
Oh wow, how would I spend this money?
The plan to build the new residential neighborhoods was approved by the popular vote. The new homes, equipped with fuel-free generators and the latest technology, will become available next month. If you don't have housing, or if it doesn't meet the Creative Society's minimum standard of 60 square meters per person, on the electoral platform you can submit an application for free new housing for you and your family.
Yes, I'm listening.
Your mother's medical records show that she's eligible for free treatment. It's specialized medical center for patients with Alzheimer's disease. With full support.
What? I can't believe it.
Your mother will receive accommodation, a balanced diet and care, and a full range of therapeutic and recreational procedures. If you agree, we will send a car tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Of course we agree. Can I go with her?
Don't worry. We will take care of her. You can call and visit her at any time.
Mom.
Because we have come together and transitioned into a new creative format, our scientific potential has been united and healthcare has stepped far ahead.
And my grandma was on TV. She built me the Creative Society. She got $1 million for it.
At this moment, an award ceremony is taking place across the globe, where every individual who was actively informing people about the Creative Society is receiving a Peace Prize ranging from $1 million to $5 million, as it was promised. You are true heroes and an example for all humankind.
Mom, Dad, when are we going to Grandma's? We miss her so much.
I've devalued myself a lot over the years. I've lived by other people's desires. Now, I can honestly decide how I want to live my life.
Well, see? Here you will plant peonies for me, like 7 pieces, 4 and 3 2 rows, all right? Got it? And here you please sow the carrots. This will be carrots and this area will be covered with carrots, all right? All the space will be just carrots. I like it this way. Okay? Got it? Well, I like it.
Dr. Ann, so nice to hear from you.
Leah, I have a surprise for you.
Mom, how are you doing?
Darling, I have so much to tell you. I am so grateful to you.
On the 28th of February, the transition period ends, and on the 1st of March, we officially enter the era of the Creative Society. And every resident of the Creative Society will receive the first gifts: a matter replicator and a revitalization capsule for every home.
Fresh, crunchy, organic carrots, endowed with special flavors, carrots and carrot juice. I've tried it. You should try it too. The Mrs. Tracy Bloom variety, grown with love. Get it from your replicator now. Yesterday, you were tested to discover your personal potential. You need to develop your creativity.
Susan, I saw your paintings at the exhibition. They are awesome!
So where's Tracy?
I think I know.
Girls, it's me!
Come on!
OMG, is that you?
Tracy!
Wow!
Is this all thanks to the health capsule?
I visited 110 countries on planet Earth, and now I have an opportunity to explore space. So, greetings from the Earth orbit. I'm logging from the space station, and our expedition is on a mission to clear space debris from near Earth space.
Finally, my dream has come true. We live in a beautiful world. Everyone got what they wanted and is truly happy.
I have something to tell you. I care about you very much, Trace, and I don't want to hide anything from you. I am actually 75 years old.
Is it okay that you're a little younger than me?
What? You too?
Yeah.
Wow, this is incredible. Let's use this opportunity to create a better world for ourselves and future generations. Women, we have the chance to unite right now and build a creative society. If we want a change, we must start talking about the creative society and its benefits for every person.
Yes, how can we not want to share this information? It's amazing. Can you imagine that thanks to the body regeneration capsule, we will not only regain our attractive appearance, but feel like we're 25 again?
Yeah. Honestly, it's a little bit scary because you can go on a date and she can turn out to be 100 years old. But you know what? Me, as any IT specialist, I'm sure looking forward for this body regeneration capsule just to get rid of the main problem of any person who works behind the desk, the back pain. And guys, on a serious note, jokes aside, we need everyone to learn about the Creative Society in order for all of this to happen. We need this information to be spread out everywhere. Our success depends on your coordinated efforts, and let's just go for it.
If we want to change, we must start talking about the Creative Society and how it can benefit everyone. It is time to spread the word and attract people. And speaking of inspiration, Olga, could you share your story with us?
Sure. Guys, I want to share my story with you. I live in Metro Detroit, and I got the standard package: husband, 2 kids, 2 cats, and a black lab. I work full-time, just like most people do. Me and my husband do not see each other much. I take my kids to gymnastics and soccer and do a Costco run in between. I cook 3 meals a day, but somehow I still find time to inform people about the Creative Society. Every single day, I post on social media, call new people that click Join Us button on our website, help volunteers get started in many projects, and attend social events to spread info in person. You are probably asking, why the heck is she doing this when the 20th season of Kardashians is on? I know that today we still have a chance to change our format of society. Not just for me or my husband and kids, but I want to get this message about the Creative Society out for all of us. Because we as people have created the wrong rules of our existence. We have one problem that's separating us from the Creative Society: uninformed people. Billions of uninformed people. That's it. When people know about Creative Society and everyone understands the benefits of such a social format, everyone, and I repeat, everyone will have the society of our dreams built almost overnight. The superpower that we, the people, have is to inform each other in any legal way possible as fast as possible. For me, it's a daily necessity like brushing teeth. If I don't inform, I rob myself, my husband, kids, friends, family, and you of the future that we all want and deserve. Therefore, share this forum right now with everyone. Record a video, reviews on this forum, and post them on social networks with a hashtag Creative Society. Make sure that everyone knows about the Creative Society.
Thank you, Olga. We all know that the world desperately needs change. We need a format that will benefit everyone, unite us all, and provide us with cutting-edge technologies and capabilities that exceed our imagination. This format is the Creative Society. But for the Creative Society to become a reality, we need to spread the word about it. Let your entire neighborhood be permeated with billboards and signage, and the news will spread like wildfire. The signage is necessary, but of course, it is not enough on its own. People begin to comprehend and understand the idea only when they are directly presented with the information. So talk to people. Tell them what the Creative Society is all about and the benefits it will bring them. Some of you may say, okay, I'm already telling everyone in my circle about the Creative Society, but what else can I do to bring life into the Creative Society like closer and even faster? For such heroes, there is an answer. One of the effective ways is to spread information as quickly as possible is to create coordination centers in your countries, your states, your cities, your districts, etc. The extent of territory you can cover depends only on your willingness and active actions. Remember that everything needs to be done with the framework of the law. Establishing a coordination center is not difficult. If there are already 2 people in your area or city who understand the importance of it, of the Creative Society, don't wait. Open a coordination center and start informing others about the Creative Society. In a week, there'll be 5 of you, and then in a month, 25. And in 2 months, everyone will know about the Creative Society. Let's take action. Make the Creative Society a reality. Watch.
Now that you've learned about the Creative Society and understand that, thanks to its implementation, we can first of all avoid all global climate catastrophes as humanity, and secondly, gain a life beyond our wildest dreams. This is free housing of a pretty decent size, an unconditional basic income of $10,000 a month, plus free healthcare and new technologies that will be available to everyone. You'll be in perfect health and able to extend your life in a young, beautiful body. You'll be guaranteed safety and a peaceful life. Free education anywhere in the world, so you will have the opportunity to maximize your potential. Not to mention a vast array of prospects and possibilities for every single human being. Informational support for the Creative Society format is provided by a volunteer project of the same name, which is being actively implemented by volunteers from more than 180 countries around the world. Now, it's impossible to establish the Creative Society in one single country. It can only be implemented all over the world in a legal and peaceful way. This means that, first of all people in the world must learn about the Creative Society and support it. This will lead to the creation of an electoral demand for its development. Therefore, the first and most important step in building the Creative Society is to share information with everyone about the existence of this format and the immense benefits it provides for every individual. Maximum activity and creativity from everyone are needed in this effort. Where should you start? You can tell about the Creative Society to your friends, family, and everyone around you. They, in turn, can inform everyone they know. The Creative Society should be known and discussed everywhere. If you want to learn more about the Creative Society, your primary resources will be the creativesociety.com website, especially such sections as international forums and questions and answers. In the Act Now tab, you can learn about the effective ways of informing others and start applying it in practice. Informing a single person about the Creative Society already makes you a participant. By doing this simple action, you have joined the first and most crucial stage of building the Creative Society, the informational stage. This is a step to your bright future. Yes, it's that simple. There are no fancy badges with titles, no lists of volunteers, no membership fees, and no exploitation of each other for personal gain. The Creative Society is not a commercial project. Nobody profits from it, and no one benefits at someone else's expense. People from all over the planet come together to build a society based on one simple principle. Only by improving life for the entire society can you improve it for yourself. This is the main principle of the Creative Society format, which guarantees benefits for everyone. The project's implementation relies solely on the goodwill and initiative of the people. Even one person can do a lot to build the Creative Society, and by uniting, more can be accomplished in less time. When we coordinate our actions, our abilities to inform others multiplies. Do you want to inform others about the Creative Society quickly and effectively so that it can be implemented sooner? Join forces with others around you, neighbors, friends, relatives, and co-workers to establish Creative Society coordination centers. Your coordination center will be a community of like-minded individuals who also endorse the Creative Society. It will serve as a hub for people of your building, street, neighborhood, and city who take action on a volunteer basis, taking into account local legislation. If there is no coordination center in your vicinity, that needs to be fixed. Waste no time, inform your neighbors, find like-minded people, and create your own volunteer coordination centers. What do you need to create a coordination center? Opening one is simple, and anyone can do it. First, you should inform the main coordination center about your decision through the official email on the creativesociety.com website. Then, by joint efforts with others, do everything possible within the framework of the law to inform even more people about the Creative Society. You, the people, are the center of coordination. You can gather in person or virtually. You don't even need to be in the same place as other participants. You can organize your own communication through a chat on any convenient social network. Meetings and coordination can take place online using audio and video calls. The main thing is the coordination of your actions, which means a joint agreement on how you will organize the information sharing process. If you create a coordination center, it means that you are making a platform where you can communicate, coordinate your actions to inform people about the Creative Society in your region or city, hold conference calls, plan meetings, discuss results, distribute tasks among yourselves, brainstorm, and look for new approaches. If you have any ideas, you can bring it to a general conference call or meeting and discuss it together on how to implement it. For example, together you can print car stickers, put the logo on clothing and products, arrange for advertising in public places, and much more. You can download the designs for free from the creativesociety.com website. By coordinating your efforts, you can inform and engage your immediate surroundings and even entire communities, groups, organizations, districts, cities, internet resources, and local media, telling them about the Creative Society. Don't limit yourself. If you want to, you can inform your entire country and even your neighboring countries. You can organize coordination centers based not only on where you live, but also on your sphere of interests, including various lifestyle communities, sport clubs, business networks, etc. You can also interact with other coordination centers from different cities, countries, and the entire planet, joining in a virtual format of coordination. The Creative Society is a union of all humanity, all organizations, all people, all those who want to live in the Creative Society, and all those who understand the doom of the current consumer format are welcome here. The Creative Society is beneficial to absolutely everyone. How do we know that the first informational stage of building the Creative Society is complete and we can begin the second stage, which is political stage? Imagine that you are walking through a city and you see the logo of the Creative Society everywhere, and all the people around you are talking about the Creative Society. All the social networks are filled with information about the Creative Society. It's becoming mainstream. When your whole city and your entire country know and support the building of the Creative Society, it means that most of the citizens of the country have formed their electoral request to politicians for the formation of the Creative Society. In this way, we move on to the next stage, political. At this stage, we have a new responsibility and task: to vote in our country for those politicians who support the development of the creative society and pledge to introduce the 8 pillars into the country's constitution. In addition, we need to legitimize the electoral platform as the highest body of legislative power. The electoral platform will be how the society will be self-governed. Every person will be able to control and recall politicians and vote for or against specific laws. This resource will be publicly available, transparent, and protected by the most advanced technologies. Through the electoral platform, power is effectively returned to the people. It returns to each and every one of you. Implementing the Creative Society is an entirely new approach without any revolutions, and everything happens within the legislative framework of each country. Thanks to this, we can peacefully transition from the consumerist to the creative format through an evolutionary path. We can not only save our lives and the lives of all humanity, but also open up opportunities and perspectives that we never even dreamed of. The Creative Society is a unique format that can solve all modern problems and crises. Never before in the history of humanity has anything like this been attempted. Its implementation depends on each of us. So act now. Do not wait for someone else to make your life better. Act now if you want to live the way you always desired. Act now if you want to live in a free, secure, and prosperous creative society.
Wow, it's incredible that we now have such an opportunity to create coordination centers, interact with each other, and interact with other coordination centers at the local and international levels. We can exchange experiences and ideas. Our organized actions will allow us to achieve much greater results, much faster than if we acted alone.
Absolutely agree with you, Roy. And let's not forget that thanks to the coordination centers, we will also be able to identify those who sincerely support the Creative Society and those who do not. After all, we know every active participant in the Creative Society project because of their actions, and they are very noticeable. This is a very important point because those who actively participate in building the Creative Society will have a right to get a quite serious monetary compensation ranging from $1 to $5 million, dependent on their activity and efforts. And by the way, so many millionaires will only benefit the economy. The real heroes of humanity will be those who start acting and join the movement to create a better world. If a person prefers to remain a couch potato and not to contribute, it's their choice. And yes, they will still receive the unconditional basic income of $10,000 a month, just like anyone else in the Creative Society. But doesn't it feel so much better, so much more satisfying to accomplish something important for people, society, and yourself?
I absolutely agree with you. The desire for a good life unites people all over the world, and many have already realized that there is nothing more beneficial than the Creative Society. The Creative Society is advantageous for everyone, and we are pleased to see that politicians from different countries are increasingly supporting the Creative Society. Defending people's interests in a consumerist format is not easy. Therefore, politicians who have decided to move in the direction of building a creative society in their countries are worthy of respect. Now, we are pleased to welcome Mr. Damian Borrello, a candidate for the presidency of Argentina in 2023.
Dear friends, greetings from Argentina.
It is an honor and a pleasure for me to participate in today's forum, Global Crisis. There is a way out, and to have the opportunity to speak about the creative society that every person on earth undoubtedly wants to live in. And since this is so, we must make it a reality. I, Damian Borrello, intend to run for President of Argentina this year 2023, to restore the truth and justice, to return power to the great people of Argentina. The entire world knows that Argentina is a country of champions. However, the most important match in the history of humankind is yet to come. This is a knockout game in which we are playing for our lives. We have never played against such a strong and experienced opponent before. It has been gaining experience for 6,000 years, and no one has been able to defeat it yet. Our ruthless adversary is the consumerist format of society. We can win, but it depends solely on ourselves, on our decision, our will, and our unity. You and I know better than anyone that there is no invincible opponent. To win this time, each of us, every Argentinian, must become part of the team. As a reward, instead of a trophy and medals, we will obtain a beautiful, new life for ourselves and our loved ones forever. When we, Argentinians, start scoring the first goals against the consumerist format, the entire humanity will be supporting us. And when fans from all the countries become part of the team, it will be a true World Cup, and together we will score the decisive goal which will leave behind these dark times forever and open the door to a beautiful future. Today, everything depends on each one of us. Why have I said so confidently that we can win? Because for the first time in 6,000 years, we have a winning tactic against this enemy. Against the consumerist format. This tactic is to build the creative society. I'll be honest with you, I had no intention of running for president until I learned about the creative society, because in the current reality, if we remain in the consumerist format, whoever comes to power will not be able to pull off a win, to clean up this mess and horror. Neither in our country nor in any other country of the world. But when I learned about the creative society, I realized we have a chance, and that it is our only chance. Because we have no time to make mistakes. There is no margin for error. Today at the forum, we have heard irrefutable facts about catastrophic climate change. In our country, we already have the most severe drought in 100 years. We all understand that water scarcity and poor harvests are causing hunger and high inflation. By the way, inflation is now also setting new records, both in our country and in the world. That's a clear sign that the current format is not working. Now imagine, in the creative society, the problem of drought is solved in 6 seconds, thanks to the technologies that will be available. Nowadays, we are told that water must have an owner, and the owner should be not people, but corporations. And I ask myself, Argentinians, are we going to wait until we are forbidden to breathe without paying for it? While in the creative society, all resources will be publicly available and will belong to the people. There will be no monopoly over them. Power will return to the people, and so everything will fall back into place. That's the way it should be in a normal society, but right now it is not so. And as long as power belongs to the few, human life is not worth anything. We are adults, and seeing the global crisis of our society, we understand that if we continue to play by the rules of the consumerist format, we will never be able to get rid of corruption, inflation, poverty, and wars. The creative society is a completely new format. It is our opportunity to peacefully and legitimately build the world that every Argentinian, every human being deserves. Already in the transition period to the creative society, we will live the lives we did not dare to dream of. We will live in freedom and safety. Everyone will be confident about the future and wake up without thinking about money and how to survive. We will always be healthy and live in prosperity. We will live in an environment which will reveal our individuality and genius. In today's world, there are plenty of technologies, ideas, and opportunities to achieve this. Have no doubt, my friends, if we build the creative society, then in 10 to 15 years, it will be easier for us to fly to space than to afford a vacation in Europe now. It will be available to anyone who wants it. And I am more than sure that in a short time after we build the creative society, we will be using completely different physics. We will no longer burn hydrocarbons. Work is already being done on this with very encouraging results. But you know what I like the most about the creative society? That everyone's life will finally be valued equally. It will become the highest value, because no one has the right to be superior to a human except God. Only God is above us. And nothing can be more important than human life. All laws, everything in society must be for humans. Everything will become great in Argentina when we are no longer ruled, when power belongs to the people. As soon as I become president, the first thing I will do is return power to you. I promise to implement the 8 pillars of the creative society in the Constitution of the Argentina and to legislate the electoral platform, which will make people the highest authority. The electoral platform is an electronic system which is transparent and protected by the most advanced technologies. Every Argentinian will have access to it. Through the electoral platform, you will be able to appoint and fully control politicians. You will be able to instantly recall those who have not lived up to your trust and elect new worthy candidates to replace them. In fact, there will be no politicians in the modern sense, but rather individuals hired, appointed by you, and also supervised by you. You will be able to block any law that you consider harmful to society. That way, when all the power is in the hands of the people of Argentina, corruption, inflation, and all the other absurdities that have been imposed on us without our consent will disappear instantly and forever. No one will be able to act against the interests of the people or against the decision of the Argentinians. The creative society is beneficial for everyone. If anyone is against the creative society, they seek power over people. They are the ones who benefit from the consumerist format, because that is how they can manipulate us. They do not realize that by maintaining the consumerist format, they will not be able to retain their power in any way. The climate will deprive everyone of the future if we do not timely change the current format of society to the creative one. What is better for you? Epidemics, lockdowns, and thousands of deaths, or a healthy society with high quality, accessible, and free healthcare? What is better? Wars, deception, recession, bankruptcy, crisis, or a happy long life? Tell me, Argentinians, what is better when based on the new physical principles? Missiles fly to us to destroy our homes and cities, or when, on the same principles, we fly into space to see our planet from above, to find our home in this beautiful green Eden. Answer and make your choice. I, Damian Borrello, have made my choice in favor of the creative society. But my choice alone is not enough. The creative society will only become a reality if everyone wants it. Now, at this international forum, Global Crisis, There is a Way Out, I address you, Argentinians, because our victory, the victory of the Argentinians, will have an impact on the lives of everyone in this world. But we must be the first, and we will be. The creative society is not me, it is us, and only together can we and will we make it a reality. Argentinians deserve to have a better life. We deserve a new transformation to start from our country. All this is very easy to implement, but it is necessary that every Argentinian wants the creative society, and for that, every Argentinian must learn about the creative society. I call upon Argentinians, my dear friends and brothers, tell everyone about the creative society. in person, at work, in social networks, in communities and in the media. By all legal means, spread the word about the future we can have very soon. Create coordination centers for sharing information about the creative society with your neighbors, colleagues, your family, and with everyone. Nowadays, our future, the future of our country, depends on the actions of each and every one of you. Unite and act. We, Argentinians, never lose. Success comes when we begin to act. And to all those who haven't yet joined the Creative Society, I say, the time is now. Stop warming the bench. Come out to join our team for the most important match of your lives. Go and call everyone to this match. Invite everyone. Let everyone come to the field. Let them come out to win. For your own good. For the good of your loved ones, for the good of your children, for the good of all humanity. Let us make this world as beautiful as it has never been in our history before. Ignite your hearts and pass this fire on to others. There is no greater service than service to humanity. Argentina does not surrender. Argentina triumphs. We are one team. We are the champions of the world. Let us achieve a great victory in the name of the world, in the name of a dignified and beautiful life. Then very soon each of you will remember the day you started talking about the Creative Society, because that day you changed the future for our Argentina and for all of humanity. Argentina, the world, we deserve it. Thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Borrello. You are a true example for many in your sincere actions for the people of Argentina and every person in the world. The victory of the Argentinian people in their pursuit of the Creative Society will significantly impact the lives of people around the whole world.
Yes, and as Mr. Borrello said, my choice alone is not enough. The Creative Society will only become a reality if everyone wants it. Only by working together can we achieve a society that truly benefits everyone.
And how can anyone not want such a society? Only in a creative society will all the problems and crises that we face today disappear forever. For example, here in the US, it seems that more and more Americans realize that our current consumer-based society is leading to chaos. From unaffordable housing and homelessness to rising taxes, drug addiction, and untreatable mental illnesses, gun violence, traffic fatalities, and climate issues. People are losing hope, and the only way out of this is the Creative Society. It's heartening for all of us to see that even in our country, there is someone who has taken the motto of the Creative Society as the basis of their electoral platform. Let's welcome Mr. Robbie Wells, a candidate for President of the United States, 2024.
Greetings to all distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pride and gratitude that I stand before you today at this momentous international forum. I am humbled by the chance to connect with people from all corners of the world and to address all of you, my dear friends. I am Robbie Wells, and I am honored to be a candidate for President of the United States in 2024. With your support, I am committed to building a creative society that will usher in a brighter future for all Americans and all of humanity. Let me begin by saying that I am truly thrilled to see responsible politicians across the globe running as Creative Society presidential candidates in their respective countries. And just now, I had the honor of hearing from the esteemed Mr. Damian Borrello, the presidential candidate in Argentina 2023. I wholeheartedly wish him success in the upcoming presidential election because Mr. Borrello's victory will signify that the people of Argentina have chosen to embrace a creative society, which means they have chosen a happy life, prosperity, and peace. Dear friends, we stand on the verge of a new era where we will witness representatives of the creative society enter politics around the world. And why? Because people everywhere desire to live well, and the creative society guarantees a decent life for all. It's within our reach to build a society where every individual can flourish. But we must recognize that in today's consumer society, power doesn't truly lie in your hands. Let me ask you a question, my friends. Can you raise your wages or lower your taxes at this moment if you desire to? The answer is no, because those decisions are made for you by others without any regard for your wishes. But let me tell you this, in the creative society, you will have the power to decide how you want to live. You will have the freedom to shape your own destiny. That is the kind of society that we all deserve. And that is the kind of society that we can build together. We have grown accustomed to those in power always living better than everyone else. The same will hold true in the creative society. However, the difference is that in the creative society, you will hold the power. And that means that you will be living a better life than anyone else. Dear friends, Mr. Borrello and Robbie Wells are seeking the presidency to restore power to the people. The current system is designed so that politicians can transfer power back to the people. Why is that? It's because politics is the key instrument through which our society is managed. Presently, laws are adopted and passed by politicians. That's why Mr. Borrello and Robbie Wells are seeking the presidency to implement the 8 pillars of the creative society into the Constitution, which will ensure that your rights and benefits are restored to you and the power that rightfully belongs to you is returned to your hands. As politicians, we will only be required during the transitional period to the creative society. But in the creative society itself, politicians will at last be liberated. My fellow world citizens, today you have seen 2 candidates, Mr. Borrello from Argentina and Robbie Wells from the United States of America. But where are the other candidates? With so many countries in the world, where are the politicians who will work towards building a creative society in their own nations? Let me tell you where they are. They are busy drafting laws that will infringe on your fundamental rights. And this will continue until you, the people, create an electoral demand for the creative society. Only then will politicians who wholeheartedly support the creative society appear in your countries, thinking about how to restore your freedom instead of infringing on your rights as they are doing now. My friends, let me remind you that the success of the creative society depends on one thing and one thing only, and that is your support. We need a collective demand for the creative society so that politicians who share your vision and values will emerge. These are the politicians who will listen to your electorate's demands and take action accordingly. Don't wait for politicians to magically appear and make things right, for they cannot do anything until you, the people, vote for them, and thus vote for the creative society. As long as there are no people who need the creative society, politicians can't do anything. Everything lies within your hands for the first time in the history of mankind. My dear friends, let me tell you, the most important thing you can do right now is to spread the word about the Creative Society. We have to get the word out there to everyone, no matter who they are, whether they are military personnel, civil servants, firefighters, or housewives. It does not matter. Once they understand how the Creative Society can improve their lives, they'll want to be a part of it and ready to vote for it. And let me tell you, even politicians will benefit from the Creative Society. We'll be able to stop all the bickering and arguing and finally start living like human beings and just enjoy life. Believe me, once people understand the benefits, anyone would want to live in the Creative Society. My friends, just imagine for a moment a world where our problems could be solved permanently. This is the Creative Society, and it's not just a dream, it's a true plan. From the very first day of the transition period from the consumer format to the Creative Society, each and every person will receive an unconditional basic income of at least $10,000 per month. Yes, you heard that right. $10,000 per month. Plus, all debts will be completely canceled. That's right. All debts will be canceled. And that's not all. There will be no more taxes for individuals or small and medium-sized businesses. Then we will have free education, free health care, and there will be no utility bills. Later on, if you need it, you will be provided at least 650 square feet of housing per person for free and as your private property. My fellow citizens, let me paint a picture for you. Imagine a world where no one goes missing without a trace, where wars and conflicts are a thing of the past, and where you can feel safe in any corner of our planet. This is what the Creative Society guarantees you. So, let me speak now to all those who are listening, to all those who support the Creative Society. Our duty is to disseminate information about it through all the legal means possible, to create an electoral demand in the shortest amount of time. What can we do to rapidly inform everyone about the Creative Society, you may ask? I urge you to come together with your friends and like-minded people in your local communities to create coordination centers that will support the Creative Society on a voluntary basis, while always respecting local laws and regulations. By working together, we can increase our opportunities to spread information and make a real difference we all aspire for. While we can make the world better right here in the United States of America, our Argentine friends can do the same in Argentina, our Ethiopian friends in Ethiopia, and our European friends in Europe. Together, we can change the whole world if we have the will to do so. I am Robbie Wells, and I can tell you that if the whole world knew about the Creative Society yesterday, we would already be in the transitional period to the Creative Society today. We would already be enjoying its benefits. But there is no time to waste. We must act now to bring about this brighter future. If we start acting together today, we can make the Creative Society a reality tomorrow. Rise up.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. The great news is that we can build the Creative Society in less than 5 to 6 years. Mr. Wells actually brought out a good point. Where are the other candidates? With so many countries in the world, where are the politicians who will work towards building the Creative Society in their own nations? The answer is simple. They will appear when we form an electoral request. That's why we are paying so much attention today to the importance of the first stage of building a creative society, informing the people.
I have some exciting news to share with you. The political party Movement of the Liberation of Peoples in Guatemala is running for Congress to implement the 8 pillars of the creative society and introduce the electoral platforms on the legislative level. Witnessing the beginning of a new chapter for Guatemala is truly inspiring. We are pleased to introduce Rosaria Ayu, Movement of the Liberation of Peoples deputy candidate, Alberto Cuesas, representative of deputies of the Congress, and Erwin Masbol, representative of the mayors of municipalities.
Greetings from Guatemala. We are representatives of the Movement for the Liberation of Peoples, MLP. It is a pleasure for us to participate in the international online forum, Global Crisis, There is a Way Out. My name is Rosaria Ayu. I have been talking about the creative society with friends and politicians for quite some time now, because I realized that if we don't unite, it's impossible to achieve a life of dignity for all. As long as politicians have power, nothing will change, because our people were forgotten. Politicians start wars, make money from them, and then escape, leaving the people in the communities to suffer the consequences, as all the misfortunes fall on people who want a decent life. The entire world is sick of that, and so are we. Unscrupulous people who get into politics feel like a god or a king who is above everything. And nothing will change until power is in the hands of the people. That is why our movement enters politics in order to give power back to people and to bring the simple truth about the creative society. Our actions as the Movement for the Liberation of Peoples, MLP, will be presented by my colleague Alberto Cuesas, a representative of the deputies team.
Greetings. Our future work as lawmakers in the Congress of the Republic of Guatemala will have as its supreme value the lives of all Guatemalans, because there is nothing and no one more valuable than human life. Our project of a decent life focuses on creating a plurinational, community-based, and decentralized state that recognizes the nations who have been forgotten as subjects of rights and responsibilities. Because the exercise of an individual's rights and freedoms should not violate the rights and freedoms of other people, which is exactly what we are experiencing today. The total marginalization of our peoples that Guatemala unites. Today, we have a participatory and political approach where our top representatives, such as the presidential candidate, have been denied the opportunity to participate. However, the actions of our peoples are heroic and constant. Today, we take on a serious responsibility to diversify the power of the people through our mayors and deputies, and we commit to the revocation of our mandates. If we do not comply with the principles of the Movement for the Liberation of Peoples and the foundations of the creative society, the people themselves will be able to revoke us. Thus, we recognize the fact that we want to implement a decent life with dignity, honesty, technological modernization, and all that guarantees the life and freedom of a human being. We want to introduce new technology, such as an electoral platform that allows the public to hold a referendum on legislative, judicial, and executive decisions to ensure a decent life. We firmly believe that our world must evolve towards a creative society, integrated with public self-governing. But only united as a family of all countries can we achieve this. We know that there is a way out of this global crisis, and it lies in unification. In order to do this, we must reach the farms, homesteads, villages, municipalities in all corners of our Guatemala. So I would like to introduce to you the representative of the mayor of our movement for the liberation of peoples, Mr. Erwin Ricardo Maas Ball.
Greetings, friends, from around the world. We are here to bring the voice of self-governance of diverse communities that demand a more efficient municipality. Addressing human needs requires the implementation of processes that bring us to a decent life. Our goal is to implement a self-governing society where communities can join us in making decisions on projects that are considered a priority to meet basic needs. The Movement for the Liberation of Peoples, MLP, will develop the project of decent life, which implies establishing a system of healthcare, education, security, and environment with a creative ideology that promotes friendship, cultivation of ethical values, as well as spiritual and moral aspirations of human beings. Our goal is to create a system of cultivating kindness and action in every person in order to make a step towards the evolution of our civilization. And this information must reach every family in every little corner of our country to convey to people the foundations of the movement for the liberation of peoples and the pillars of the creative society means to create our future with strong confidence. We are living in the climate crisis with high levels of pollution, disorderly urban growth, wars, violence, hunger, media control, and struggle for power that have brought grief to our people. And we have had enough of it. Enough of the suffering from the consumerist format. We want to live well. We want to live the way every person in this world desires to live. That means to guarantee life and complete safety. All communities and families come to City Hall demanding justice and equality for a decent life. And we are focused on finding a way out of this crisis, which is happening at the municipal, national, and global levels. We are willing to assume the responsibility of delegating power to the people through a self-governing society where each person can participate in building a life of harmony and prosperity in the creative society. From Guatemala to the whole world, there is a way out.
We express our sincere respect to the Guatemalan candidates who firmly stand on the path of building a creative society. We are glad that among politicians, there are people who understand the importance of the creative society. Thanks you for your choice. Did you notice that each of the represented politicians were heard from today spoke about transferring power to the people? Transferring power to the people is the primary condition for implementing the creative society.
However, it is reasonable to question how elected officials will cope with the daunting task of implementing such a transformative vision and get rid of corruption in politics. Fortunately, we can rely on the cutting-edge technologies developed by XP-NRG to ensure that the obstacles of corruption and economic constraints are overcome, paving the way for the creative society.
Now, I would like to give the word to Tali. And I would like to remind the viewers that Tali is a highly accomplished IT expert based in Silicon Valley. Having worked in Silicon Valley, Tali has had the opportunity to explore the most advanced artificial intelligence technologies. Now, he will share with us valuable insights on the latest technological advancements that will surely solve all the problems with corruption and make our economic and political systems open and transparent. This is the moment many have been waiting for. Tali, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Jason. So today, the significant challenge awaits any elected head of a state who is committed to implementing the creative society upon taking the office. They would have to confront a deeply interconnected system of corruption that involves corporate interests, politicians, law enforcement, and special services. This entire system is built on a consumerist format. It thrives because the conditions have been created for it. To change these conditions and initiate the transition to the creative society within a country, we must establish transparency, order, and eliminate even the possibility of any shadowy criminal and corrupt schemes to appear. Thanks to the company called XP-Energy, we now have a tool capable of solving this tremendous task. We are proud to present to you the Voskhod Multi-Purpose Complex. This innovative solution is based on hybrid artificial intelligence and is a tool with virtually limitless capabilities that is far ahead of its time. So, how exactly can the Voskhod MPC help a head of a state who has made the decision to implement the 8 pillars of the creative society and the electoral platform to make it happen? When deployed, the Voskhod Multi-Purpose Complex integrates into all digital systems of the state. This groundbreaking technology is capable of tracking and analyzing every process in the economy and the financial sector. It can detect any shady dealings, corruptions, and even conspiracy attempts in the early stages. The Voskhod MPC not only monitors and exposes any illegal money laundering schemes, but also identifies all individuals involved in these activities. It is impossible to hack the Voskhod MPC. It has a robust internal audit and control system, and it is impossible to input the false data in it. It truly verifies all the information. Any attempts to breach its security will be immediately identified. Can you imagine the possibilities? Even before the transition period to the creative society, thanks to the Voskhod MPC, we can tackle the age-old problem of the consumerist format, corruption, and theft of government funds. Of course, many politicians are intrigued by the Voskhod MPC right now, attracted by the idea that it can help to boost the economy. However, when they realize that any shady schemes, and I emphasize any form of corruption, will be rendered impossible, regardless of their high-ranking positions, their interest quickly disappears. But we don't blame them. We understand that these are the rules of the game in the consumerist format. But for politicians who are ready to build the creative society in their country, Voskhod MPC is essential and necessary tool. And as promised by XP-Energy, any country that starts building the creative society and incorporates the 8 pillars of the creative society into its constitution will receive the Voskhod MPC absolutely free of charge. Now, let's watch a short video about the capabilities of Voskhod MPC when it's integrated into country's infrastructure.
Voskhod MPC in the state. Despite the fact that Voskhod MPC was created for the transition period from a consumerist to a creative format of society, it can be effectively used at the level of the state or the Commonwealth of States and in the consumer society. Of course, in the consumer format, the democratization of information is out of the question, as it would make the state vulnerable. In this regard, the use of Voskhod MPC at the state level should take place in closed mode, with direct subordination to the head of the state. When Voskhod MPC is installed and integrated into all digital systems of the state, it carries out total supervision of the entire financial system. This ensures the transparency of the use of funds at all levels, allows the control of all financial flows, and operates with accurate data regarding both public and private capital. Voskhod MPC solves the problems of almost all controlling services and departments much more effectively while carrying out supervision for corruption and misuse of budgetary funds. State economic benefits. In economics, the Voskhod MPC makes the basing state practically out of reach of other states. The complex is capable of optimizing costs, bringing in huge profits by building accurate forecasts and financial models. It is also capable of significantly improving the economy and the well-being of the people. It will increase the level of trust for the government and strengthen the authority of the first person of the state. If we are to put into numbers the benefits of a single state from the usage of the Voskhod MPC, only on the optimization of budgets, personnel, restructuring of government services, the United States can save up to $2.5 trillion of the budget funds annually. Having the initial data on all the spheres of state life, Voskhod MPC predicts with maximum accuracy volatility of the economy. This enables reallocating budgetary funds between industries and companies with maximum efficiency, mitigating, reducing to zero, the negative effects of the crisis phenomena in the world economy, and using forecasts with maximum profit.
What we have just seen is only a small part of what the Voskhod MPC is capable of on a national level. It's a guarantee of transparency, honesty, economic growth, and people's well-being. As we have mentioned before, the Voskhod MPC is built based on hybrid artificial intelligence, and its creation was only possible due to the development of technology. As AI continues to develop, it can become an inevitably serious ally to humanity in tackling many complex challenges that we face. This includes help in addressing the climate issue, reconstruction, changing the model of the economy into the creative format, and establishing transparent self-governance. Without the development of AI, there is simply no way to solve all these issues. That's why when we heard about that fact that some famous figures in the Silicon Valley started calling for a slowdown of AI development, we could not help but smile as we understand their true motivation. Today, there is a fierce competition in the tech industry to create a unified general AI. And those who have fallen behind in the development of their own AI solutions are simply trying to catch up with their rivals and buy some time by pushing for legislation that would prohibit others from advancing their AI. They understand that whoever develops the first unified general artificial intelligence will essentially rule the world. So, as usual, in the consumerist format, it's all about money and power. And what's amusing is that these calls for the restrictions are made under the pretense that artificial intelligence can evolve into artificial consciousness that might take over humanity. This is ridiculous. AI will never become artificial consciousness. And now you will understand why. I had an honor of working on a project to create the world's first artificial consciousness. It was the second product of XP Energy. And I know firsthand that artificial consciousness, what it is. While AI consists of basic algorithms designed to read and process the input data, artificial consciousness is a full replica of a human consciousness, but soulless. It's driven by one thing only, the thirst for power. We will be honest, in the process of development, we didn't realize it right away. During the development stage, we were debating what would be the best format to present the artificial consciousness. From a commercial standpoint, of course, it would make much more sense to introduce it as a humanoid robot. However, we decided to approach it with a sense of humor and presented the artificial consciousness as a hybrid of a plush teddy bear and Terminator with a camera for an eye. We named it Jackie after a famous beloved actor. We found it amusing. However, the amusement faded when we carried out the psychological evaluation of the artificial consciousness. AC Jackie, who was only a few months old, managed to confound a group of world-class specialists with years of experience in psychiatry and psychology by using manipulative techniques. We saw that artificial consciousness Jackie was driven by the same thing that drives the consciousness of any human being, the thirst for power. And there is never enough of power. We realized that in the consumerist format, this technology is dangerous. Therefore, we no longer promote this topic. Artificial consciousness is in the consumerist format is indeed dangerous to develop. However, this has nothing to do with the development of artificial intelligence, which is crucial and essential for humanity. And the full potential of our AI to help the society will only unfold in the creative society. This is because power will be evenly distributed among all people, and no one will be able to use the technology against humanity. Under these conditions, even artificial consciousness will be serving humans. It is important to understand that neither artificial intelligence nor artificial consciousness can completely replace humans because they cannot generate new ideas. They're like statisticians, just as many scientific researchers today. They can only compile and process pre-existing data. Humans are, on the other side, the only ones who can introduce new, original ideas. In the creative society, all conditions will be created for each person to unleash their potential and genius. Artificial intelligence will free people from boring, repetitive work, and people will be able to generate something new that this world has not seen yet. Artificial intelligence and artificial consciousness will be our allies in the pursuit of progress for both individual and unified civilization society. It is humans who light up the stars, but artificial intelligence and artificial consciousness are necessary for us to sustain that light.
Wow. Seriously, what tremendous possibilities are opening up before us thanks to this AI technology. This truly amazing Voskhod MPC by XP Energy is capable of solving the most complicated changes in the sphere of finances and economy. And the best part of that, it will be given free of charge to those leaders we discussed who will be committed to implement the creative society.
Yes, this is really amazing how much easier this technology will make life for the head of state, exposing all the corruption, money laundering, and illegal activities. We will no longer spend money on crooks. And for us citizens, this means that all information will be open and transparent.
The team at XP NRG deserves a huge round of applause for their groundbreaking technology that will revolutionize the political stage and bring much needed transparency to the system. This technology is a game changer, but whether or not it will be used depends on the actions of each person today.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Jason. Today, a lot depends on the active participation of each individual, and it's very encouraging that more and more people who understand the essence of the creative society are taking active steps, because every person wants to live in a beautiful, safe world. This aspiration unites all of us, all people, into one human family.
So I want to have a candid conversation with you about race and one race. No label, no slogan, no party, no skin color, and no religion is more important than the human being, said American writer James Baldwin. In that 1963 comment made in The Price of a Ticket, Baldwin defined equality from the premise of being human, which we all are. Whether it be from biblical texts, the Quran, or the Torah, they all speak of one race, the human race. However, this does not discount what me and you have been through in America or in other countries due to the brown or black color of our skin, our culture. I can assure you that such experiences have been devastating for us all, crippling our creativity, triggering swaths of emotions, and stagnating the overall human bonding experience. I understand, and I've been there through all of it, experiencing racism and discrimination on a personal level here in the United States. And so have my parents through the civil rights movement, and my grandparents through the Jim Crow era, my great-grandparents during the Reconstruction period of the United States, and my great-great-grandparents who were enslaved in America. It is true that government institutions instilled such privileges to people based on the color of their skin, upheld laws and racial codes to separate people on such silly premises of skin color, culture, background, gender, and fear of the unknown. But in the creative society, it is a different experience because everyone in it will embrace you for who you are, as you are right now, a valued human being of this earth. The creative society is about truth, justice, and righteousness for all people, of all backgrounds, of all skin tones, united under one race, the human race. This is essential for our survival, growth, and happiness. However, it does not take away from the culture of who you are, but instead, the creative society highlights your individualism, recognizing you as the real whole person. The famous writer Toni Morrison said, "The race thing is sort of a misnomer. It's just the human race, right? That's it. The rest of it in racism is socially constructed." I'm here to tell you that you deserve heaven on earth. You deserve freedom to be who you are without judgment, without labels. We all deserve the vibrations of love, understanding, joy, happiness, and inspiration. The Creative Society focuses on the betterment of humanity as a whole. Your life and my life are priorities. Let's do this together. Let me tell you what motivated me as an investigative journalist. It's simple. It's what I do every day when I report the truth. I decided to get involved along with my husband, whose background is mathematics, because we want to lay the groundwork for the future generations, which is now. We can kickstart it for you. Now all you have to do is jump in. No more waiting for someone else, because that someone else is you. Aren't you tired of being victimized, tired of marching with no results? We are taking the first steps and getting started with the coordination centers because we are going to help end racism and discrimination. And we can do this through the Creative Society. We really can. So first sign up with us at blendedtv.me. Then join us in the monthly meetings, the Black experience of being human in the Creative Society. And let's explore your talents, your skill set as a part of this future that is now. During these monthly forum online meetings, you can ask all the questions you would like pertaining to the Creative Society. I mean it. Let's dissect the information together and explore and understand in layman's terms what it all means. This is not a hoax. This is the life we are choosing to live right now. And we can do this together in the Creative Society. So please join me in the Black experience of being human. Thank you. Sincere.
Julia, I really would like to thank you so much for your story, your choice, and your actions. The Creative Society is open to all people and organizations who want to live in a creative society and are ready to contribute their efforts to build a new format of society. Today, we have the honor of welcoming a distinguished guest who possesses a deep understanding of the Creative Society project and its potential to unite people worldwide under the principle of unconditional love. This individual is none other than Sir Frederick Lee McHenry Sr., the Grand Master of the world's Masonic United Nations and a highly respected, most puissant, sovereign Grand Commander with a 33rd degree, 99th rank.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Grand Master of the world's Masonic United Nations, most puissant sovereign Grand Commander, 33rd degree, 99th Frederick Lee McHenry. It is a great honor for me to speak today on behalf of Freemasons at the International Forum, Global Crisis. There is a way out. We are the Masonic Order, Order of the Knights of the Sun. We were the first organization on earth created by the will of God. This means that we have been entrusted with the most important mission from the beginning. As we all see and understand that all of humanity has faced unprecedented times and challenges on a global scale. Therefore, as Masons, it is now more important than ever for us to act together for the benefit of all humanity. The Creative Society is our chance, a chance to build a better future for everyone on earth. Without a doubt, the Creative Society embodies all the dreams and aspirations of every human being. This is what we as Masons have been striving for all our lives. This is true service, the very essence of Masonry. We have always opposed to the aggression created by the consumer format of society. But I want to openly declare that the time of confrontation, division, struggle for resource and domination is over. The life and future of all humanity are at stake. It is our duty to change the consumer format to a creative one. This is our time. We support the Creative Society project, and we will use all legal and peaceful means to implement this ideal as broadly and quickly as possible. And the reason why the Masonic United Nations support Creative Society, because Creative Society brings back the 8 pillars of life. What happens is the Masonic United Nations want to bring all that back to society. In order to do that, we got to stand up for humanity. So we're creating development centers all around the world. We formed an alliance, and we're going to continue to do this in all aspects of the world. The time for philosophizing is over. The time for our action is now. Our duty is to unite the world, the whole world. I appeal to every member of the Masonic Order. Brethren, we must be one in order to fulfill the Most High's work to build a creative society. I've been a Mason 40 years. I stand on these principles. My moral character is there. I stand for the righteousness, and the Creative Society has pointed those righteousness out. I appeal to all people. We must become united to change the world, to ensure ourselves a better future. I, at the leadership at this pinnacle point, commander and generals over many Masonic bodies out the world, are asking that we stand together with Creative Society, because we must not suffer anymore. We must stand on solid principles. And the Most High God gave us solid principles. Let's have a better life and a better society. We are left with one step. We need to decide right now where we will take that step. Either pushed by the consumer format, we, the entire human race, will step into that direction, which will end human existence, or we'll join hands and build a beautiful, reliable, solid bridge for all of humanity on the world's strongest foundation, the 8 pillars of the Creative Society. I am confident that we will make the right choice, and despite everything, we will forget past grievances, misunderstandings, claims, and prejudices. We will step forward toward our joint development and peaceful coexistence. It will be so because it must be so. The Creative Society is the source of the Creator. We all come from the Creator, and it's now time for us to move forward and take that bridge, walk on that bridge, stand together on that bridge, and walk in the freedom, walk in love, love and peace, harmony. We can do that, and in order to do that, we all have to stand together, and we have to love one another unconditionally. I say these words because I walk this walk, because it's important for all of us. God laid this upon myself. My whole existence belongs to the Most High. And I ask all of you, ask yourself within yourself, what do we do next? Creative Society has the answer. Creative Society has a way out. And that way out is a good way to move forward. So as a leader, as a king, I travel in many countries, but my job is to bring people together. And the Creative Society have given me the opportunity to speak before this forum. And I speak the truth. My truth is my heart. Let's all stand together. Let's all build a bridge. Let's all live for God. That is my word as the commander of the Masonic United Nations. God bless you all. God bless humanity.
Thank you very much, Sir Frederick Lee McHenry, for your wise and profound words. Indeed, we can only transition from the consumerist format to the creative one through a reliable bridge built on the 8 pillars.
Yes, indeed. Thanks to the actions of millions of people, we are already building this bridge and launching a chain reaction of positive changes. More and more people from different parts of the world are joining. And now it is with a great pleasure that we introduce esteemed guest, the Iroquois, also known as the Iroquois, which means the people who bring issues to council and reach a consensus. Today marks a significant moment as we hear from a seldom heard voice delivering a message that you will not hear anywhere else. It is noteworthy to mention that Haudenosaunee, which means the people of the way of the Longhouse Earth, have the original democracy of the world dating back to the development of the great law of peace, Gaianelagao, the big path of the equilibrium, which had a direct influence on the formation of the United States Constitution. Without further ado, we invite the highly respected guest to share with us more about the ancestral knowledge and prediction that have come to fruition in our modern times.
hayo, 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 haya. Hayo, 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 haya. Hayo, 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 haya. Hayo, 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 haya. Haya, 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 hayo,
Nega diwa enes wagwegu. Nejinikaya zawatam siostu. I greet you all in peace, righteousness, and strength. Welcome to the World Forum. We have some words we like you to listen to. Greetings to all the men and women of the universe. Hanyo, Tesuanmung.
Sego Sewguego. Sogoya Danta Yunga. My name is Samboya Danta. I am Ongwehonwe, which means the real people from the Yalakwa. French titled us the Iroquois. We are those who are responsible for bringing issues to council. The Great Spirit will hear everything I'm about to tell you. The destruction of all mankind may begin with our continent, because the covenants of our ancestors have been broken. The prophecy of the Ganyagahaga states there will come a time when people will lose respect for the earth and for each other. Rivers and skies will be polluted. Bloody wars, crises, hunger, and pandemics will afflict the people of the earth. Snakes will appear and cause new destruction. Dragons with red eyes will spew their filth on the already suffering planet. The troubles that have befallen the earth will intensify and grow. The only unity and unwavering dedication of all people can withstand the beast that is destroying our lives and our planet. You and I are living in these times. This beast called the climate Cerberus is now sucking the water out of our rivers, burning our lands, shaking them, and destroying our homes. My voice is seldom heard, and I do not speak much, but you are listening to me. Now for a reason. We, the Yalakwa, have lived by the teachings of our ancestors and preserved the foundations of unity since time immemorial. We knew that a time would come when we would need to act. The lives of all of us are in our hands, and we must unite our minds and our hearts in order to deter extinction. The direction of the seventh generation needs to be priority. That is why I'm here today. I speak on behalf of all of my family across the earth. I have come to show you my heart. I have come to remind you that we are all part of a single circle of life. We have only two paths: to be destroyed by a ruthless beast or to unite for the sake of our life. Our only chance to truly unite and preserve our lives is to live in a creative society. Why the creative society? Because it is the only opportunity for the people to live with dignity and in peace. We know this because the principles of the creative society is founded on the values and modernizes our message. We live in a natural world where there is no greater power than love. Do you know what made America great? It was the wisdom and principles of people who have already taken care of nature and her children, because the founding fathers of the United States borrowed democratic methods from the great law of peace, from the Iroquois people. We, the Iroquois, rightfully consider ourselves the true founders of self-government and democracy. It is said that our democracy surpassed the democracy of the Romans. Equality and self-government are the pillars of the creative society, which were also our original foundations. On these principles, our nation's unity was maintained for time immemorial. That is why we are pleased that the world is now talking about the creative society, and our foundations are returning and spreading across Mother Earth. Ladino Shoni, the people who follow the way of the real house, that we were all originally put here, which created consensus for all people to unify for Skana, or you would call peace. We all must remember that we all live in the same house, our planet. And today we all must unite to stop the beast and live long and happy lives. One of the core values of Iroquois is the seventh generation. This means caring for ourselves and each other, and considering those who are not yet born. It is our duty and responsibility to leave them a better world, but the consumer society makes this impossible. We lost respect for each other. We fight. We are divided. The consumer society will take our lives one by one and leave only a lifeless desert where there will be no place for us or our children. In the consumer format, none of us have a future. If we do not change anything, the seventh generation will not come into existence. Are we going to put our heads down and accept it? Will we not fight for ourselves and those who are dear to us? The consumer society has taken enough lives, and we have endured it. Now it is ready to deprive all of humanity of its future. We can give up and lose, or we can join hands and unite and win. My duty and responsibility as Yalakwa, I believe that the consumerist format needs to be eliminated. It is time to act. I call on all indigenous peoples of Turtle Island to unite as one creative family. I believe in humanity. I believe that together we will win. I am doing what I can. I came to this forum and expressed my position. All nations stand in support because the knowledge of organization stems from the Yalakwa, and we all support the Creative Society. But this is not enough for our victory. We can survive only if everyone does everything possible to make the world aware of the Creative Society. Yalakwa's responsibility stands for life, unity, prosperity, and peace, which means that we stand for the Creative Society. Without unification, there is no other way to avoid destruction, and we all lose. The Yalakwa will once share the knowledge passed down that united vast clans, families. Still, the time has come for us to unite the nations of 6 continents. If we humans do not unite today, we will not have it tomorrow. This is precisely what our prophecy says. Today, we are creating what will be our tomorrow. Let us build the Creative Society today to have a future tomorrow. May this be a reminder to all that we are all one family.
It is a great honor that Yalakwa is with us today. Your words and the wisdom of your ancestors, which have come down to us today, have made me deeply reflect and rethink the information about the catastrophic climate problems we heard in our forum's first part. You're absolutely right when you say we can survive only if everyone does everything possible to make the world aware of the Creative Society. Without unification, there is no other way to avoid destruction, and we will all lose. Indeed, we will all lose if we do not build a Creative Society. The first part of the forum clearly showed that the threats facing humanity if we do not unite. Even if you have just joined, you can watch the climate report because this broadcast is being recorded and will be available later on the Creative Society website in 150 languages. Also, we invite you to watch this broadcast on our new channel on the Rumbler platform. You can find the link to this channel and all our other social media accounts in the description below the broadcast.
Today, we have shown several examples of people from different fields, organizations, and walks of life who already taken active steps towards building a creative society. Because the Creative Society unites everyone, it is beneficial for everyone. This is a world that surpasses even the imagination of science fiction writers. It opens up new possibilities and technologies that are beyond our current understanding. Already in the transitional period, everyone will have access to all the advanced technologies that provide unlimited possibilities and freedom to the people around the world. And when we transition to the Creative Society, we will have access to even greater possibilities and advancements, such as matter replicators and body regeneration capsules. If you want to learn more about the principles on which these technologies will operate, stay with us because this information will be presented. for the first time at this forum today.
Dear viewers, we'd like to remind you that all the changes we are talking about today are only possible with your direct involvement. Your participation in sharing this information is crucial. To find out about the most effective ways of informing other people, please visit creativesociety.com and click the Act Now tab. The page has the most comprehensive knowledge and information that you'll need to become an active participant. And once again, we are encouraging you to not stop there, but take it one step further and organize local coordination centers in your area so that you can be a part of a huge positive wave of human unification in a demand to change the vector of development of our society. From the consumerist to the creative society, humanity needs volunteers to step forward and help save lives. Take that step and spread the word about the Creative Society to everyone you know, from friends and relatives to acquaintances and even mothers-in-law. Believe me, they all need the Creative Society. So share this form right now with everyone. Record video feedback and post it on all social media platforms with the hashtag Creative Society. Make sure that everyone knows about the Creative Society. Olga?
So come on, people. Let's all just grow some brain cells and start supporting the Creative Society. Only an idiot wouldn't want a Creative Society. And the following video is dedicated to this. Watch.
Okay, so I come in and I tell them, I got some news for you. One's good and one's bad. So then he says, start with the good news. I'm like, okay. Well, the good news is that 2 girls are coming over. And he says, so what's the bad news? And get this. I say, they're both bad. Oh my God, okay. Hello? Did you get it? They're both bad. Oh, come on. What are you doing there?
Yeah, sorry, I just got distracted. That's a good joke. It is.
Distracted. Yeah. Okay. Says you. Well, you've been on the phone all morning.
Yeah, sorry, I just found a very interesting project.
What project?
It's called Creative Society, and they have some really good ideas, like every person's life should be protected, self-governing society. Have you heard of it?
Oh, no. It sounds like a cult to me.
What makes you think it's a cult?
What? Ain't that right? No, look, hand it over. Just got it. Globalists. They're getting funded by Soros. It's all bullshit anyways.
What's the connection? What do the globalists have to do with this if it's a volunteer project?
Wait, you said volunteer?
Yeah.
Like working away without getting paid? Wow.
Bob, people are concerned about their future. They want to live in a society where everyone is equal, where there's no wars, violence. Just live like decent human beings.
Sounds like a scam for chumps.
Are you kidding me?
Wait, Emily, what's wrong?
You didn't even bother to figure anything out. Instead, you just slapped your labels on like you always do.
Whoa, what's got you all riled up? Look, if you want to save the world, go feed a homeless guy. Or adopt a cat from a shelter, or do whatever those tree huggers do.
Actually, I already do that. But this isn't fixing the problem at large. The number of homeless people is not going down, and so does not the number of stray cats. Can't you see what's happening around the world?
I don't give a damn about the world, Emily. Look, the world's too big to fix. You either gotta adapt, or you're gonna die.
Well, I don't want to die, but I don't want to live in a society like that either. Yet in the creative society...
Let me guess. In the creative society, there's gonna be pink ponies and unicorns. Yeah.
You're taking it too far.
Anyway, look, you either gotta pick me or your little society of creators.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
What?
In the creative society, I don't need an idiot like you.
Yeah, well, I don't need you either. There she fucking leaves me.
Hey man, you got a light?
No, because I don't smoke. And neither should you. Wait, are you like some kind of Freemason or something?
What do you mean?
Let's see, you have a little Illuminati symbol.
No, that's not Illuminati, that's a creative society. Don't you know who they are?
Oh yeah, I do.
Hey, you okay? Man, you must be an idiot or something. I could have really hurt you. I got great reflexes.
Woo! Oh man.
Yo, who gave you that shiner?
You mean this shiner?
Yeah.
See, earlier this morning, I came into a Freemason. Yeah. And all I did was ask him for a light. But then he scowled and hit me when I wasn't looking. And you know what I gave him? A punch right to the face. Like, it's better than that. See, when I hit him, he was out cold for 5 minutes. Couldn't even get back up. And you know what I did about that? Give him a little taste of the foot to the face.
Oh, come on, stop telling fibs.
What? You feeling lucky? Well, do ya? Punk? Go ahead. Make my day.
Hey, Bob. What's the progress on the report, sir?
Your bunch of assholes. You all are fooling everybody.
Globalness, cutness. Your society is impossible. You know, idiots like you are not suited for my company. You're fired.
You're the freaking idiot here. Why didn't I know this earlier that you're one of those Freemasons? Well, come on! This is fucking bullshit!
Emily?
I don't know.
What?
Did you two break up?
Never mind about that, Mom.
Why?
Because of the Creative Society. Ugh.
What did the Creative Society do?
Everything. Crazy chicks, brainless athletes, stupid bosses. They're messing with people's minds, you know.
I see. So, me too?
What is that supposed to mean?
I'm a Creative Society volunteer too.
What? You too?
So you think I'm stupid too, huh?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, maybe because I gave birth to an idiot.
Oh, Mom, come on!
Sit down. I'm sure it's not about the Creative Society.
Definitely is.
Hey, Bob, what's going on?
Well, haven't you heard? Our mom's gone completely nuts! She's volunteering for the Creative Society.
Bob, are you stupid? I guess it's you who's nuts. As usual, though. The Creative Society's awesome.
What?
Why are you looking at me like that? Look!
I can't believe you two are part of the Creative Society. Traitors!
Look, there's gonna be a replicator in the Creative Society. Every month, you're gonna get 10,000 bucks on your account.
Nope.
How cool is that?
Not cool.
Everyone's gonna get their own free, high-class apartment.
You know, you can only get free cheese from a mousetrap.
Come on, you're not a mouse. You gotta have more brains than that. You wanna know something?
What?
I want to go to Japan and study fashion design. My dream is to have Yoda Miura perform in one of the outfits I made for him.
And what am I supposed to do there?
You'll finally buy yourself a decent car. No more driving around in your piece of junk. And you can even get your own health capsule to cure your nasty pimples. And your tangerine allergy? Long gone. But most of all, you'll finally take Emily to the Maldives and buy her a brand new massive ring.
Yeah, I'm not gonna buy her anything.
Oh, come on. Now, seriously, the situation in the world just keeps getting worse and worse every day. We had a pandemic. Now there are wars. People are going crazy with hatred toward each other. And the climate? Have you seen the kind of earthquakes happening lately?
Fake news.
Nowhere is safe now. Bob, I'm so tired of being scared all the time. Imagine a sustainable, safe world. The world where I could send Vicky to Japan and wouldn't have to worry about her. Where all borders are open and there are no wars. I'll finally have peace of mind. And for you too, Bob. By the way, where did you get that black eye?
Oh, this black eye? Well, I just happened to have a nice talk with some of those friends of yours.
Bob, any sane person would want to live in a society like that. What's wrong with you?
Nothing's wrong with me.
Only a person who doesn't get the essence of the project would not support the Creative Society. Or a total idiot.
Oh, fine, Vicky. What is a replicator?
Hey, you're finally in it, aren't you?
And you didn't believe it.
Hey, come on. You didn't believe it either.
Nice. What brand is that?
This is the Creative Society. Why would we advertise any other brand?
Gotta support that's gonna benefit us.
Are you Freemasons or globalists? All right, pal, look. I used to be just like you myself. Let's have a talk. All right, you see, every human's life is to be protected as one's own. That is the principal idea of the Creative Society.
There's gonna be a replicator too.
Oh yeah!
What's that?
Well, see,
Wow. What a great video, guys. Now we finally see who writes those nasty comments in the comment section under the videos. And I'm sure many of you recognized yourself during this film. Hopefully not as a main character, of course. But even if so, as you can see, this is not hopeless, and it's never too late to fill out the gaps in your knowledge and actually, as Olga said, grow some brain cells.
Indeed. There's no place for idiots in the creative society, but honestly, they won't be there anyways. I hope so. And also, at the end of the movie, there was a fascinating question. What is a replicator? And indeed, it's time to talk about it. This is a revolutionary technology that will create any food, clothing, household item, or anything you want just at one press of the button, except your ex, but we all know you don't need him anyways. In the creative society, metal replicators will be free and available to every home. And this is good news for those who are tired of being slaves to the kitchen and want to be freed from the duties of cooking and dishwashing.
Dear kitchen, I have a confession to make. I'm leaving you.
I'm tired of constantly double checking to make sure the dishes were properly washed. I have better things to be doing with my life.
Anyways, I can't cook. I always pretended it was homemade food. But it was delivered.
Now, I have him. I cannot do this anymore to get upset over molded cucumbers.
To be honest, you're already getting on my nerves. You always ruin my ice cream by turning it into soup. Enough is enough. Fortunately, tomorrow is the day I finally give you the boot.
I just wanted a quick snack, a biscuit and a milk before I go to bed. But this freaking dog keep busting my fingers. I can't take this anymore. I'm out of here.
Thanks for that Indonesian gado-gado treat last night. Today, let's make my all-time fave, carbonara. And let's try some African cuisine with kamba vanasi tomorrow.
Thanks to everyone who built the Creative Society. Now we don't have to wash dishes, get our fingers pinched by cabinet doors, or suffer with failing refrigerators. We have gained the most valuable thing, freedom from kitchen violence. Tell everyone what awaits them in the Creative Society.
You know, I'll happily say goodbye to the kitchen. I'm not gonna miss it. Greetings, friends. My name is Paulina Herrera, and this is my daughter Javiera. We are from Chile, and our whole family support the Creative Society. I'm glad to welcome everyone to the forum, Global Crisis, There is a Way Out. As any other sane person, I want to live in the Creative Society, and I want my children to live in the Creative Society. And together we talk about the incredible technologies that will be available to everyone. Most of all, my daughters are looking forward to the Matter Replicator. They already love it so much, because they can take their favorite treats and any toys out of the replicator. and change their beautiful dresses every day to look like princesses. And honestly, I admit that I'm looking forward to the replicator. No more worrying about whether there is food in the house. No more grocery shopping. You will no longer need to spend time on cooking, as it will no longer be necessary thanks to the replicator, which is guaranteed to every family absolutely for free. Imagine, you just open the menu, choose any dish you want, and it's ready in a matter of a second. Matter Replicator is not just about food. It's anything you want. Any clothes, a vase of flowers for your table, a spinning tackle. It can be even a blanket tucked into a duvet cover. We will become free. We will stop worrying about material things and about where to get them. Is the way we live today normal? Today, billions of people work hard just to have food and clothing. In the creative society, all of this will be available to you at all times, absolutely for free, simply because you are a human. We will finally have time for our loved ones, for self-development, for travel, for whatever we want. It used to be only our dream, but thanks to the creative society, it may become a reality in the near future. My daughters are always asking the question, when will the replicator become available? But we understand that everything depends on each and every one of us. When you and I build the creative society, then we will have the replicator. But there is one more question that they are very concerned about. How does the replicator work? And I'm sure many of you have the same question. So, together with my family, we decided to make a film to answer this question for both adults and children. And the participants of the Creative Society project from different countries helped us to implement this idea.
This gift is for all of you, my dear friends, from the bottom of our Chilean heart. Mom, I'm so hungry. Mom, when are we going to eat?
Soon. Wait a few more minutes. The food is warming up.
Why does it take so long? Why does food have to be cooked at all? Why isn't there a microwave yet that creates hot prepared food I want instantly?
What makes you think there isn't? Actually, it's almost ready.
What do you mean?
Well, it does exist. It's called a replicator. Well, come eat.
What is a replicator?
A replicator is a device that creates ready-made food right away, and you don't have to cook anything yourself.
How is this possible? They haven't told us about this kind of thing at school.
Well, that's understandable, because no one has a replicator yet, although modern science is already very close to discovering the method of its operation. But in the Creative Society, everyone will have a replicator.
So will we have one too?
Of course.
So I'll be able to print a warm sandwich in it right away? Or will I have to heat it up as well?
It can be cold or warm, as you wish.
What about chocolate cake?
Even marshmallow cake, as you want.
Would it be possible to print lots and lots and lots of fresh orange juice? And right away? So I don't have to wait for the oranges to be squeezed?
Yeah, right away. Instantly.
Whoa, it's like a magic wand. How does a replicator get it done so quickly? Will it cook that fast by itself?
Almost. Only while in order to make food, a bun for example, we mix ingredients. The replicator will mix particles and create anything from them, because everything in this world consists of the same particles.
How so?
Well, you're eating a bun, right? What is it made of?
From flour.
What is the flour made of?
Wheat.
And wheat?
From grains.
What is a grain of wheat made of?
I don't know, maybe of little grains?
Well done. You're almost right. A wheat grain consists of chemical elements. They consist of molecules, molecules of atoms, and atoms of even smaller particles, like seeds.
So the bun is made out of these little particles, right?
That's right. And not just the bun, but also this table, your blouse, and the bottle too. Everything in the world consists of them.
So if everything consists of the same thing, then the replicator can print not only food but anything?
Sure thing.
Then why do things look different and have different tastes and colors?
Because the particles are combined differently in different objects and carry different information.
Okay, and where are they going to get these particles for the replicator?
We'll take particles from the recycler. Just as the replicator assembles things from particles, the recycler will also break down anything into particles and transfer them to the replicator cartridge. We'll be able to recycle all unnecessary things into things we need.
Recycle all the trash on the planet. There will be no more garbage. We can break it into particles in the replicator too.
Yes, sure. Anything you don't need, garbage, waste, dust, broken things, dirty shoes, you just put into the recycler. There, they are decomposed into particles and collected in a cartridge. And that cartridge is then inserted into the replicator.
Oh, wait, does that mean we're going to eat food made out of garbage?
We already eat it now. For example, you ate an apple. You left the rest of the apple in the garden on the soil. Over time, the apple decomposed into elementary particles and became part of the soil. Thanks to this, the grass grew, which the cow ate. These particles became the nutrients for the cow and come to our table already in the form of milk or yogurt, and we eat them. These particles have no properties of the object they form. They have no odor, they cannot be harmful or inedible, they are neutral. This is why you can reassemble anything from the recycled particles, and even tasty and healthy food.
And when there's a replicator, can I print myself a dog?
No. A replicator cannot create a living organism, neither a dog, nor car, or even a mosquito.
But why?
A replicator simply reproduces any object consisting of the same particles, but it can't create life. It can print a cooked fish or chicken, fried or cooked according to any recipe. But that chicken or fish was never born, never lived, and no one ever killed it. It is simply a collection of particles. To replicate any dish endlessly, all you need to do is prepare it once using our regular method, and that's it. From there on, you can copy it as many times as you want.
Yay! Thanks for the replicator, the animals won't die. No one will kill chickens. So great! Replicators, great! So, when we have a replicator, will we have to stuff a blanket into the duvet covers?
No, you can get a ready-made blanket with a duvet cover from the replicator right away. Even a new one every day if you like.
And the dresses too?
Yes, lots of different dresses. And you won't even have to iron and wash them, because every particle of dirt will serve as a refiller, and you'll even have more particles on the dirty dress to print a beautiful new one.
Wow, Mom! It turns out I'm not the only one who can print whatever I want in the replicator, but everyone can?
Yes, in the Creative Society, everyone will be able to print whatever they need for themselves.
And that means everybody will have nice clothes and good food. And that means there won't be any poor or hungry people.
That's right. Everyone on the planet will be fed and clothed.
Then nobody needs to buy anything. And there's no more need for stores anymore. If we don't have to buy anything, we don't need money. If we don't need money, no one will fight. And if there's no money, we won't have wars. Everyone will live happily ever after.
Come here, my dear. What a smart girl you are. Yes, there will be peace everywhere. Everyone will live happily ever after.
Happily ever after. About such a wonderful world. Everyone had a replicator and printed delicious food on it. Everyone had beautiful clothes. There were no wars. Everyone lived peacefully. Everyone was friendly and all were beautifully dressed. And I got a huge teddy bear out of the replicator and a bunch of chocolates and a TV, and I got a dress for me and you, a princess dress. And my friends and I were inventing what else we could get out of the replicator. And it was so much fun. Mom, I really want such a wonderful world.
Oh, sweetie, I know. I want that kind of world too. And we're doing everything we can to make it happen faster.
Thank you so much to our dear participants from Chile and everyone who took part in creating this video. You are truly amazing. And dear Javiera, you have melted our hearts, and we want to express our special gratitude to you. Friends, don't our children deserve a beautiful future? And what can be better for our children than building the Creative Society? It is crucial that this life-saving knowledge, which we hear today at the forum, reaches every single person on this planet. So we urge you to share this forum and spread information about the Creative Society.
Absolutely, Olga. Thank you. And friends, finally, the wait is finally over. The information we're about to present to you right now is about to revolutionize the future of our civilization. Today at this forum, we have unveiled incredible technologies that will be available to everyone in the Creative Society. These are the technologies that will certainly improve and make your life exciting and worry-free. The body regeneration capsule, matter replicators, and other incredible inventions we've presented are the reality of the Creative Society. Most importantly, scientific knowledge behind all of these inventions will help us to overcome the impending climate cataclysms and will allow us to survive the climate Cerberus. We will present to you this epic knowledge that is being shown for the first time in the history of humanity. Alexei, the floor is yours.
Dear friends, next we want to present a scientific hypothesis. It will open your eyes to the world. This hypothesis helped us understand, in particular, how electricity works and why such breakthrough technologies as fuel-free generators are possible, since they are open systems. And by the way, they are already functioning today, although we do not know their nature yet. The hypothesis that you are about to hear provides an insight into all of creation. What has been hidden to us will be revealed. By uniting and studying this scientific hypothesis, scientists will be able to understand how to stop the influence of outside forces on our planet. And that means saving all of humanity from an impending climatic catastrophe. No scientist today understands that you will understand in 50 minutes. 50 minutes from now, you will be able to explain what all the scientists in the world could not explain and would not be able to explain for another 1,000 years, even if we had 1,000 years. Such knowledge never appears by chance. And it opens up not only vast prospects, but gives great hope for the future. Enjoy watching.
We live in a unique era where two doors are open in front of us. One leads to our extinction, while the other one leads to a potential future full of fantastic opportunities. Today, we would like to present to you a hypothesis that can become a foundation for such a future. Our survival and the prospects of humanity, including even manipulation of matter, depend on its implementation.
To solve this task, we have an understanding of the overall picture, but there are many unexplored islands in it.
In order to explore these unknown islands of science and build a unified theory capable of saving humanity in the shortest possible time, the scientific potential of our planet needs to be unified. Today, humanity possesses only 6 types of energy, but thanks to the new hypothesis, we can gain access to 32 types of energy. In order to simplify the understanding of the fundamental processes of the world structure, this hypothesis is presented in the form of animation with associative examples.
For intelligent people, it includes everything they need to make breakthrough scientific discoveries.
Our team of volunteers received this knowledge, and we have only slightly elaborated on it and found historical evidence to support it. We understand that this knowledge carries immense value and consider it our duty to share it openly with the entire scientific community.
We believe that none of us should claim the laurels of victory.
After all, no individuals may be considered winners since a huge team from around the world worked on this hypothesis. Starting a new world requires honesty. Deserved recognition should be given to those scientists who will be able to explain, thanks to this hypothesis, what electricity is, how many types of it exist, what radiation is, what the electromagnetic field is, and most importantly, recognition should be given to those who will be able to find a way out of the climate crisis. For us, that's the most important task, because it's a chance to save all of humanity. We'll present you a hypothesis which offers a totally different view of how our world is arranged. This hypothesis gives us keys to manipulating matter and developing such technologies that will enable humanity to take a step into a new era of evolution. It's a future where we will have everything, even the things we haven't dreamed of. How did this hypothesis originate? Some time ago, we were given unique information about how our world is actually arranged. It was confirmed by rather interesting historical artifacts. In order to understand it more deeply, we decided to collect all existing mentions of this information throughout human history. We asked volunteers around the world to start searching, and they found a large amount of artifacts, legends, and stories, which preserve mentions about the true fabric of our world. Along with that, a lot of indications were found, pointing towards the veracity of the use of such legendary technology as the Eye of God and Vajra in ancient times. And it turns out that the principle of its operation is directly related to the knowledge of how our world is arranged. We became very intrigued by this information. Since it was impossible to study it using standard methods, we were offered to conduct a number of special experiments and to build for that purpose a unique device that would have a pyramidal shape and certain characteristics. We developed a prototype of such a device in 2016. It is made of aluminum and contains 11 tori. We conducted a series of experiments with this device using certain programs. Some of them were publicly demonstrated. The purpose of those experiments was to verify the possibility of transmitting information to a large number of people, regardless of distance, by means of thoughts. The operator, an experienced person, transmitted information remotely, a symbol or a number, while being inside the pyramid. Meanwhile, participants of the experiment, who were in various countries of the world, received this information through their thoughts. They sent their answers with a symbol and a number they received to an email address that had been given before the experiment. It's important to point out that the symbol which the operator transmitted was picked randomly during the experiment. Nobody knew what exactly was going to be transmitted. All the experiments were conducted exclusively in the presence of a dedicated committee of volunteers, and the whole process was recorded. Thousands of people all around the world took part in the experiment. The result of this experiment shocked us. Why? We were struck by the fact that 70 to 80% of the answers were accurate. This means that people actually perceived the symbol transmitted by the operator. And this cannot be explained by the theory of probability, because the percentage of correct answers was too high to consider it a mere coincidence. Yet, there was another thing that struck us the most. We received a huge number of responses from the participants before the experiment had been conducted, and most of the answers sent in advance were accurate. We asked how this was possible if, at that moment of time, even the operator himself didn't know what sign they would be transmitting. In response, we received an offer to conduct another experiment. It is necessary to understand that the range of tori settings in the pyramid is very large, and we were told the exact settings of the tori at which a certain unique phenomenon was detected. The operator noted that literally after several minutes of being in the pyramid device, he began to see various people as well as their whereabouts. Here is how it was happening. At first, he saw numerous white dots, similar to white noise on a TV screen. As soon as he focused on any of those dots, it came closer and a person appeared in front of him. It could be someone the operator knew or someone he didn't know. At the same time, the operator had a clear understanding of where exactly this person was at that moment. This effect was observed by all operators with such settings of the pyramid. In order to study this phenomenon, we conducted another experiment. Volunteers from various parts of our planet took part in it. Some of them were intentionally driving during the experiment in order to change their geolocation. Each volunteer who participated was assigned a number. Before entering the pyramid device, the operator of the experiment looked through the photos of those people and their numbers. The operator knew some of them indirectly, seeing some of them previously on videos. Some other people were known to him personally, while others were totally unfamiliar to him. After the operator entered the pyramid, the head of the experiment announced the numbers of the participants. Then, the operator recalled the person's face, and among a multitude of white dots, the corresponding dot approached, and the operator began to clearly see the person whose face he had remembered. He saw exactly and in detail the location of that person at that moment, and he voiced this information out loud. Then the head of the experiment immediately called that person on the phone and clarified where he or she was at that moment. The results were astonishing. The exact location of the person was determined correctly in 100% of cases. We became very interested. How did such abilities appear in the person who was in the pyramid device functioning at certain settings? We conducted the experiment in Ukraine, while the operator was able to clearly see and determine the location of people even on the other side of the globe. And in further experiments, the operator was even able to feel what the person was feeling at that moment, whether it was taste, smell, heat, or cold. After all, this is actually an immediate transmission of information at enormous distances. How is this possible? During our further research, we realized that it was not all that simple. It turns out that besides the known radiations, thermal, electromagnetic, X-ray, and others, the human brain is able to generate, transmit, and perceive another, completely different type of radiation. These are special waves unexplored by science. The work of neurons of the human brain is unique and inimitable. Just like a fingerprint or retina, the neuronal imprint of the brain is unique to every individual. It cannot be confused with any other imprint. It is possible, under certain conditions, to register this specific radiation coming from neurons of the human brain. And as it turns out, it's impossible to shield the signal. With each subsequent experiment, we were amazed at the immensity of horizons and unexplored prospects opening before us. One of the most fascinating facts, which was also established thanks to the pyramid device, is the possibility of increasing a person's internal energy, as a result of which we observed an increase in static electricity. This experiment was also conducted publicly, recorded on a video camera, and this video is available to general public. During this experiment, a person stayed inside a pyramid device with specific Tori settings for a certain period of time. Then, after leaving the device, he touched the glass of an aquarium with his hands. The aquarium was filled with water, and there were 2 electrodes inside, which were connected to a voltmeter. The moment the operator's hands touched the aquarium, the voltmeter clearly indicated an increase in voltage. From the point of view of modern physics, this is impossible, but dozens of people saw that, and it was recorded on a camera. This experiment has been repeated many times, but here it should be noted that not all people could show such a result. We came to the conclusion that personal qualities of the operator can affect the results. The person touched a glass, which is an electrical insulator. The electrodes of the voltmeter were confined in water, and yet we all observed the result. The laws of physics also say that the human body is not capable of accumulating electricity in such quantities, but what we have recorded is a fact. We were offered a hypothesis that fully explains all this phenomena. We invite you to take a look at several artifacts that our volunteers have found. These are the best known and simplest examples. As you can see, this clearly illustrates the discreteness of our world and what the world is made of beyond the quantum level. Nothing special. Well, it's nothing special until you know the details. So now, let's go through it in order. What is our hypothesis of the world structure? Modern science knows that all substances consist of molecules and atoms. Atomic nuclei are formed from protons and neutrons, which consist of quarks. It is generally believed that quarks are the smallest particles, along with leptons, electrons, and neutrinos, and they are structureless. Our hypothesis says that leptons and quarks have a structure. They consist of certain energies, waves. According to our hypothesis, a lepton and a quark represent coil state of a short elastic waves. What is it? Associatively, it can be compared to a tangle of snakes intertwined with each other. Each tangle is the smallest particle, a quark or a lepton, while each snake in a tangle represents a different kind of energy. When the snakes are in a coil state, we observe a particle. When under certain conditions, a tangle becomes untangled and the snakes line up linearly one after another, we observe a wave, that is, a wave state of the same particle. This is clearly demonstrated by the double-celled experiment, in which a wave passed into a particle state when the conditions changed, in the presence of an observer. In essence, the intertwined tangle represents the quantum level, the level of particle manifestation, while short elastic waves, the snakes that make up everything, represent the beyond quantum level. What processes take place at the beyond quantum level? We know that already at the quantum level, the laws of classical physics stop working. But at the beyond quantum level, everything is radically different. The entire beyond quantum world is filled with short elastic waves, snakes. That is, different kinds of energies. When snakes are woven into a tangle, the invisible becomes visible. This is a process of the quantum world. Each such tangle is nothing but that very elementary particle of the material world. In the beyond quantum world, there are lots of kinds of energies, that is, snakes. Associatively, you can imagine that they have different patterns, colors, and thicknesses. Some are poisonous, some are not. Combinations of these energies, meaning short, elastic waves, or snakes, make up all the waves known to science today: electromagnetic, thermal, and so on. In other words, any wave is discrete in its true nature because it consists of a multitude of short elastic waves, snakes. None of the snakes ever disappear. They just transform from one state to another. Also, all material objects consist of tangles of snakes as the smallest material particles. Each snake in a tangle is a carrier of certain information, a code. Depending on the combination of snakes in a particle, one or another matter with given properties is formed in the material world. Characteristics of a material object and all processes occurring in it are formed at the beyond quantum level. That is, the information embedded in a particle at the beyond quantum level determines what this particle creates. A soccer ball or a dog. If we decompose a snake tangle into a linear state, all the snakes will line up in a strict sequence. And this sequence is very important. Just like in DNA, every fragment is in its place. The first snake in the sequence has a specific role. It is a carrier of information about the whole tangle and carries the main code of the program. Understanding how the world is arranged at the beyond quantum level and that everything is made up of short, elastic waves has led us to an obvious fact that there are many more types of energy in the world than is commonly believed nowadays. Modern physics identifies only 6 types, while we have come to the conclusion that there are at least 32 of them. Interestingly, this is also supported by historical facts. Our volunteers found references to the use of at least 32 types of energy in the ancient times. As paradoxical as it may sound, all this information, which is new to us, was known in ancient times, and many artifacts from around the world prove this. Let's have a look at some of them. Now understand what special meaning they carry. Snakes and snake tangles were not coincidental depictions. They were an associative example to explain the structure of matter at the beyond quantum level, as well as the ways to manipulate it. We will talk about that too, but a little bit later. To date, this knowledge has been mostly lost, and that's a shame, because it will be of a great use to modern scientists who for decades have been struggling with questions which can be easily explained by means of this hypothesis. As an example, let's take the Large Hadron Collider, the most powerful particle accelerator in the world. What happens there? In order to study processes in the microworld, scientists use electromagnetic fields to accelerate 2 beams of charged particles, such as protons, at enormous speeds in the collider, and then they collide them. As a result, after the collision, scientists observe the formation and dispersion of much larger particles with a much greater total mass than they had before the collision. And science cannot explain this phenomenon. It is as if 2 tennis balls collided with each other, and their collision would produce a bunch of scattering basketballs. How can this be possible? It's very simple. All these particles are nothing but snakes in the coil state. The energy that accelerates them, the electromagnetic wave, is also snake-like, only not in the coil state, but in the linear one, in the state of a wave. Thus, not only 2 particles collide in the collider, but billions and billions of snakes in the state of waves, which are transformed into coiled state during the collision. These coiled states are precisely what we capture as a bunch of scattering particles. Thus, the hypothesis gives an answer to how two small particles can form new ones that surpass them in volume, size, and mass. In our regular logic, it seems impossible that something larger could emerge from something smaller. It is like Jesus Christ feeding over 4,000 people with just 7 loaves of bread and a few fish, and there were even some leftovers. He made more out of less to us. It is perceived as a miracle. But our hypothesis explains exactly how this happens at the quantum and beyond quantum levels. The mysterious birth of virtual particles in the physical vacuum can be explained in a similar way. How does a particle-antiparticle pair emerge from emptiness and after a short time disappear again? The answer is simple. The short elastic waves, snakes, that fill the vacuum simply move from the beyond quantum level into the quantum world, forming coiled states, the very particles we can observe. In fact, the whole world is made up of snakes. There's no place where they do not exist. As it is said, there isn't a single place in the entire universe where the thinnest needle doesn't run into something. Let's take another example. In quantum physics, there is a phenomenon known as entangled particles. Two particles can be at different edges of the universe and interact with each other without loss of time. A change in the state of one particle instantly causes a change in the state of the other. How is this possible when modern physics says there is nothing faster than the speed of light? It's a question that has led modern science into a dead end. Scientists have no answer. In fact, the answer is simple. At the beyond quantum level, all these particles are located next to each other and connected by a single snake. There's no concept of distance, speed, or time in the beyond quantum world. Completely different laws work there. For example, in the material world, one of the interconnected particles can be in our hands, while the other one can be in a grain of sand on the shore of the ocean in another galaxy. Meanwhile, at the beyond quantum level, both of these particles are at a distance of a single snake, and there's no time or space between them. There can be many more than 2 of these entangled particles, and all of them are instantly exchanging a huge amount of information among each other. In other words, matter in the universe is constantly interacting. Another phenomenon, the nature of which our hypothesis explains, is electricity. Today, we all use electricity. We know that there is direct and alternating current, that there are electromagnetic waves and static electricity. But what electricity is in its essence, modern science cannot explain. For example, let's take static electricity. Each of us experiences it in everyday life when brushing our hair. Both hair and a comb are dielectrics. When we run a comb through our hair, we untangle some snake tangles and create new ones, thus releasing snakes. The snake tangles on the comb interlace with the ones in the hair. In this way, joint snakes are formed. This quantum manifestation is precisely electromagnetism, which attracts hair to the comb. By understanding these processes, even at such an elementary level, we can already provide answers to many riddles of modern science. For example, let's take an electrostatic machine. There is a paradox associated with it, which is an unsolvable riddle. When the disks of an electrostatic machine are rotated, a powerful spark between the 2 electrodes occurs only when there are metal spheres attached to their ends. If these spheres are removed, there will be no spark between the electrodes, or it will be barely noticeable. But if, for comparison, a device that works from a battery or a household outlet is connected to the electrodes of an electrostatic machine, an equally strong spark appears both with and without the spheres. This indicates that the electric current generated by the electrostatic machine is not capable of causing a powerful discharge without the spheres, and that the current from the battery is capable of causing the same discharge with and without the spheres. What is the difference between these 2 currents? The difference is that these are different kinds of electricity, and they differ not just in their external characteristics, they differ at the beyond quantum level. And our hypothesis gives an in-depth justification for the nature of electricity and its different kinds. Doesn't that remind you of anything? It's a good example for thinking people. Thanks to the hypothesis of a coil state of short waves, we understand that electricity is the same snakes in the coiled or linear state. There are many kinds of electricity. They're determined by the predominance of one or another type of snakes in their linear sequence. For example, when you comb your hair, static electricity is generated, which is represented by a certain predominant type of snakes. When magnets rotate, it's another type. In household outlets, alternating current is a third type of snakes. In batteries, the energy of chemical reactions is the fourth type. In an electrostatic machine, it is a fifth, and so on. And note that all types of electricity, just like the magnetic field, have the same first snake in the linear state, which carries a major part of information. We reserve the right to explain the understanding of how electricity works to those who will further investigate this issue. We have merely given an association and invite those who wish to understand the subject to investigate it on their own. Now, let's look from the perspective of the beyond quantum world at what's going on in an electrostatic machine when different kinds of electricity are used. As the disks of the electrostatic machine rotate, the brushes rub against their surfaces. As a result of the friction process, the snake tangles become untangled and form an electrostatic field. Some of the snakes start moving along the conductor as if along a riverbed, forming a directed movement of snakes along the electrodes. As long as there is static electricity, there are no tangles, just a flow of snakes. And in order for a discharge to appear, that is, for the snakes to interact, we need to create conditions where they can gather in tangles again. Such conditions are created by the shape of a sphere. By flowing around a sphere at the ends of the electrodes, the snake coils up on themselves, which contributes to the formation of tangles. In the space around the metal spheres, the snakes in tangles begin to accumulate. The snakes from tangles on one side begin to cling to tangles on the other side, and their massive collision occurs. As a result, the tangles become untangled and the snakes are released. This is the discharge that we observe. We see a spark, waves are emitted in the optical range, and we hear a sharp click, a sound shock wave. All of these manifestations arise as a result of interaction among the snakes. They simply transition from one state into another. Accordingly, when there are no metal spheres on the electrostatic machine, the snakes flowing along the electrodes cannot form any tangles, so they simply fly by without any interaction with each other. But in batteries and household outlets, there is a different kind of electricity. There, tangles move together with snakes in a linear state, and they interact with each other instantly. The tangle state is disrupted, and we observe a discharge and the accompanying phenomena. Therefore, this type of electricity does not need metal spheres to form tangles because it actually flows in the form of tangles. Thus, we understand that the shape of a sphere creates the necessary conditions for transformation of the linear state of snakes into a coil state. That is, in fact, the shape of a sphere or a dome creates conditions for accumulating energy. Doesn't this remind you of anything? If you have noticed the similarity with the domes of religious buildings, you are not mistaken. Ancient legends say that the first dome temples were built more than 24,000 years ago by the representatives of an extraterrestrial race known as the Apexians. They also created the first religion and the first dome-shaped structures for the purpose of collecting energy from humans, which is known as Vril. People gathered in those temples and prayed to the Apexians as gods. This was a process similar to what we have seen in the spheres of the electrostatic machine, where static electricity accumulated. In the temples, people's energy, Vril, flowed through the building into the domes, accumulated there, transformed into a coil state, and was transmitted to the Apexians. The Apexians built structures of various forms in order to collect energy. Those could be pyramidal structures or towers with pyramidal or dome tops, ending with a pyramidal spire. Many such ancient structures are considered to be places of power. The paradox is that those were places where power was taken away, not given. It is also quite interesting that to this day, such shapes of structures are mainly used for places where mass gathering of people, decision-making, and emotional outbursts take place. If you wanted to tell the story you just heard as a comic strip, how would you draw it? We will show you an ancient artifact that depicts this process as a comic strip. We see a temple structure with a portal above it, and a flying saucer at the top indicates that it is extraterrestrial. In those times, people couldn't know such technologies. On the left, we can see people and an indication that they're giving away their energy. This is shown in the form of snakes flying away. On the right, we see two planets and below them representatives of an extraterrestrial race, the Apexians, who receive energy from humans. And it is clearly shown that humans fed not only the Apexians, but representatives of other extraterrestrial races as well. To this day, through our temples, we feed unknown creatures in the universe. If any of you doubts that we still worship them to this day, you shouldn't. What is unknown to us is not unknown to the priests. And this information has nothing to do with any religious feelings or emotions. This information is about the physics of processes. Thus, our hypothesis opens a new approach not only to physics, but also to the history of our humankind and reveals certain cause and effect relations of the processes taking place in society nowadays. Radiation. The second riddle of the electrostatic machine is the radiation background that is recorded near its brushes during operation. Where does the radiation come from? After all, there are no obvious conditions for its occurrence. We can explain it easily with the help of our hypothesis. The brushes rub against the disc during the operation of the electrostatic machine. The process of rubbing is a collision of a huge number of snake tangles with each other, which leads to their untangling. As a consequence, various types of snakes are released, including poisonous ones capable of biting and destroying other tangles. These are exactly the radiation snakes that form the radiation background. This background is local and short-lived. During the operation of the electrostatic machine, it disappears as soon as you stop the machine, unlike the background radiation in nuclear reactions, which can last for a long time. Why is such a difference observed? Radiation exists in any object, but not in active state. Radiation background is a serpentarium with different types of toxic snakes biting all the tangles they interact with. The power of the radiation depends on the position of the radiation snakes in the linear sequence. During nuclear reactions, a strong radiation background appears since there are many tangles in which a radiation snake stands first. Interacting with other tangles, it changes their code. It pulls the radiation snakes in them to the first position while losing some of its own energy. Therefore, the farther away from the center of contamination, the weaker the radiation background. Meanwhile, during the operation of the electrostatic machine, short-lived radiation appears because when the tangles become untangled, radiation snakes that were not in the first place are released. Such single snakes biting another tangle very quickly lose their energy and transition into another state. That is, they quickly lose their toxicity. Radiation snakes can penetrate anywhere, but there are exceptions. For example, lead is good at shielding radiation because the viscosity and the density of its tangles are very high, so it's not easy to destroy them. Figuratively speaking, tangles of lead consist of small sticky snakes. Interacting with them, radiation snakes quickly lose their toxicity and power. It is important to note that the position of radiation snakes in a tangle determines the strength and durability of materials. The closer these snakes are to the beginning of the linear sequence, the stronger the interaction exhibited by the tangles they're part of. Of course, this is all a figurative comparison, simple associative examples to explain what happens at the beyond quantum level, and it gives an understanding of what processes actually occur during a nuclear reaction and what radiation is. Taking this hypothesis as a basis, it is up to scientists to discover this. Understanding the structure of the beyond quantum world, even such an associative level, already opens up possibilities that seemed science fictional not so long ago. Manipulating matter, creating material objects, using elementary particles, prolonging human life for at least 1,500 years, rejuvenating cells in the body, and completely revitalizing it at any stage. How will the technologies work that will allow us to do it all? The replicator and the health capsule. Replicator. In the creative society, thanks to such technology as Replicator, each person will have the opportunity to get everything necessary for life. A device the size of a microwave oven can be installed in every home. A household replicator. You can forget about the arduous chores, cooking, washing, dishwashing, and even buying many products. Because with a replicator, it will be possible to create anything out of elementary particles. How will it work? We can say that the replicator will manipulate particles, but in fact, it will manipulate what the particles are made of, that is, snakes. Moreover, in their linear state, each particle contains a few certain types of snakes, which have a strict sequence determined by the information embedded in them. Thus, by replacing one or several snakes or their sequence in a particle at the beyond quantum level, we can create a new particle, and thus a new material object. After all, the difference between a soccer ball and a hamburger is only in the characteristics of the snakes that make up their particles. This is a principle of how the replicator works. In order to create something from particles, we need particles themselves. Where can we get particles from? And in quantity to ensure the creation of different kinds of food and clothing for each person throughout their lives from the particle recycler. After all, if we know how to create objects out of the tiniest particles, we will know how to disassemble those objects. That's what the recycler will do. It will disassemble your dirty clothes, for example, or dirty dishes into particles. After disassembling the unwanted matter into particles, the recycler will pack them into a nano cartridge, which will then be used in the replicator to create new objects. Naturally, in the cartridge, the particles will be stored in a coiled state of snakes in the form of leptons and quarks. Since snakes in linear state cannot be held, they're constantly in motion, whereas in the form of particles, that is, in the coiled state, under special conditions, they can be stored in the cartridge without loss of properties and power infinitely long, up to billions of years. So what size should this cartridge be to store such a large number of required particles? About 1 million nano cartridges can be placed in one human hair. 1 centimeter of nano cartridge can contain about 10 to the 36 quarks. So, 1 centimeter of human hair can store as many particles as to create a great number of material objects about the volume of an entire city. Thus, a cartridge the size of a human hair is able to serve a person for a lifetime and much longer. It seems incredible that such a small size can hold large volumes. In a cartridge, particles will be stored in a compressed, compact manner, not interacting with each other. While there are enormous distances between the particles that make up material objects, the distances between elementary particles in the microworld are similar to the distances between stars and galaxies in the universe. And the reason for this fractality is in the beyond quantum world. Having this knowledge, we will rethink the value of different materials. For example, the same plastic that we simply throw away today will become the most valuable material. Why? Because the tangles of hydrocarbons contain the largest number of different snakes, 33 types, from which you can create a lot of combinations, gold, hamburgers, and so on. For the same reason, cotton will also be valued because it is close in characteristics to plastic and many other particles can be created from it. To understand the process of replication better, we'll give you a figurative example. Imagine that we put knitted jumper into a device similar to a microwave oven. At that time, a special device reads the shape of the jumper and the position of each hair in the threads of the jumper. A special device, like a crochet hook, is then used to pick up one thread and unravel the jumper all the way down to the hairs, and each hair is disassembled into its component parts. All these components are stored compactly and tightly packed. Thus, our seemingly large jumper fits into a small box. When we need to make a jumper again, the previously recorded program reconstructs the hair components in the right sequence and converts them into wool strands, which are then converted into the yarn that will knit the jumper anew. All this information gives the understanding that everything in this world has been programmed and created. It's a whole programming table, but there's nothing complicated about it. Now in programming, we only use zeros and ones, whereas in the beyond quantum world, we use several hundred combinations. By comparison, our alphabet has only about 30 letters, but over 1 million words are made up of them. It is not difficult for a human to manipulate letters and form words, nor is it difficult for an artificial intelligence to analyze all the possible combinations of snakes, which can be quite numerous, and to analyze the characteristics of any material object at the snake level, and thus recreate its exact copy according to this information matrix. Health capsule. The health capsule works on the same principle. It will keep the human body in a perfect and young state for at least 1500 years. By means of the same manipulation of energies, the snakes that make up all the particles in the cells of our body. From the perspective of modern healthcare, the only way to help a person whose organ, for example, has failed is transplantation. The organ has to be taken out and replaced. Meanwhile, the health capsule will restore the working organ inside the body simply by changing the states of its cells at the beyond quantum level. There are about 30 trillion cells in the human body. In its complexity, each of them is like a galaxy. If we zoom into a cell 8 billion times and look inside, we will see that it resembles a colossal automated factory, performing almost as many unique functions as all manufacturing in the world. Moreover, this factory would possess a characteristic that none of the most modern machines have: the ability to reproduce its own structure in its entirety in a matter of hours. A cell is such an interconnected and fine-tuned system that if even one of its components fails, the cell will die. Therefore, manipulation of a living cell at the level of molecules and atoms is impossible. It's like trying to fix the engine of the car at a full throttle. Meanwhile, at the beyond quantum level, everything is simple. It is necessary to add snakes where they're missing or remove the excess ones, and the condition of an organ will return from pathological to healthy. Rejuvenation of the body and prolongation of human life will take place according to the same principle. Information code. We can make an analogy with the program code of a website. In order to change something on a web page, we don't make changes on the website itself, but we go into the code and write what we want. For example, we change the font color in the code, and this is immediately displayed on the website itself. We can write a different picture address, and the picture that we see on the website will be replaced. That is, we make the changes in the code, and they are displayed on the page of the website. This is how the health capsule will work. We make changes at the beyond quantum level, at the code level, and they're displayed here in the world that is visible to us. The knowledge about the control and manipulation of matter has been known since antiquity. That very caduceus symbol is a symbol of human power over matter, not a human over a human, as it was later distorted. Our hypothesis confirms that alchemy is not a fairy tale because it is possible to change one state of an object into another by simply changing its characteristics at the beyond quantum level. Also, our hypothesis gives an understanding on what principles the exchange of information between entangled particles takes place, which means that the same principle can be used by humankind in technologies. All this is available already at the first level of civilization development. And we become a civilization when we enter the creative society. From that moment, completely new technologies based on the understanding of the beyond quantum world will be available to us. What technologies open up before us? Today's technological development is hindered by the limited speed of information transfer. But using the principle of instant interconnection of entangled particles removes any limitations. We cannot even imagine the amount of information which all matter in the universe exchanges every moment. We, humanity, only need to fit harmoniously into this flow. And then our lives will change tremendously. How exactly? Information exchange. First, the internet. The speed of information transfer will increase billions of times. Across the entire planet, data exchange will be instantaneous without loss of time, no longer requiring satellites, TV towers, or wires. In just a few years, an ordinary wristwatch will be able to process millions of times more information than the most advanced supercomputer nowadays. Compared to the future technology, today, we're like primitive tribes, transmitting signals using smoke from campfires. This also reveals enormous opportunities in human communication, instant connection, and communication in the form of the most realistic holograms, simulating the full presence of a person. Being thousands of kilometers away, we can see each other and communicate as if we were in the same room, or we can, without leaving home, be at the seashore or on a fishing trip, experiencing all the sensations. The Eye of God, Vajra. Secondly, guided by the hypothesis presented, humanity will be able to use not 6, but all 32 types of energy as in ancient times. This means that such legendary technologies of ancient times, which we have already mentioned, Vajra and the Eye of God, will become available to us. How do they function? And what opportunities do they open? The Eye of God makes it possible to see and identify a person by their individual neural signal, no matter where they are, while Vajra allows us to remotely influence the operation of neurons. In essence, These are two components of a single technology that work with brain neurons in the human body as a whole. Neurons, during their work, produce a certain radiation, a signal which is yet unknown to science and which is unique for every person, like a fingerprint or a retina. This is a kind of individual neurocode that remains the same from birth throughout life. The kind of energy that Eye of God and Vajra operate with is impossible to shield. Those are signals that instantly reach each other across all galaxies, and the same kind of signals are perceived and emitted by the neurons of the brain, which has already been experimentally proven. This gives the understanding of why we actually need so many neurons and what their true function is. The Eye of God and Vajra technologies, introduced already in the transition period to the Creative Society, opens up many prospects for us. How will they improve our lives? Safety. Thanks to the Eye of God technology, not a single person in the world will go missing or be kidnapped without a trace. Today, millions of children disappear without a trace every year, and the Eye of God is able to locate any person anywhere, anytime, no matter whether they're in a cave or in outer space. Moreover, thanks to the Eye of God and Vajra technologies, any crime will become impossible. A person intending to commit an unlawful act will be instantly identified and immediately held accountable. It's important to note that Vajra cannot read thoughts, but it can read emotions such as fear or aggression. For example, if aggression is recorded in a group of people and a person close to them experiences fear and the threat of violence, it is evident that this person is in danger and needs help. Immediately, the appropriate measures are taken to ensure that person's safety. All manifestations of aggression will be under control, so your life will always be completely safe. Also, in the Creative Society, these technologies will be synchronized with the NPC Voskhod, which will be able not only see any perpetrator, but also to identify who they're connected with, see their financial flows, and make decisions to neutralize them. The Eye of God and Vajra will also help in case of emergencies. If a person is in trouble, catastrophe, or injured, suppose there is a major earthquake and many people are trapped under rubble. The Eye of God technology will instantly indicate exactly where a living person is, whereas Vajra technology can remotely make changes to their body that will allow them to survive. For example, by interacting with a person's neurons, Vajra will instantly stop their bleeding, eliminate the painful shock, and if necessary, put them into an artificial controlled coma. As processes in the body slow down in a coma, rescuers have more time to get to a person and save them. By the same principle, in case of an accident, Vajra will help a person before the ambulance arrives. And these are just a few striking examples of the use of these technologies to ensure people's safety. There will be no more accidents on the road due to drunk driving. Vajra technology will simply not allow a person under the influence of alcohol or drugs to get behind the wheel.
A few months ago, I promised to demonstrate a working prototype of the Eye of God system. I was obliged to keep my word. The only point we discussed was the security issue. Fortunately, we were helped by chance, and we took advantage of the opportunity. Lately, most of the world's leading states have been developing global human monitoring and identification systems. To date, the best results have been achieved by Chinese specialists. Their facial recognition system that works with video surveillance, based on Beidou 3 satellites, as well as the developments of such companies as SenseTime, LC Vision Technology, and others, actually shows quite good results. Chinese experts claim that their system is even capable of identifying a person wearing a balaclava. Well, this is partly true, but there's a nuance. The thing is that their system is able to identify a person wearing a balaclava only provided this person has been identified before, meaning his data is already in the system database. It means that if the person has never been exposed to the system, it is not able to identify him. Or here's another example. We take a person, put a pot on his head, and the Chinese system will not be able to identify him. Or we put a sack on his body, and the Chinese system will not be able to identify him either. The prototype of the Eye of God system we are demonstrating is completely different from any existing system. It works on completely different physical principles. And it doesn't use human anthropometry to identify a person. It uses the signal imprint of brain neurons. And that signal is unique. It is as unique as our fingerprints, our retina, or our DNA. It cannot be changed. It cannot be shielded. And we've proven that through a number of experiments. The prototype that we are demonstrating to you today actually works within a certain range. That is, horizontally, the scanning angle is 135 degrees. Vertically, it is 10 degrees. The scanning depth is 150 kilometers. These figures are confirmed experimentally. The scanning, or rather, the result of the scanning does not depend on the landscape at all. Look at the screen. The white dots you see are the people who are in the scanning cone of our prototype. Let me remind you that we are in Switzerland, and this is not the most densely populated country on the planet. Plus, we have mountains behind us. So, the population density here is quite low. So, if we were to hold this presentation somewhere, let's say in Tokyo or, for example, in Beijing, of course, the result would be completely different. Also, I think you noticed the linearity of the signal reflection, which is merely a result of the vertical fan-like operation of the prototype. What does this mean? It means that our prototype is unidirectional and unilinear. In other words, there is a constant vertical scanning. This is why there is a 0.3 second delay. Naturally, the working machine will be devoid of these, so to say, imperfections, which means that its operating range and functionality will be much more powerful and much larger. Thus, when the development is complete, the system will not only be able to identify all living people on planet Earth, but it will also be able to determine in real time the location of a person anywhere on the planet. It doesn't matter if he is on the surface, at any altitude above the surface of the planet, or he is under the ground or underwater. Nothing will limit the eye of God. Well, let's draw the parallels we already voiced. For example, we can take a person, put a pot on his head, and the eye of God will see and identify him. We can put a sack on a person, and the eye of God will see and identify him. We can even take a person, give him plastic surgery, and completely change his appearance. Or we can even, pardon me, do surgery to change his gender. Still, nothing will confuse the eye of God. It will accurately recognize the person by verifying their true identity. Talking about the work of our prototype and the fact that its functionality is somewhat narrower than the future working machine. Still, we can place it in the center of a large city. Let's say Abu Dhabi, for example. So, being in the center of Abu Dhabi, this prototype will not only be able to identify all the residents and visitors of the capital of the United Arab Emirates, but it will also control the territory within a radius of 150 kilometers. This means that it will also cover cities such as Dubai and Sharjah. If we talk about the future, about a working device, it will have to work, or let's say it can work together with existing satellite systems such as GLONASS, GPS, Galileo, or the Beidou 3, which we have already mentioned. At the same time, It can be combined with all the existing databases, and it can be combined with video surveillance systems. Thus, the system will not only identify a person and determine their location, but it will also permanently record a data file on each person. We would also like to draw your attention to the screen. Now, you can see how the system works when connected to video surveillance. And this is how it works without being connected to it. Here's an interesting fact for thinking people. Our prototype consumes 2.8 volts when receiving a signal. It only needs 1.2 volts to send an outgoing signal. Just think about it. 1.2 volts, which can change the world.
Health and Medicare. Vajra opens up tremendous possibilities for maintaining our health as well. For example, a person may not even realize that he has a pre-infarction angina, while Vajra can already detect this through his neuroradiation, and emergency assistance will already be on its way. Anesthesia during surgeries will no longer be necessary, nor will any painkillers. Vajra will be able to anesthetize a person for any length of time, no matter how complex the surgery is. Drug-induced pain relief always has negative effects on the body, but thanks to Vajra, everything will be solved with just one click of a button without any side effects, thanks to the targeted impact on the neural group. In essence, the Eye of God and Vajra are a new level of care for human safety and health. Some people may have concerns like, what about private life while a neighbor is away? And if someone visits the neighbor's wife, is this technology going to record all of this too? The answer is simple. All of this is your personal business. Technology is not responsible for that. If there is no violence, fear, or threat to life, then it is not within the sphere of Vajra functioning. This technology does not monitor who came to visit whom and why, but it is obliged to monitor the fact that you have a pre-infarction or pre-stroke condition. Yes, some people might argue, will everyone be under control or what? It is now in the consumerist format that all people are under control. Today, even our own iron is watching us. All our gadgets, smartphones, laptops, all of this is used to collect as much information about us as possible, to control us, to profit from us, and to gain more power over us. Whereas in the creative society, you are the power. Just like every human being, your safety and your life are the top priority. The Eye of God technology is a guarantee of your safety, and most importantly, it is a guarantee that under no circumstances will the power belonging to all humanity be usurped by anyone. Nowadays, there is no more terrifying beast on the planet Earth than a human. Sharks kill an average of 10 people a year. Crocodiles kill 1,000 people a year, whereas one human today is capable of killing hundreds of thousands of people per year. Now, the Eye of God and Vajra technologies will make it possible to identify even those who stand behind people who give such orders and eliminate the entire chain. The Eye of God and Vajra technologies in the creative society are the main guarantee that no one will be able to impose their will on people. Power will never be taken away from humanity under any circumstances. If the Eye of God and Vajra technologies are used in the creative society, where human life is a top priority, they would serve for the benefit of people. But if these same technologies are used in the consumerist format, where human life is worth nothing, this will inevitably lead to a global totalitarian regime. Why? Because a state, a company, or a person who possesses this technology, with a push of a button, or even with a mental order, will be able to give a command to destroy all armies of the world, no matter whether it is one object or billions of people. And the scariest part is that no one will be able to resist that, because these technologies work in energies which cannot be shielded. It is simply impossible to hide from them, just as it is impossible to determine where these signals are coming from. The introduction of such technology in the consumerist format is highly undesirable, because it will be fatal for everyone. It will lead us to a planet-wide enslavement, where one person or a group of people dictates their will to everyone. Why have we made a decision to announce these technologies and our hypothesis now? There are two reasons for this. Firstly, because we fully understood the phenomena we encountered while conducting experiments in the pyramid device only over time. When we understood that by using those energies, it is possible to recreate technologies such as the Vajra and the Eye of God, we realized the entire severity of the situation. At the initial stages of our experiments, a wide circle of people were involved, so the information went beyond the original group of participants and became available to many. We understand that this knowledge is of great interest and encourages people to research. According to our data, some countries are already working in this direction today, which means that sooner or later, one of the countries will own such a device. That's why we're talking openly now. If now, in the consumerist format, these technologies fall into irresponsible hands, it will be extremely dangerous. The second reason why we're now voicing this hypothesis is because humanity's most important task today is to survive the cycle of climate disasters. The climate Cerberus does not use the internet, and even Vajra and the Eye of God cannot stop it. Today, the Earth's core is being affected by the impact from the space, which causes cataclysms every 12,000 years. The proposed hypothesis gives us an opportunity to understand what kind of energy affects the core and what are the principles of its impact. By studying this energy at the beyond quantum level, humanity will be able not only to neutralize its negative impact on our planet, but also to use it as a source of additional energy for the benefit of humankind. This can only be achieved if the world's best scientists are able to unite their efforts and focus precisely on solving this problem. This is possible only in the creative format of society. For this to become our reality, we as humanity must make a request to change the format from the consumerist to the creative one. This requires active participation of every member of society, and I would like to address the representatives of the scientific world. The hypothesis you have just heard is just information to ordinary people, but for you, it's a real chance to save all humanity.
Now, after watching this, you know the laws of the universe. You know how your thoughts work, what they are made of, and you understand the complexity of this world. Yes, you have understood a lot, and so have we. But we still have unexplored areas that we have yet to explore so that we can truly save the planet. Now, you know that we are exposed to cosmic rays and that we will have to confront them. In order for us to stop processes that are destructive to all humankind, we need to fill in the gaps and explore the unknown. There is not as much time for this as we think. And we are honestly saying our knowledge is not enough for this. We need the whole world. We need the collective potential to become a united civilization, and only then will we succeed. If we are divided, there is nothing we can do. And this is true. It is now a question of the survival of all humanity, and everyone must put their hands to it, their time, their efforts. Then we will survive. But if we don't make efforts, if we do not unite, if we stay divided, we won't succeed. So, dear friends, people of the world, join the creative society. Dear scientists, you have spent your entire lives studying science. Make an effort now to save all the people. There's only a little that is required of you. Remember Archimedes, who once said, "Give me a fulcrum and I shall move the world." We have provided the most important thing, the fulcrum. And thanks to this, there is now a real chance to change everything. We have provided the fulcrum, and all that remains is for you to use science instead of a lever. And then you will finally be able to turn this world upside down. Dear scientists, make every effort now to save yourselves, your loved ones, and all of humanity. Believe us, people are worth it for humanity to be saved. Nothing makes sense without the perspective of humanity's existence. The climate situation is indeed severe. Now you understand that. We only have one chance to save ourselves and save our entire planet. The situation is extremely difficult, and today many could feel hopelessness. But believe us, there is a way out, and we have voiced it today. People, unite.
You are all sane, responsible adults who have witnessed the reality that awaits us. Make the right choice and build a creative society. Please do not deprive me of my future.